Last session, we took out some banditos that were following us because we were trying to help Nier to with her undead problem, somewhere in like a cave or some shit. So we travel. We left the donkeys back because didn't want them to die from the griffins. And once we got here, we ambushed the bandits, and it went splendidly. And we were all under the impression that Nier was actually a quite formidable fighter, but she tripped, and she also hit things not very hard, and so we are all now under the impression that she is not a formidable fighter. But she just has the really cool story. So we buried all the bodies because that's what we do. We stopped all the bandits. We got the head from the major bandit person and their whip weapon.
Mm-hmm.
We
Sword
also
and whip.
what was that?
Their sword and their whip.
Sword and whip, right? And then we realized we couldn't carry all their shit, so we buried their weapons and I believe their armor in between this rock and this
And
stone.
their copper.
What was that?
And their copper.
Their copper, right? And they're like they're copper. They're little pinks monies, and I grabbed their gold. It's still on my sheet, by the way. I'll change that whenever we get back to our donkeys. And now the fight is over, and I think the only person that's injured is me and Nier, I think.
No, only.
Did we bury them?
I buried Polly, away from the rest of the group because I obviously I put them on the symbol as I do with the god of death.
I thought we ended session just not yet having buried them.
Oh,
Yeah, I think so. There's also some loose ends we have to tie before we continue from here. First thing is, I did not tell you that there's technically 8 bucklers as well that you could bury.
Yeah.
bucklers. Okay.
They are shitty shields, but you could bury them. And since the question came up between sessions if they have any other interesting things on them, you have to decide whether or not you want to spend some more time searching the bodies.
I think we check for rope at least.
Mm-hmm. I think if we're gonna strip them of the armor and bury the armor anyway, I think we're already spending a lot of time.
Yeah,
I-
if you're doing this, then you probably would find most of the stuff that they have.
Speaking of doing this, I don't know if I want to dig out like a mass grave right now. I feel like that's not efficient use of our time. It's pretty late in the evening, right?
Yeah, it's like
That was like
5
4:30.
p.m. something.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I thought the plan was we would bury the weapons and armor and coin and stuff we wanted to keep as like buried treasure, and we do with the bodies what we've always done and just assemble them as a weird cultist symbol on the ground.
Wait, go.
I think it would be, or I guess I look to Nier. How close are we to whatever it is where you're taking us?
She turns around, looks somewhere up the mountain, and says, "Can't tell you how close we are. Can just tell you it's this direction."
Do you think we can make it there today?
Maybe.
DM, can we tell how much more of the mountain or the mountain range there is from like our maps?
You
We're just looking up.
basically just entered this valley between these two mountain ranges. So there's like a few more miles that you can before exiting this valley on the other side, and then there's the whole mountain on both sides.
Okay, and after this valley would just be other kinds of terrain?
Back in the open again, back in the open field, getting closer to the Elven Forest.
Okay.
I feel like because how long would digging like a grave for these guys or digging like a burying the treasure would it would be quite long. I don't think that's smart use of our time. We want to make sure that our camp is a decent distance away from these dead bodies, assuming that the griffin might come and pick another snack from here.
Do you still want to bury the stuff, or do you want to leave the stuff alone as well? Then
I just leave everything. Just check uh, the leader's corpse for any writings, any notes, or anything. I think that's everything that we really have time for.
So just a quick rundown, like the obvious things that you see on the bodies is like most of them have like some sort of satchel or bag strapped to their backs. There would probably be some random stuff in them. And
Okay.
you would find some torches. Obviously, you find some bedrolls, some rope.
okay.
I
Can
hand it to
use
Nier.
50
Could you
feet
carry
of
I
this?
guess-
thick rope if you want to. Can Nier carry 50 feet of thick rope? How much do they weigh?
24.
24 pounds.
I think not.
What? Um,
Do any of us have more room? I have like
No.
I mean, she can carry it, but then she is also encumbered.
I
uh,
guess it wouldn't
like
matter too much.
2/3 or half or what? How encumbered?
Let me just adjust something. She would be 2/3.
We're already walking at the gnome's
Speed 6.
movement speed, so if you wouldn't mind too much.
Okay.
I say with my backpack full of like over 50 pounds.
Rope. Thick 50 feet. 24. So you check the leader's corpse, right? So presumably Benny's corpse.
Yep.
Check him more closely, or
Yep. And I also leave the head. I don't want to carry that with me either.
okay. On his body, you will find on his left hand a silver ring.
Sure.
That
I
looks
take it.
kind of. It's in a shitty shape. It's in bad shape. The ring. It's just a silver ring that has like the top of it's like a signet ring, and the top is just basically flat silver in a circle shape.
We would recognize it is a signet ring. It's just kind of a shitty looking one.
It's wood looks. It makes no sense to be any other ring than something that is signet. That is
Right, it'd be a little-
signifying something because of the shape.
Right.
Is there like any like writing on it? Like what does it mean to be a signet ring?
No, it's just a silver ring that is on the top. Like if you look at it from top of the finger, it's like a plate, and then it's a ring.
Oh, okay.
Because the way I think of signet rings are like noble rings, like this is
Yeah.
like a house recognizer sort of thing.
Exactly,
Like-
but it has no doesn't have any signet on it.
Yeah.
Just the signet
Gotcha.
is just a
Yeah,
flat
yeah.
silver circle.
If there wasn't, yeah, like it looks like one, but there isn't.
All right.
Also
Might as well
on
take
his
that.
body, you find a compass.
Yeah.
Compass.
One of the most interesting things.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, take it.
You can quickly spot that some of the people have torches in their bags. If you want to loot any more, let me know, but then we have to spend some more time here.
Nope. I'm just gonna check the spot where the griffin landed. If there's any griffin feathers shed off.
Give me a d20.
Oh yeah. After this, I'll talk.
Wait, is it rolling? Oh, I did it wrong. Oh,
Ooh,
that's
nice.
good, right?
That's good. That is indeed one broken down griffin feather that the griffin
mean-
must have lost.
I mean, broken down.
Obviously, the griffin doesn't lose feathers that are in great shape.
Sure.
It's just like probably a feather that he shed, so it's not in the greatest of shapes anymore. Doesn't
I
look
still fit.
too impressive. It's a griffin feather, but it's like a.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand. Does it look like broken? Is it like missing like the
No,
things?
like the strains are not like aligned perfectly anymore, so there's like, you know, in a feather, like you can pull the small hairs
Yeah.
off from each other, so now there's a gap in between the hairs. Like it looks a bit messed up, the feather.
I'll take it anyway.
DM, my thing, I shot 10 arrows. Can I roll to see how many I get back?
Yes.
What's that roll?
It's a D2, and choose which one is the good one for you.
2 are good, 1 is bad.
Okay, you get 4.
4.
Didn't the bandits have any quivers for their?
No.
Did they have any arrows? Oh.
Not a single archer was with him.
Ooh. Maybe they should have invested in some ranged capabilities. Oh well, we can't all be winners.
I think we all take a ration of the bandits so that we don't need to expend rations for today.
Yeah, as I
Agreed.
said, I think like 20 rations you can have from them.
Yeah. I don't know if we. I mean,
It's
if we-
basically dry rations. Some
Do we want to really take the weird banded rations? What quality are the rations?
they are to your liking technically, Ruven, because they are mostly from forest things.
Yeah, I'll take a few more then.
Do any of these bandits? Did any of them have pointy ears?
No.
Okay. So we didn't find any notes or correspondence or anything from
No.
any of their pockets. Okay.
Ruben takes 1 extra ration from them then.
I grab 1 to eat and toss 2 in my backpack.
Alright.
All right.
Also get 1. And how many rations does she have at the moment? Alright, okay. No, she doesn't take anymore. She just eats 1. Okay. So then you leave this place and continue on your merry way.
I think so. Yeah. We took a nice little breather, looked at the stuff, now set off again.
Probably while we're walking, I tap Reuven on his shoulder. Would you like the
Yeah,
magic?
Ruben looks over. Ruben
Would you
seems
like-
to be pretty, definitely somewhat agitated from the fight, but I guess in our aura still doesn't
Can
look
be out
too.
of the aura.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
I unsheath the blade and hand it to him.
Like looks at you quizzically. Is this weapon you found yourself from the bandits?
Benny's sword, rumored to be magical, and seems at least like it's of magical make or of a decent enough quality to enchant.
Ah, the leader of the humans. And you want to give this to me?
I
He
think
looks it down.
I think you can hold it better than me. At least
Yeah.
for now. I'll catch up to you one day.
He smiles.
I
He was
give him
pretty
the
great.
I give him the sword sheath as well.
Okay, thank you. Meanwhile, you keep this sword. Would you like to keep my sword? As he like takes one of his 2 sheathed swords out.
No,
Is this-
I think if I'm not using a magical instrument, I'd rather just use my quarterstaff. It's a little bit
Seems
easier to
magical.
handle. Sorry?
Your quarterstaff, which seems to be magical.
True.
It's fine. I would still like to give it to you. Still, then is I like look down at this like very finely made of like bits of pieces of like probably like golden or silvery glows on it. Is like yeah, I took this with me from my home. It's very meaningful to me. And I would like it if you kept it.
Uh, sure, it'll be my honor.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, I like we exchange swords and plug them into our belts. Um, Usmar, I like looks at you, maybe slightly troubled, as before in that fight with the humans. Um, this was my first time ever killing or putting someone human to death. Is a bit. I like see him frown, not finishing his sentence.
Yeah, I understand. They seem similar in appearance, but the way they're raised, the way they're built, it's like a completely different species, you could say.
Hmm.
They're closer to hobgoblins than civilized folk.
I see. So that is how you think. Very interesting. I I would not have thought of ever killing one of my own kind before, but especially if it was not in heat of battle, I is weird thought. But
Yep, I think uh, this was mentioned earlier in Lobe as well. Humans are hard to pin down. The city folk in Barrios are different from the Hunters Guild representative that you quite enjoyed chatting with, and even more different from bandits.
I see. There is. It seems there is definitely much more to learn from you humans than is. You are also different. If you would say these ones are essentially the same as hobgoblins, it means very very different. I did not.
Well, they're treated similarly at the bounty offices, maybe a little bit more capable. But that should give some sort of a guideline.
I see. And Uzmar, you do not feel at all different for killing one of your own kind?
Um, I think for bandits, if I feel anything, it's pride.
He squints slightly and is like, interesting. It's different from what I expected and thought, especially coming into these lands.
Are you walking at this time while you're
I
talking?
think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, at some point, Nia will uh, call to you and let you know that you have to head up the mountain. Like the direction where we have to go is up the mountain, like up the towards the middle of the Mount Carrick region.
Mm, okay. I think
Is it?
Ruben. You had something to say?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. I think Reuben gets a bit more serious, calls back his cat, puts on a bit of mud on his face again, nods to Usmar and will like set forth to slightly scout ahead now in this unfamiliar terrain.
Yeah, it's also getting dark now, so might be the point where you want to take camp or look for at least look for a good spot to camp where you're not too visible, not getting murdered by getting murdered by 12-legged creatures that eat everything.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Yeah, I think Reuben sets out to do both of those things.
Okay. Give me your best tracking, your best survival. You have survival, right?
Yes.
Yeah, give me a survival check.
First roll a d20 and then see. That's pretty good. Pretty sure survival is through willpower, right?
Something.
So that's like
something.
26.
All right. So you find
Not-
a good enough place. The region here, as you have seen before, there's trees around. You're not high enough that the trees have stopped. Once you get higher up the mountain, you will cross the tree line. But for here, there's a lot of trees around, which is great for Ruben because he likes trees. And you can pick the spot for camping where you have like enough trees around to get cover. You can decide where you want to put your camp.
Should also be collecting probably like a little bit of wood to set up a fire.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's.
Let's just grab all of you so we have you on the map.
Actually, wait. If you want to set up a campfire, do you need to put like rocks around it so it doesn't spread? Is that a thing that you always do?
I mean, if we don't want to be followed or something, we have to try and keep like the fire burning low. Assuming if you're followed by bandits.
Oh, nice reminder. I need to take first watch, by the way.
And the rock thing, I think it depends on like the environment.
Yeah.
Or you could just dig a hole.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That
We have a
way.
shovel with us.
You would have like this place in the like middle tops where it seems to be more rocky.
Middle top.
Yeah.
Oh, like here. I'm just worried of starting a fire on top of rocks.
On top of rocks.
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's the living rock things. I don't know if they get annoyed by that.
Oh. Maybe, yeah.
But maybe the hole is a better idea to dig like a fire pit.
Do you want a fire even?
I think what we're most worried about is like random critters that we probably want to keep away. I don't know how griffins would react to fire. Did it say anything about that in Furin's notes?
No. But griffins are animals, so fire probably not their first choice.
Yeah, so we should probably set up a fire. I think it'll keep us safer.
You obviously become spottable by being close to a fire, but
Well, that's why I mentioned that keep the fire low, like keep it up where we can probably make food, and then just kind of because the smoke.
Maybe we'll have it up until the end of your first watch, and then all the other people that are keeping watch have night vision anyway.
mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. It just might help to keep critters away.
I think that's why we brought a tent. I think
Okay.
that's yeah.
Who had the tent?
I think Uzma, you had the tent.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So place your tent, set up your camp, and then we will remove the light from the map.
I think we'll go like here.
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking maybe under a tree so that it doesn't get spotted by the griffin.
Okay.
So like here, somewhere. I don't know. Is this the tent
Yeah.
size?
Like around the tree? Yeah, maybe the middle of the
15 by
tree is.
15 fine.
This is a road, right? Not water.
This is like some valley area. There's probably some
A
water
rocky thing?
when it's raining or thawing.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so this is. It looks like a riverbed that was formed here at some point.
Yeah, more like think of it more as a often a puddle of water.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like
the
a
grass is
dry
not-
riverbed.
Yeah, it's the lowest part of the valley, and this is where all the water,
Yeah, there
irrigate.
wouldn't be a river that would run through here because there's like on the north and on the south side it goes up again. So this would, if any, be like a small lake, not a river, but currently
Yeah,
no water.
it's a little difficult when everything is 2D. I don't see elevation or something.
Yeah.
But anyway, I understand.
Also, generally speaking, to your west, to the left side, the mountain goes up. To the east side, it goes down to the valley more. Like,
Okay, so the more we're on this side, the higher elevation we are.
for
That's fair.
the purpose of this map, it's more or less the same elevation, but
Okay.
running to the west is harder than running to the east.
So we'll stick the. Well, I guess I already have the thing. Okay. I'll heal light wounds myself, or I'm sorry, cure light wounds myself right now.
Give me a
Leave the
roll.
D8.
It's a D8.
That's a wow, amazing.
Get 1
Hey.
HP.
That's good news. I have more of those. Gosh, I'm gonna grab one more cure light wounds myself. I'm just sitting here, just meditating, praying, trying to get a little. You know what? It's fine. I didn't need help anyway.
Don't you have like a cure moderate wound as well?
I do, but I really don't want to roll it the third time. I mean, it's like I would rather keep that for like something more difficult. You know what? You know what? I will use it because that's only 2 hit points, and I need more. Hold on, boop, that's 14. Okay, now I'm gonna roll. I only need four hit points. So what is a cure?
It's
That 1d
D10 plus 1.
1d10. Okay. Boop. Please don't give me 2. It's fine. Hey, look, 4.
You get 2 more hit points.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Try to pull Corfin to the side at some point and ask him for the rock.
16. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay.
I guess you could cast it as well. I'd like to prepare detect magic into it for tomorrow. During tomorrow's spell preparations. But you can do it as well.
Okay. He will hand you the rock and let you do the things.
Nice.
Reuven wanted to have a conversation with Nia. Is her aura still up?
Yeah.
As we're close to her. Reuven will go to Nia and talk to her.
Okay.
Nia.
Yes.
In this aura, kind of like very blank faced, I imagine. Your aura thing, you mentioned you could make it smaller, retract it. Could you would it be possible for you to do that right now? As I do not enjoy it, as Reuven in the aura itself is pretty upfront and blunt about it.
As I have said before, I can. I prefer not to.
Could you
Comes at a
do
price
it
for me. If
Could you
the
do-
rest of the group also feels uncomfortable, I'm willing to make that sacrifice, but as it stands for now, it's your well-being versus my well-being.
I see.
I second Reuven's concerns. If it feels like a big effort for you to keep the aura off, you could just chill out a little bit further.
Wiglop speaks up to Deer since he knows Reuben and Usmar is speaking to her about the aura. He's like, is this aura constantly on your person? Is there a way of permanently shutting it off, or is it always there?
I assume if I die, it would constantly be off.
Can I
Can
make
you-
Wait, never mind, you don't have insight checks. Never mind.
Can you make it smaller?
Sadly, no. It's either there or it's not there. There's no in between.
What is the cost for you exactly? Is it just straining to keep it off, or is there like some sort of
The aura keeps emotions at bay. When it is off, I have to feel things that I prefer not to.
Do you have a way of speaking about these things while the aura is on?
Does it at least? Is it difficult to do while you're asleep? Do you need it up while you are asleep as well?
If you are very emotional and go to sleep, how is your sleep?
I I find my emotions as positive and good things. I do not want to be like this all the time.
I understand. Well, if it's more comfortable for you, and she like closes her eyes and takes a few deep breaths. Looks concentrated. And then opens her eyes back up and says, the effects will be gone soon. And she like kind of turns away from you, looks at the fire, pokes it a bit, sits down, eats something, stops the conversation basically.
Ruben goes to set up. How windy is it?
Not at all.
Ruben goes to set up the tripwire.
Alright. Let's. Can you make a circle the right size?
Can we look at the other maps? How big the circle was, or maybe you can just copy paste the circle from another
Check
map.
if I can grab it from the other map or if it's in a stupid spot. No, it's doable. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
That seems great.
Okay. You set up the circle, everybody is sitting down. The aura seems to be indeed off. So you feel. Rufin, you feel kind of angry, I guess, right? What do the other people like feel now that you've been out of the aura for a while?
Probably feeling of frustration is mostly what Wiglaf feels. Like he's not really angry, but he's mostly frustrated that Nier was going to kill someone in cold blood. I mean, if it was a bandit, no. I don't think he would care too much if it was an orc or a hobgoblin.
I think Osmar feels disappointed that Wiglaf would risk their party's lives for a second chance for a bandit.
So the overall, the mood is shit. Everybody's kind of.
Mood is shit.
Quite so.
I guess you could say we're a little emotional.
Everybody's kind of disappointed, angry, sad.
Yeah.
Why is Ruben angry?
I don't think Ruben's angry. I think he's just confused, maybe.
Wasn't Ruben
Like
kind
maybe
of angry, like about Nier killing the person as well?
Not really. No, Ruben was looking at it with a very, especially in the aura before, or even out of the aura, looking at it very like an outside perspective, and not quite like pinning it down which way she should look at these enemy humans, and from the direction he got from Osmar, the words Osmar gave him of them being the equivalent of hobgoblins in human society, then he more or less has accepted this.
Okay.
Probably not being completely okay and fine with everything, but not also overly dramatically negative about it.
Okay.
Also, excitement for finding a magical sword. That's pretty cool.
Pretty poggers.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably,
Hobbies.
yeah.
At least Osmar feels that way.
Joke's
maybe
on you.
I
We found
should
2
decide.
magical swords. We're just waiting for the second one to be available.
True.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
One pending.
Yep, dude.
All right. So lights off. Let me know if that works.
So just to be
Ooh,
sure,
yeah.
I still have invisibility to undead on my list, right? Or is that off?
What?
I don't have invisibility to undead on my list any longer, right?
No,
There's
we
some-
kind of skipped over this at some point.
Gotcha. Okay.
So at some point you would have to cast invisibility to undead a few times before it would have been out of your. You at some point to get rid of invisibility from undead from your spell list, you would have to cast it 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'll just put it back in my list, right?
No, it's gone.
No.
We have just skipped over like a mistake we made in the past.
Oh, okay.
With your spell list, I'm just telling you the information that to get rid of invisibility to undead from your spell list,
yeah.
you had to cast it 3 times
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense.
in one day.
Oh, also, before we go to sleep, we should discuss watch orders because now they're going to be a little bit different. I need to take first watch.
Yeah.
So we're just swapping with wizards first and then clerics last. Otherwise,
so.
the same. Sure.
Okay.
So, do you have your lightstone out?
No, not while others are sleeping. Plus, I have a fire.
Let's skip the fire.
And I remind everyone of the corner sleeping protocol.
Why can't I just give the fire?
Oh, does the tent have entrances on both sides?
Oh no, it should only have entrance on one side.
Okay, so which one do we probably want this one to be the entrance then? I'll mark it down with red actually so that it's more visible.
Alright, so you should have some vision now as well, Osman.
Yep, I do.
Alright, then if nobody objects to the watch order, it's wizards first, Reuven in the middle, and priests at the end.
Okay.
Reuven, give me a kitty handling check.
Cool.
What's your wisdom?
Plus 14.
So that's an 18.
Okay. I guess that's a fail.
Okay.
Is Nier gonna go into the tent?
Yeah. Alright, so first watch. Give me a perception check.
No. Plus 1 for fire.
No. Ugh, where did I write the fuck? PCP. No. Is it no? Not written anymore? What the fuck? My life is ruined once again. Why? I think Coffin has enough perception.
I think Corvin's perception is really bad.
7.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. So you see nothing. You hear nothing. Coffin sees nothing, hears nothing. The fire is kind of. Do you keep the fire going or?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Then nothing interesting happens. And you can wake up Reuven for second watch.
Nice. I go wake up Reuven for second watch.
Alright. Do
Can
I
I go
find
sleep in
Kitty
this-
next to me?
No,
Oh,
Kitty
sorry.
is not next to you.
I think at this point he just sighs, and he says goodbye, good night to the two wizards. Have a good sleep.
Do you keep the fire going or do you let it run?
Reuven extinguishes the fire.
Okay. Fire is extinguished. Reuven, give me a perception check.
Julio. Close but no cigar.
Ooh.
Why do you all have such bad perception?
Do these trees look like climbable trees? I think we already discussed what kind of trees they are.
Yeah, they are leaf trees, so you can climb them pretty easily.
Would that give me like a better perch for like a field of view?
You still only have like 60-foot
Mhm,
elevation, so
yeah.
it wouldn't really change much. Other than you could probably see further down the valley. So if somebody with light is walking in the valley, you probably see it better from the tree than from the ground.
Okay. A few times during the night he might climb up and look, but he doesn't stay up there.
Right. At one point, when you're climbing up the tree, you will find Kitty sitting there as well.
Okay. He's very relieved. Probably scratches Kitty a bit, and then goes down again.
But other than this, also in your watch, nothing interesting happens. Unlucky.
Okay. Reuven's probably getting back to his emotions and being slightly more emotional, but probably most of his time sitting there in like the classic philosophical like person seat, like one hand under his chin, thinking, looking out.
Mhm.
That's my night.
That's your night. You can wake up the priests. Nia will ask you if you can stay on watch for a bit more so she can pray.
That is fine. I will totally do so.
Wiglaf?
Yep.
Yep. Your keyboard is really loud. And
Oh,
it's
very
your
sorry.
watch.
I'm giving you the spells. Does that matter? Can you guys hear it now?
Blub, blub, blub.
There. Okay. Didn't want it to be too much of a bother, but now apparently it is.
So Reuven is staying up because Nia asked him to make sure that you can
I will roll the
you can
perception
like
check.
remember spells.
Okay.
So you have some
Go.
time to
Whee!
learn spells. What are you rolling?
Perception check.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was my watch. Sorry.
It's fine. I need a few more seconds.
Okay.
How many spells does he have? Oh god, I didn't write it down. Oh, I have to double check. Oh, I hate my life.
I think she only used 2 last combat.
Yeah, I think
She's blessed and something else, right?
she used 3 spells.
Oh.
Okay, so she needs 1 second to first level spells back, which is what I thought. Does she? Yeah, she learns this one. And then the last spell she learns is you rolled your perception check already. It's a 13. Near rolls
We love
a net 20, like first good roll in this whole game for her. And what does she spot with her net 20? Okay.
Those spells are for the morning, by the way, not tonight.
What?
Those spells I sent you are for the morning, not tonight. Okay.
You learn them like when you wake up. That's like the only time you can memorize spells.
That's what I meant. Like I can't do them now, obviously, but
No, you can do them from the start of your watch. Like right now, you have learned your spell.
gotcha.
Yeah. That is like the most disappointing group of animals I have ever rolled.
Because I don't have animal friendship to help them. I know it sucks.
God, even the fourth d6 is a 1. What the fuck? Okay.
Woo. Oh boy. Pitiful.
So they do not spot you before you spot them. Or like, they do not spot you before Nier spots them. Obviously. So Nier will at some point perk up and seem to be alert at Big Love.
I'll look at her and look in what direction she's looking at, and I'll try and look in that direction, see what I
She's
see.
looking like probably down south.
Okay.
And,
I'll pop out of
for
that.
you to be silent and listen, and you can hear also in the distance the low howling of wolves.
You said howling?
Yeah.
I'll wait by the tent. I'm guessing the tent's entrance is over here, so I'm probably over here with Nier. But I'll wait and see if the howling gets closer, or if any of them, what's maybe wolves, come closer to the tent, and then I'll just sit and listen.
Should we get the fire going again?
I guess we could. And I just take I believe I have a tinderbox. Oh, no, I don't. Uh-oh. Oh, that's right, I can't.
Anyone have a tinderbox?
Fix on the donkey. No, it's not on the donkey either. Never mind.
Reuven, I don't have it on my character sheet, and he's never needed it in his life, so
He's like, what's a fire?
I don't think he even knows how to use one.
Okay.
Do I have? Oh no, I don't. It's probably on the donkey.
So Reuven probably made the fire with his survival skills, and now there's nobody to light the fire again.
Ergo, fire gone.
Hello, sorry, I just realized my mic was muted. I have a tinderbox.
You have a tinderbox, okay.
Oh,
You
okay.
probably can have a tinderbox.
I'd probably use your tinderbox to light fire.
Yeah, I probably left it so that.
So you try to relight the fire. Nias keeps watch. Let's see how terrible this goes.
Yeah.
What does it say here? Okay. As you are going there to light the fire, Nier keeps walking around. At some point, she whispers loudly in your direction. They coming closer. How's the fire
Alright.
coming along?
What do I roll for that? It'd be fire making, but I don't have that, so it'd be a -4.
Yeah, you just give me a dex check to see how quickly you get this shit done.
Oh, dex check. That's a no. Acid check. Dex. Submit. Nothing. Woo. Oh.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Okay,
Getting the
okay.
fire started. It starts to burn. It it's gonna take a few more minutes before you can light something bigger on fire. You didn't take any torches from the bandits, right?
Yeah, I don't think I know. I don't have any room for them.
No. Okay, so you don't have any other ways to light things on fire.
I mean, I don't have any room for anything. Like, even if we get to the cave and find something, I can't take anything.
Okay. So let's just quickly move this back to what it's supposed to be.
Let me know if I have any time to wake them up if I have to.
You have to make the choice if you want to wake them up or not.
I'm guessing I'm already making noise, right? I'm sorry. What I meant to say was, do I have enough time to wake them up while I get done making the fire? Like while the
No, you have to concentrate on making the fire.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna stick at the fire then. I'm gonna try and give it a good blow. You know, get the flame going up.
You're making the fire. It's coming along quite easily. It seems to be working. I'm just checking if I have a good token anywhere. It's all bad. Do you want to wake them up? Then now would be the time to do so.
Okay, in that case, I will wake them up. I'll walk into the.
You still can't see any. You can't see any wolves so far.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm in front of the tent. Okay. Well, I get it.
Like Nia said, they're coming closer.
Oh, near said wolves are coming, so there could. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and trust her. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. So I'm gonna walk into the tent.
And
What?
Either she has heard them again or something.
Did I hear the wolves? Like, do I hear that they're coming closer?
You are busy with the fire, so no.
Oh, I thought you. Well, you told me to wake them up. I thought that I thought I was done with the fire at that point. So I'm not done with the fire,
Now
so I
we are
can't
done
wake
at
them
the
up.
point where you're done with the fire. You have heard that
Gotcha.
Nia said the wolves are coming closer.
Wolves are, right. So done with the fire. Wolves are coming. I go in, wake Reuben up.
Like has a hand on his new elven sword, looking around. What?
Hey, there could be trouble. Come with me.
Okay, yes. Like stands up.
Yep. We just walk out.
You notice that the fire's back on, Reuven.
You are lighting a fire. It doesn't even ask that. Moving ahead. What is it?
We could have some furry company. Not the good kind.
Okay, I spot that.
You don't spot it.
No, I don't. Then I listen for what seeing Nia listening, I also listen. And
Yeah. Give me a perception check. Your best perception check.
no.
Oh my god. Jeez.
You know what, Reuven? Who actually hears something different? You hear the flapping of wings.
Oh no.
Ruben instantly gets serious. Is it that? Is that what is coming for us? Everyone, get to cover. Wake up the other two quickly.
Oh,
As I try to whisper, stage whisper to Wiglaf behind me.
You're the nature man, so you know.
Reuben expects that there's a griffin coming.
Yeah. Like Wiglaf, he has trust with you, so he's like, yeah, you know what you're talking about. So I'm gonna kick Corfin and kick Musmar, not the kitty, obviously.
Kitty's probably awake anyway, so.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess I'll just nod at the kitty and motion to go out to. I don't know what the fuck I do. So yeah, kick Corfin, kick Musmar, tell them to come out to the tent. Hey, we have trouble.
Okay.
And I go right back here.
I
Yeah,
get out with Corfin. Put a bullet in my sling pouch thing.
What are you talking with Nia about? What?
Yeah, Reuben is on near, whispering to Nia. Nia, did you hear how close that thing is? Is that why you? I assume that is why you woke us.
What thing?
And he like points up, very serious.
Looks up and says, there's wolves out there.
Wolves? What? Is there not the a griffon up there? Is that not what you woke us?
No.
You do not hear a griffin. Again, listens for the griffin.
Yeah, you don't hear the griffin.
Probably without this, at the dark of the night, his cheeks slightly blush, understanding that he probably made a bad call here.
Is
But-
the aura near aura now on?
No, it's off. Also, Usma, do you take your stone out?
My what?
Your
My
lightstone?
white stone? No. I'm just getting close to the fire.
Reuven, in a nervous sort of surprised state, is wait. What is this? danger
Actually,
thing?
I overheard Reuven's and I assume I heard Reuven's and Nier's talk.
Probably.
Yeah, I no, never mind. That doesn't change anything. Sorry.
Reuven asks to confirm from Nier what is actually the problem here. Then, and he sees it.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. And then he motions for everyone to like stay back, and he himself will take a step forward and assess the situation.
You are looking at a normal-sized wolf that is looking in your direction.
I would like to use my arranger ability to
assess its state or to
like
change its state.
do the one that makes it more favorable to us, or like at least get it to go away and not disturb us.
Okay. Give me a...
It needs to make a save.
Yeah, roll me a d20. That's what I wanted
Sure.
to say.
12.
Well,
I've seen that.
and the creature needs to... If the creature fails, then you are successful, right?
Yes, it's a. I don't remember what save it is.
It's versus
I think it-
spells and ones, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what are you trying to achieve? Like, you see the wolf is looking at you. You don't know, like, the wolf's state, if it's aggressive or curious or nervous.
I think at this point, regardless of what's happening, it's not seemingly running away from something, right?
No, it's
Okay.
what you
I think regardless if it's like trying to hunt us or trying to like investigate us, Ruin wants these guys to just leave.
Okay.
So he'll do the appropriate measures for that.
Okay, so you're trying to signal we are not food but we are also dangerous, so don't get
Yes.
close. So you're posturing.
Exactly.
You see the wolf like it moves a bit, and from behind the wolf also you see two more wolves.
I think I see a third one even.
Yeah, maybe there's a third one at the edge of your vision. Maybe, who knows exactly.
Yeah, might be.
It's hard to say. The
Think-
first wolf does seem to stop and not get closer anymore, but there's a few more of them that are also looking curiously in your direction.
I like whisper back to the group to like continue setting the fire to get something for fire, but then he continues doing his movements and like shouts and stuff of like essentially like as you would to scare away wild animals are going like hey doing noises at them.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay, those are some pretty good rolls for them.
They all pass.
Their save is a 16 at least. Ooh, okay. I guess they're pretty strong.
Yeah. Oh wait, do you have a modifier on this, right? Like your
And maybe.
is your modifier 1 or 2? Is the question.
Does the one wolf already stopping influence the other wolves?
Oh no. What's the ranger modifier? Is it 1 per turn?
Level by level.
By level?
Ooh,
Okay,
yeah.
so
Range level modifier. It's only a -1. If I was level 4, it might be a -2. But you might situationally call some of the things, like with the first one failing. If the first one was like the alpha, maybe it might have situational differences, but it's
Yeah.
totally up to you.
it wasn't.
Sad.
Yeah, all the other ones still passed their save. Yeah, but they don't seem to be getting closer. They like hover around a bit. Like the one that you intimidated, like he turns away, walks back out of your vision range. Whatever he's doing there. They keep walking around a bit. You keeping them? Are you still trying to like shoo them away? Are you changing anything in your behavior?
I don't
Is
think so.
anybody else doing something?
I'm just chilling by the fire,
Okay.
watching curiously.
Nia will at some point go back and like grab a large branch from the fire and put it out, like something like a torch.
Okay,
I'll
very
follow and
good.
do the same.
Walk over there.
I also have a torch with me. I'm following Nier's lead.
I might give the two some guidance on what to do. Like go there, go to the edge, start waving it a bit.
Another
But-
one disappears from your vision range. This one comes a bit closer. This one circles a bit. Are you trying to keep Kitty at bay?
Could you repeat the question?
Are you trying to keep Kitty behind you or anything? Or is Kitty up to do
Ooh.
whatever Kitty wants to do?
I don't think I have any sayings to the kitty right now. Kitty is fine as she is. She goes big.
No.
Okay, she's that's okay.
I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Kitty disappears from your vision. Doing kitty things.
That's fine.
Catch dog game.
Maybe I'll ask Wiglaf to go bring me another stick of fire as well. Maybe I get a few bonuses from that. Something.
So right now you can see 3 wolves.
Okay. 2 have disappeared.
2 are no longer in your vision. With the new fire stick, also this one disappears somewhere. This one disappears somewhere. Yeah. This one seems to be kind of well, things are changing size. That's bad. This one gets a bit closer. It seems to be. Yeah. Seems to be like the curious one of the group of wolves.
Yeah. I think even by now Ruben's like talking to them in Elven or something. Like, we have no troubles with you. You may go your ways, we shall go ours. Talking to the wolf, like a normal person.
Yeah, like
Like the
classic,
wolf would be a person.
classic ranger stuff. You also use
Exactly.
talking with Kitty, so why would the wolf not understand what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
I'll let the others know as well that at least one of them was probably maybe scared away, but then others might be circling us. So be on your guard just in case.
My back to nearest back.
The wolf keeps staring at you for a bit. And then, like, slowly, sideways, walks away from the camp.
Oh, it goes.
Double its size and disappears. Does not grow in double its size.
It was a werewolf all along,
Yeah, true.
and the talking worked.
Maybe something happened. Yeah. Sleep has been ruined.
Hmm.
Nobody sees any more wolves. Says I think they left.
It appears so. Usmar, Goffin, I am sorry if I woke you unintentionally. And he like scratches his head. So I originally thought there was more danger, but wolves can be fighting such a pack, even for a strong warrior, could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's fine.
At this moment, Reuven, you hear like a shriek of a dying animal close in the tree somewhere. The rest of the party hears it as well.
What kind of an animal?
Probably a bird.
Catch bird game, possibly.
And unsurprising, Kitty reappears with a surprisingly large bird in its mouth. And is very happy.
I congratulate Kitty on
It's
her
not
hunt.
an owl. It's a bird that you can hear while it's flying. Alright. Wolves are probably gone. The fire is going. For the wizards,
Uzma,
sleep has been ruined, so unless you want to do some crazy stuff, there's no spell learning today.
What do you mean crazy stuff?
Try to sleep again and try to still have a long sleep.
That would mean that I'd need 8 hours of consecutive sleep, right?
Yeah, maybe it's possible, maybe not.
Yeah, probably not.
No, Wiglaf, you keep your spells. You have already learned them. You're not a wizard. Okay, so Osma tries to convince the party to.
Sorry?
You try to convince the party to let you sleep in.
No, I don't think I'll be. I don't know how I feel like if you've slept already, it's hard to go sleep again.
Hmm.
Plus, I took. At what point of the watch is this? How many hours in are we?
6 hours.
6 hours. Oh, of sleep for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd need to go sleep for another 8 hours if I want
Probably,
spells.
yeah. It's probably not working. Right, it's
Yeah.
going to be light out and
We could try. I am truly sorry if I awoke you and now you do not have magic any longer. We could
No,
attempt.
it's fine. It's better to get woken up
dying.
than die in the middle of the night. But I don't know if we can really move forward towards our design goal for today.
Well, we can still go forward and find this thing.
Sure.
For now, and if we find it, we can just rest for an extra day. We brought more than enough extra rations with us just for cases like this when we
How
would
many do you
make.
have on you still?
I have 16 ration, 20 rations.
Okay, yeah. Then we're super fine. But I'll be absolutely useless in any circumstances today. I'm barely more useful than a farm worker right now.
I have seen what you can do with that club. You have knocked out many a goblin.
Yes.
Okay, so no more trying to sleep.
Nope. We
Breakfast
should probably.
and try to find the place.
I
Yeah,
think
maybe we should. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we should like take a nap or rest for a few hours until like daylight, and then start traveling.
It's
How
getting
far?
close to sun up.
Yeah, are we pretty close already?
Yeah.
I wonder if we should just like start traveling early and then try to get a early night's rest. Try to go to sleep fast, and then we can wake up super early next morning.
You want to go into the okay, like rise up at sunrise as well tomorrow.
Yeah, we could do that. Because that way we, uh, I think that's the most efficient use for time. Just wait here until the sun's starting to rise, and then head off and travel, and then try to go to sleep early.
Does Nia seem troubled by the fact that we would take one extra day?
No, she seems troubled, but she seemed troubled when you woke her up already, so.
Maybe we could benefit. Maybe we could all benefit from Nier's aura for the rest of this trip.
When we are traveling, I can stay away. That is fine.
Yep.
Well then, let us start making breakfast and setting out the camp.
So are you telling her to turn the aura back on?
Well, she has my blessings at least. I don't know about the others.
Coffin doesn't care. Wiglaf? Wiglaf is fine. Okay. So you let her know that during the day she can have it on, it's no problem, but during the night it would be appreciated if it's off.
I'm honestly fine with her keeping it on during the night.
No, then we have to discuss this
Yeah.
at night.
Next
Okay.
camp down.
So yeah, so she will like give a sigh of relief and do like the same ritual she did last night, and shortly after this you feel the by now the familiar non-feeling of emotions.
Once that kicks in, I go shake Corfin up in case he had started to sleep again.
Yeah, no, he's sitting around.
Yep.
Looking slightly annoyed, but no, not so annoyed anymore. We wanna catch a quick break?
Sure.
Quick toilet break, and alright, so be right back in 5 minutes.
Sounds great. Okay.
Brrrp. Tip, tip.
On the stream, you're standing there very ominously in the darkness.
I'm standing?
um,
I'm sitting. Oh,
sitting there.
true.
Very
I have the
ominously.
light off, yeah. I look great.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
He's back.
Everybody's back. Perfect. So let's continue. Morning time. Leo just had breakfast and closing down the camp, and we are heading back out into the hills.
Yash.
Yes. Alright, so first thing first. Obligatory. Can you wake up? No, everybody's awake. What? First thing, obligatory is perception checks from everyone.
Coolio?
Have we succeeded on a roll yet?
Don't think so.
It's a net 20 on Nier and a net 20 on Coffin. Okay. Alright. Cool story. How? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. And Nier even has enough perception. you all fail. Okay. None of you see this when it's happening, but Coffin and Nia will see it happen. Nia will look up in the sky, and also Coffin will both spot the griffin when he appears in the sky. And Nia will also see exactly where the griffin appears from. Basically having now a sort of an idea where the griffin's roost is. She will let you know that. And also that the griffin is in the sky, which is maybe information you would like to have.
Should be
Very
sticking
much.
under trees then, as much as possible. No, wait, it's Rocky Mountains at now, right? At the top.
Like where you're starting from now, it's still like, this is after you leave camp, basically.
Okay. Let's make sure that Griffin's out of
Yeah. So the
out of
griffin
sight
is like,
before.
it heads northwards into the open field again.
Awesome.
Probably doing something like the same route it took yesterday. Slowly circling out into the field, and then probably going to return in a few hours.
We'll try to keep that in mind then.
Yeah, good time, good opportunity to make some ground now.
Yeah. Also, so you're heading up the mountain, right? Do you have any like skills that would help you to mountaineer?
Anatomy.
That's a great skill.
Sorry.
That's a great skill.
Yep.
One of the best skills.
Well, there are throughout the history of the lands, there are wizards that prefer to live in mountains. I have an archaeology proficiency, so I've probably heard of these wizards.
Yeah, they like to use fly and levitate and spider climb a lot.
Yeah.
It's true. You have heard about these wizards. Coffin also does not have any skills. Nia does not have any skills that are helpful. Rufin, do you have any skills that are helpful?
Not really. Besides a high dexterity, direction sense, I guess. I'll make sure we are not like going very, very badly in the wrong direction.
All right.
But
so right now,
I
the
think-
only thing you know is like it's this direction. It's somewhere up the mountain. Are you trying to get there in the closest possible way and trying to just scale the mountainside somehow.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think Ruben would like to using his like direction sense to always be keeping like a good understanding of where we are. Would like to still get positioned like the safest and best route for us, as it seems none of us are any good at climbing,
Yeah.
and we're all wearing very very heavy equipment.
Yeah.
So, previously mentioned this as being quite a mountain with a pretty unsteep incline. So like a pretty smaller incline, and we're like,
Can still like keep walking up like this. Yeah.
so yeah,
Still
we would
grasslands
prefer.
of trees.
Yeah, so I think we want to go for the safest, if needed, longest route.
Alright, so how much of a detour are you willing to make? From where you are now, like you can either head up the mountain or you can head south or north on the mountainside to find a good place to head up.
I think ours is good as we considered like we have the whole day to get to where we need to be,
Yeah.
and we don't need to go to the dungeon this day, so we're fine with spending the entire day traveling.
I recommend going through south first, so that we're on the other side of the hill, so the griffin doesn't see us on its way back.
Seems like a good call.
Okay, so you head south, trying to find a better spot to walk up the mountain.
I think so.
Okay. Give me a.
Who's leading the party right now? Is it Nier or Ruben?
I think Reuven.
Probably, unless one of you like actively takes that up. I think Ruben pretty naturally just kind of steps forward to do that.
All right.
Yeah. So Reuven is like trying to lead the party. Nia is like keeping you informed in which direction the area is she has to go to. You walk southwards along the side of the mountain for a few hours before you indeed find something that seems to be a path up the mountain.
Does it seem like a suspicious path?
Is it suspicious that there seems to be a path up the mountain?
Does it seem like it's naturally occurring or like man-made? I'll even
It's
ask
hard to
Coffin. What does
Alright,
Coffin the miner think?
you have a dwarf and a gnome and a miner, right? So let's throw some d6s. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously there is like grass and earth over the path, but like you come at this point and there seems to be like a unnatural cliff that goes quite a direction along the mountainside, which makes this to seem a bit weird.
Would that? Do you consider that a sign that we're headed the right way?
I have no idea what you are considering this.
I'm posing the question to the party.
So Coffin like seems to be quite sure that something has doctored with the mountain.
Doug?
Doctored. Like this has definitely been. This is not a natural formation.
Okay.
I think that's good, right? I think
Maybe.
I think our original purpose for leaving for this place isn't to find natural creatures.
if you think about it, then we're going to some sort of man-made temple or something, right?
Yep.
Which means equipment and things must have been brought to that place. And if lots of things are brought there, would it not make a path, or would a path not be made?
I think there's a good omen.
Yeah. Coffin also seems to be kind of agreeing to this. If you're heading towards a man-made structure, then they would have to create a path, right? And this path could very well have been man-made. So
How far does it look? Is the path like straight or is it like curvy?
it follows the mountainside back northwards, upwards as well.
North up.
Yeah.
So okay, let me go get this straight. Um we came from like northwest. We went like southeast, right? And then the thing goes back northwest.
Yeah, so I'm just going to drag you away from this thing and quickly give you a tiny drawing if I find my thing here.
It's going like around the mountain
So you
and
were
not like
heading this
straight up.
way through the valley, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you headed like slightly up the mountain, and now you're finding a road that heads up the mountain this way. Okay.
Oh, are we on the middle one?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were on the rightmost one. Jesus Christ.
The big one.
Okay, but it's not like can you remove your things? It's going like around it like this, and it's not going like straight up like this.
No, it's like going around, so the incline is
Okay.
not too steep.
Okay. Yep. And how long at the so right now we're at the like eastern side of the mountain.
Southeast, yeah.
Okay, so somewhere like here-ish.
Yeah.
How long ago was it that the griffin left?
A few hours.
We haven't seen the griffin come back around.
No.
The other side. Where
Yeah, I don't know if we should Oh, and do we see the valley looking down here where we were earlier?
Yeah. We're like a few hundred feet above the valley by now.
Okay.
Also, you're getting closer to like the forest edge as well.
So we'll be out in the open when we're on the path.
Yeah, if you continue upwards with this path, you're pretty soon going to be out of the forest and heading into the rocky area.
It seems like we're bound to be spotted by the griffin if we try to climb this up. At least on its way back.
Unless you find the place that you have to go to before exiting to the mountainside.
Yep. I think what I recommend is following or I encourage debate to find the best solution. But on instinct, I feel like we should follow this path northeast, is it? But not cross the point where we're visible towards like north or Tarega. And then just kind of chill there. And maybe make the next trip like around the like north edge of the mountain during the night so that the griffin's asleep.
Or we could just wait until the griffin comes back and goes to his nest. We know where the Njar, you saw where the nest is as he steps within the
Yeah.
forearm.
She like points to one of the like the mountain is at the peak of the mountain basically. Like she points to like a certain direction on the peak.
The general direction on the. Okay, so we have to keep heading up. Like But we just wanted to try and, I guess, make sure we weren't going to get in the Griffin's purview.
Oh, that's
which I
like
guess-
where the griffin left in the morning. Like she points to where the griffin appeared from.
Oh,
the mountain,
okay,
which
so
is
the Griffin
probably the
appeared from
place where his nest is.
Oh,
And that place
From-
was on top of this middle mountain.
So from where we are, like our vantage point currently, if say the griffin comes back, while it was traveling, it would most likely see us while traveling on the path, right?
Yes.
We'd be out in the open.
It's most likely going to see you.
But if it was like staying where it came from, what we assume is the nest, do we think it would be able to see us while we travel?
Maybe.
Hmm.
so whenever we saw it leave the 3 hours ago,
A few hours. Yeah.
we did see it leave. Did we see it leaving the peak of the mountain, or did we see it
Yes.
just flying? Okay.
Like Nia
So-
saw where it appeared from the mountain, probably spotting the location of the nest, and then you saw it head northwards.
Okay, so we have like X amount of time to be heading up the mountain. Like, would we want to try and pick up our pace? If it's out hunting for food or something, we wouldn't want it to see us, right? But it's eventually going to see us anyway.
But it left 3 hours ago. And I think during our travels here, most of the things I remember someone mentioning something like this happens during 2 hours. So I think it's pretty soon going to be like looking towards us or looking towards this area, or already is on its way back to the nest. Because we've been traveling for 3 hours now, right?
A few hours.
So we've been traveling for a few hours, but we've seen the griffin 3 hours ago from the nest of wherever the peak is. However, that's probably where we need to go to, unless it's like some sort of cave in the mountain, as opposed to we have to get all the way to the top. So we're I
The
think it's
direction
gonna-
that Nia wants to go is not the direction of the nest of the griffin.
okay.
How far away is it from there?
Completely different direction.
But still like north side?
So
Still
the griffin's place is like on top of the mountain, like at the peak of the
Yeah.
mountain.
Yeah.
There's like some sort of cliff on one side where it appeared from.
You had
And
said that
the
Nia was
place you're
pointing.
heading to is basically seems to be on the north side of the mountain.
So somewhere on the north side of the mountain, but not at the top
Not
of it.
the north,
or
the
possible.
northeast side. Like
Okay, so we should be planning to get spotted by the griffin, but we hope we don't get spotted by the griffin, right?
No,
but let me.
I feel like we can try to get not spotted by the griffin.
So the griffin appeared from somewhere here, and Nia wants to go somewhere here.
okay.
I mean,
But
that's where we gotta go.
the road. You go, Broken.
Oh, I was just saying, if the path is leading us closer to our destination, hopefully, if that's what Nier's thinking, if she's comfortable with us going in this direction, then we can keep going until there might be some discrepancy in the direction in which we need to find where we need to go, right?
Are there any like indents in the mountain that I can see? Like along the road?
On
to the,
road.
like- Yeah, like in towards the mountain.
What do you mean with
Like a-
indents?
Like a
I'll
secret
try to.
door or something?
No, not like a secret door, but
Entrance?
like a little concave, or I think you guys call it convex.
Oh,
Divot.
you mean like a little
No,
dip in the
con-
mountain where like we could get out of
Yeah.
the open, right?
Yeah, where we could like hide.
I don't. I
You
see
don't
what-
see nothing from here, but also it's hard to spot anyways.
Okay.
Because like
And
there's an angle on the path that makes it
Sure.
impossible to look around.
yeah, but like looking at like the whole situation here, does it seem like the griffin can from its nest see the valley where we were fighting yesterday?
Probably
It
hunting
came
grounds,
into the
right?
valley.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
It came into the
yeah.
valley, found the bandits with us.
Yeah, but
You
I
saw
want
it
to.
leave in the like Nia spotted it leave its nest in the morning, so you can see the nest, like the entrance of the nest and the valley.
Okay.
Does it seem like it has a clear line of vision to the valley?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it seem like it has a clear line of vision to the path that we're walking?
Kind of, yeah.
So what I see currently, we could wait here at the edge of the forest. Where do we? Are we currently at the edge of the forest, DM?
You can
I thought we were on the path.
still walk
Let-
the path a bit.
Yeah, let's go until roughly the edge, and then we'll make an assessment.
Edge of the forest or edge of the path? What do you?
Edge
on
of the forest, where we still have cover.
So we're not on the path yet.
You can follow the path up the hill to the edge of the forest.
Oh, okay. So follow the path. Okay,
Wait,
good.
sorry, I'm lost now. We can follow the path
Yes.
to the edge of the forest.
The
Where-
path
where-
is like heading along the mountain, slightly upwards,
Yes.
and it's also heading in approximately
Oh.
the direction you want to go.
Wait,
Yeah.
so wait, so the path starts in the forest, not on the mountain.
I mean, everything's on the mountain, but like you're still
Yeah,
in the
oh,
forested area of the mountain.
Yeah. So the
one
path. Okay.
direction, one direction of the
Okay.
path is going in the direction we need to go. The other direction is going further toward the.
Yeah, I
Right.
my understanding was just that the path started on the like rocky area,
No,
but
no,
it's
you spotted
starting from.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
forest area still.
Well, then we'll head to our direction. Like clearly, we're not going to
Okay.
head toward the griffin. We're going to head toward the, the wherever we need to go.
Okay. Well, I guess we can go as far as the forest goes.
Yeah.
As long as there's good cover.
Yeah, you follow
And
this.
We'll keep an eye out for the griffin as we're moving still in the forest.
Yeah, at this point, I presume that other creatures are probably going to be a bit more rare. I don't think this is where a lot of things live. So I'm like prioritizing my awareness on the skies.
Wiglaf is going to try, if he can, to keep his eyes on the nest that he thought that Nier was talking about, where the griffin was going away from. Sort of like if the griffin lands, like if this is going to take hours from now, or if I'm not going to be able to see by the time the griffin does come back. And Wiglaf is probably thinking intuitively that if this is the griffin's hunting ground, we probably won't find a lot of prey, like smaller animals like deer or something, or other things that would probably naturally be around these areas.
True.
Yeah.
That's smart.
So he's not really as worried about like running into bears or running into other things, because the griffin is probably the alpha predator here.
Probably.
So so I guess he the best Wiglaf knows is he doesn't know how to fucking climb mountains. So he's just gonna hope that Nier's leading them in the right direction. So-
Rufin's still in front?
I think so. Yeah, he stays away from at least near.
So you are in front of the party, you're following what you assume is a path. Like, everything
Yeah.
tells you that this is a path. And you
Yep.
continue on your way. And after a few more hours, you will arrive at the edge of the forest, which is about the time that you can see the griffin returning from his trip northwards.
Does it have anything in its talons, or would we not be able to see that if it's too far away?
Pretty high, maybe.
Oh, okay, well, never mind. If it's too high,
You want to try to spot it?
with my I could give it a shot.
Don't try to make yourself super visible.
Well, I'm in the edge of the forest. I'm not like trying to like walk out and be
Okay.
like oogling
Just
at the.
Be in cover when you look over.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm not going out in the plains or the fields or anything to where I'm visibly like I would want the griffin to actively try to look for me, as opposed to just be like, oh yeah, they're right there.
Yep, awesome.
So, yeah, 23.
23. No, the griffin is not carrying anything.
Okay.
But it also doesn't seem to be flying back to its nest.
Oh,
Is it hovering around the peak?
So it's like
Like-
Yeah.
flying slightly
It's-
over this direction towards
it's probably
the
gonna
valley.
go to the valley. Yeah, because
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, yesterday it did the same thing where it didn't find any sufficient prey and then it just picked up a free body.
You can just went off with it.
Yeah.
I wonder the reason why it picked up the entirety of the body. So, like, how do we know about the diets of griffins? Like, what do they? I mean, I know they usually eat meat, obviously, but how much do they usually eat? Would you know this, Usmar? Like, information on griffins.
Did I get any information on their diets?
They are
consumed calories per day.
That's kind of what I'm looking for. Like, how much meat do they usually have to eat, like, generally, every day?
That probably eats quite a few creatures. Like, a griffin hunts a horse for food.
Okay, so gotcha. So would there be I'm trying to think. Would there be a reason for the griffin to hunt humans? Like, I mean, obviously, if it's hungry, it's going to hunt anything. But if it wasn't hungry, it just picked up. I'm
I think-
thinking one of the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I was just adding that it's probably gonna prefer like larger animals rather, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say if it had to choose, it probably. I mean, like, obviously there are no horses around. They take human or something. But okay, I'm just trying to think that maybe this griffin is not just the only griffin. But yeah.
So we should probably try to also, in addition to being in cover, also like stay low,
Mhm.
either like sitting or laying, so that when it like flies over, it has a short window where we're technically visible.
I guess I wouldn't have to worry about sitting or laying. I'm already tiny.
Oh, true.
Especially Corbin. So.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing I'd worry about is like the clanging of my metal armor. You know, like maybe that's going to be noisy enough for the griffin to hear, but I'm not sure.
Well, the griffin is heading towards the valley, and
Yeah.
as the griffin is passing over you, you're like at the edge of the forest, right? So now it's rocky terrain from here out. You can still make out like you can even make the path out better now that you crossed like like you can see it go around the hill. Here it seems way more worked than at lower paths, probably because there's no earth here to cover the things.
So it's pretty
and
open.
Also,
like,
yeah,
what?
Reuven, Kitty, pokes up behind you.
Okay. My companion, do you have anything? Did you see anything?
Weird noise.
Weird noise. What kind of noise?
As she points this out, like I assume you like try to hear what Kitty's hearing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You also hear like this slow grumbling sound.
Reuven will gesture to the party to like quiet down and like get down and like cover both from the griffin and whatever this thing is.
Is it
What
coming?
is it?
You said it's behind us, right? Or the cat is?
It's the kitties heard it first, so now it's hard to spot where it's coming from. It also
Gotcha.
seems like it's maybe like traveling from the ground. Like the sound is very weird. It's like a really low grumbling sound. That's
So yeah, Reuven does like a attention party signal with his hand, then like a palm to the ground gesture, then a quiet finger to the mouth gesture, and then like a tapping of the ear gesture.
Do I hear it?
Do we all hear this, or just?
as you like trying to concentrate on it, like Kitty
Reuven
heard it
did-
first because Kitty's very perceptive to these
Yeah.
sounds, but now everybody can like hear the sound.
Right, I'll note to my party. Need not worry. I think this is the living rocks. They shouldn't be out to kill us. Just don't agitate them.
Yeah.
Be careful around. Don't. I guess it's more important than ever to not fuck with rocks now.
Can I use a spell? I'm going to use.
You can use spells whenever you want to.
That's true. This spell it lasts for. No, God, no, it's not enough. I mean, I want sort of like. Yeah, never mind. I guess I won't use the spell. Never mind. Oh wait, no. Find traps. I want to use find traps. Is this like? Do I have to text something for that?
No,
Let me
I think find traps is just a concentration spell. Like
Yeah.
you look at what you want to find out if it's trapped or not.
I have to look. I have to I guess I have to like visualize like I'm looking at this specifically, or I'm looking in
you
this
cast
direction.
detect traps, and then you look at the direction, and if there's traps, it will light up.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast find traps, and I'm gonna look to see if along the edge of the forest there are any particular traps within my vision. Like looking, I guess, how many feet is it again? Fuck. I hate go. No, damn.
Oh yeah, I'm also trying to play low.
Oh my gosh.
Reuven is hiding
Why?
in the shadows and moving completely silently.
Oh boy. It's on my list. It's the second on the spell. Right.
You
Okay.
cast detects traps, remove it from your spell list, you see nothing.
Well, fuck me. Okay,
Just
cool.
going to quickly move through this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna go. It's gonna go. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't think creatures were going to be traps.
I thought that like if I don't know. I was trying to look for the description of the trap. I thought like if something is laying a trap for us, if the creature is the trap, would that be a trap, or is it just have to be an object?
They're just living rocks. It's chill.
Totally chill, just living rocks.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's just.
They only attack
they
for
speak, it would
68 damage, so who cares?
Yeah.
As I say, Wiglaf do some weird spell casting stuff. I remind him we're trying to stay hidden from the griffin.
That would be.
Yeah. The griffin is like you can't see it at the moment.
Yep, but I don't want it to see us from some weird angle, and then because fucking magic lights are being popped off.
There it is. Okay.
No magic lights are appearing. It's just Wiglaf's eyes turning to a strange color, and then
Yeah.
looks around, and then Lord have mercy. The eyes turn back to normal color, and he has not seen anything.
We should probably try to. This morning when the griffin left, what time did it leave ish?
So shortly after sun up.
Shortly after sun up.
Yeah.
So I suggest we go to bed early and try to wake up like significantly
sun up.
significantly before sun up, so that we can make it before the griffin wakes.
Ooh, okay. You wanna travel through the night?
Yep. I think this is one of those instances where it's more safe.
Well, Uzmar is. That is not really a problem for me, or I think either of our other companions here. But how would you travel? Your human eyes.
I'll just well, I guess I won't be lighting a torch. I'll have like a stick from the fire that we make, and I'll carry that. I'll carry a couple of sticks, and I mean it's shittier than torches, but we'll make a fire for the camp. I'll take a couple of wood pieces with me, with one of them lit, and then when it's about to run out, I try to light the next thing with the other, or with the lit wood stick. So you have like these shitty torches to give me some vision. But if there's a path that we're following, I should be fine. How wide is the path, by the way? Actually, probably should make sure of that earlier.
5 feet, 6 feet.
Okay, yeah, I'll just walk behind you guys and hug the wall.
How far behind us?
Not very far, like very close.
Like, well, I mean, if you're gonna be just close to us while Ruben's trying to sneak or hide or whatever, you're just gonna be torching him, right? Torching. Oh no, that sounded wrong. You're gonna be like lighting him up.
I don't think we're too worried about sneaking and hiding.
No. Oh, okay.
Not yes.
I think the time of our travel will be enough.
And then if we haven't reached our destination yet, we can just hide and wait until the griffin leaves, and then we'll have more time. Or I guess we could also wait until the next time the griffin goes out for hunting, but that would most likely use lots of hours.
Yeah, I think I think there's I feel like as long as we leave early, try to get significant ground covered um before sunup, we should be. I wonder if I could even use my lightstone.
So
Uh, that
Have you
seems
ever
very.
experimented with light stones? You haven't, right?
What do you mean?
Do you know how magical light works? Is the question.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen magical light from the distance?
Oh, I guess I haven't. Have I?
Have you, as a child, ever experimented with magical light?
I mean, I imagine that Reynard is so I don't have the light spell, so that would suggest that I haven't directly experimented with it myself. But Reynard is a shop owner, transmuter shop owner, so he probably is continual lighting stones. Like that's probably a significant part of his business. So maybe it came up at some point when Reynard was taking me out to see, probably not the bandit or hobgoblin areas, but some of these nature areas.
Give me an
It
check.
could have come up. Please.
Yeah, you. I think like having a transmuter shop owner, boss, farmer figure, the concept of magical light must have come up at some point. There's two different types of magical light. The light of a light spell works completely different to the light of a ever-burning log or something like this. Well, they technically don't exist. Magical light is a area effect and is not spread out of the area.
Yeah, but if you're like looking from further away into the area, does that area seem dark?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Well, that solves
With
that.
a continual darkness stone, if you're not inside of the continual darkness, it looks completely normal from outside.
Oh, that's actually huge. Are you sure it works like that?
It does in my decision world, yeah.
Okay. That's big.
Yeah, then we don't have to light campfires anymore for you to see.
I don't think that I don't think the point of the campfire is for me to see. I think it's to shoo off wildlife.
It didn't work that great with the wolves, but
We
sure.
didn't have a light for the wolves.
True.
Okay,
It
fine.
worked when the fire was back on. Didn't work when
Yeah.
it was off.
I guess you have a point. But yeah, then it solves all the troubles, right?
Yep.
That means we can travel through the night and you'll be fine.
Yep. We'll just try to go to sleep early.
So
What
we
time
thought
is
the rest of the day, right? We didn't just wake up, travel 3 hours, and then stick around at the edge of the forest, right?
Well, like right now, it's slightly after the sun has passed its highest point. So
Okay. I think we
So-
just
the edge of the
Probably
forest.
the
You
afternoon.
see the griffin returning to his nest. He is carrying something in one of his claws. Seems to have arms.
Yeah, I'm gonna get all the bandits. Free food.
See the griffin disappearing at the cliffside that he's heading to.
Probably hungry. Probably we're gonna leave this alone since it already has food. So I'd
Yep,
say
but-
we keep
But I don't have spells prepared, so I don't want to. Even if we make it to the place, we'd have to camp out in a really awkward spot. So I think
Maybe.
it's still better for us to rest here.
So we're gonna rest for over half a day.
Yep, we're gonna waste one day.
I mean,
Wow.
you can Coffin or Nier will like spread this idea that you can continue on, and then if you find the place, you at least know where it is, and then you still can go back down and rest in somewhere, unless you find a better place to rest on your path.
Oh, sure. So how long would we have? We'd have 2 hours to go forward and 2 hours to go back,
At least.
or do we have more time? Because I
Probably
still
more
want to go to sleep early,
Just traveling forward from our current point, right, would mean we might be spotted by the Griffin.
If the Griffin returns back to flying or decides that he wants to take a second trip, probably, yeah.
Wouldn't we think that, like, if an animal already has food at their disposal, why would they ever want to fight for it? Like, if it, I mean, I would guess the griffins are probably at least a little bit intelligent. Like, why fight us? Sure, they can probably get food, but they can get injured. They can just go back to the big ass pile of bodies just left there. So,
I mean,
fresh humans
the way-
probably taste better than dead humans.
And
guess
I
so.
think Kitty also, when playing Catchbird game, preferred live creatures.
Yeah, it could be a thing. Yeah, I think owls have that problem too. They only really like to go after live creatures and dead ones. But I don't know. I don't know how griffins.
Did we in the previous day see the Griffin go out again?
Yeah,
Right, because of our fight.
yeah. It came
Yeah.
to check out the fight. Yeah.
So we're not sure. Now's our decision. Do we want to stay here or go forward, hoping that the Griffin doesn't do the second round?
I feel like since we're so stocked up on rations, it's better to just stay here. Even if it was the case that tomorrow we could like see the place where we have to go, but we're unsure if we're gonna be able to make it in time. We could even then turn back and rest for one more day since we're so stocked up on rations.
Yeah, we're killing them. I mean, I'll say, hey, I'm looking at Susan. Did you get your stuff in the corner? And let me tell you something.
I mean,
I am in agreement with that.
So you want to make early camp and then
Travel through the night.
you always can take only 2 watches, you know, so you don't have to take watch for 12 hours.
Wait, what?
5, 6, 9. What? How long do you take watch usually?
Your split is what?
That was
3, 4, 3.
Oh, 3, 4.
Yeah, 3, 4, 3. Yeah. So you could technically only take 3 and 4. Skip the third watch. Have the people who have to memorize spells sleep through the night, and the others take a watch.
Wait, could we do that?
You can do whatever you want to do.
Wait, sorry. 3, 4? But that would mean that Reuven would be on like 3 hours of sleep. And if we have time to waste around, we were gonna go to sleep like super early anyway.
Yeah, just saying there's multiple options to solve the
Yeah.
problem.
If we rest while already being rested, that doesn't do anything to mess up our rest, right?
Sorry?
Mess up your what?
If we're already rested and we rest while already being rested, that doesn't mess anything up. It's just another rest, right?
Yes.
I mean, if we try to go to sleep immediately after just waking up, it's probably gonna be pretty hard to impossible. But I feel like enough time has passed.
Yeah, like we've traveled for 6, 7, like at least 5, 6 hours. We got woken up.
I've been under the impression we've been traveling for 3 or 4 hours. I must be losing the track of time or something because I've been trying to listen. Like, okay, so this griffin we
Yeah,
saw
it's
3
been
hours ago.
More than
But then-
4 hours, less than 8 hours. It's
Okay,
hard
so
to
like,
keep
okay,
track exactly of time without watches, so
I mean, we can look at the sun position and get like an approximate.
It's afternoon,
yeah.
right?
Oh,
After
well, I thought he said it was like he said that the sun is at its least peak. I'm sorry,
it has
after
passed its peak.
half past the peak. So
And we left as like the sun was just rising.
Yeah.
Because she ain't
yeah,
got more.
okay, in that case, yeah, then I must because we were talking for a long ass time, and I'm like, okay, I guess we were just traveling for that amount of time. Anyway, all right, that's fine. I guess we'll rest again. Let me be myself again.
So you find a nice camping spot let's return to the same camp we had the day before, so it's easier. Now we are higher up the mountain, but why is this so zoomed in? Okay, what the fuck. Alright. High up the mountain, but still kind of the same camping spot area. And I guess you're just wasting time now, right?
Wasting time until I can sleep.
That's what they wanted to do.
Okay. I mean, you still keep on hearing this rumbling sound. It almost seems to be somewhat melodic in its nature.
Nice.
As melodic as low rumbling sound can be. Yeah. You can waste your time a bit more.
Yeah, until we feel like we can go to sleep. I think that's the point.
Yeah. You.
Yeah, this is I guess the time we rest and then we get up during the nighttime, like 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, or was it 5, 6?
I can brush mine just because.
Yeah. Is anybody looking for anything specifically? Or are you just like sitting around wasting
My
time?
trap spell didn't work. Well, it worked. I just didn't find anything, and I don't. I guess I'll try and detect no alignment. I want to look right at Nier,
usually just brush them like.
and I'm going to detect that.
You detect nothing.
Okay, all right, nothing. She's not paying any attention to me, right?
No.
I'm going to detect mind read. Or I'm going to use mind read.
Mind read.
Yep, on her. She has to make a save, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
If she passes the save, she knows that you were trying to do something.
Yep, she's not answering my questions. I'm gonna get them. Sensitive version of the widget spell ESP. Useless that the creature's thoughts would depend on the intelligence of the subject. Or creature agree with the thoughts of an animal. He probably receive only a compete on emotions and instincts. Even on how intelligence. Part of the interrogation.
You cast your spell and
This is not an interrogation, by the way. So this says specifically if mind read is used as a part of interrogation, an intelligent and wary subject receives a saving throw with a -2 penalty. If successful, the creature resists the spell's effects, and the priest learns no information. If saves failed, the priest may learn additional information according to the DM's ruling.
yeah.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
She
I don't think
passes
they
her
get-
saving throw and looks up and
Some I hope it don't burn you up for people. I didn't even think about it.
turns her head, looking at a group of assorted spellcasters.
I'm in the
Sorry.
tent already. Don't look at me.
Look at me.
Yeah, technically Wiglof's the only spellcaster who's not in a tent, so
Well, that and I think she would know exactly who casted the spell if it failed, right?
probably.
Oh, maybe that's a 5e thing. I thought that was. Yeah, mind read will always reveal the kind of creature being probed, although the identity may be couched in the creature's own language, possibly distorted by the imbecility. Okay, I guess it didn't say who does it. I have to reread this.
She like looks around, sees only one spellcaster sitting around, and
I mean, I have to
It's
like pay
like-
attention directly to her, so yeah, she knows it was me that did it.
yeah, and says, "What?
You're a bit of an enigma to me, and I wanted to learn more. And you have a tendency to keep your questions to yourself, or answers to yourself, close to your hip, so to speak." I
You
was
see
just
her
curious.
like mumbling something to her."
I'll get back to the
saving
fire.
throw as a spell.
Oh yeah. What would my say? Hold on. Right. This is 15. So under 15? Is it D20? Whoop. 9.
showed up, disappeared, and showed up there. Okay.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause she's
It's
got
like a Mexican
cancer.
standoff. Hold on, let me
She
mute
went
myself
off
just a
me.
moment.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks at you like, If you have questions, you can ask me. You don't have to try to probe my mind.
Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm back.
You can... What?
I just said I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. If you have questions, you can always ask me.
Yeah, I got the name. My freaking notes. Oh my gosh, I need to put notes on the computer. I mostly just wanted to think, just what is she thinking about? Like, I guess I'll just ask, like, what exactly do you think about all day? Like, why is it that this aura protects you from your own emotions that seem to be out of control when you aren't using it? Why is it that you're so dead set on going after undead specifically? What is it about them that makes them, that makes it your mission? Are you punished in a way, or does it feel like more of a blessing?
To me, it feels like a blessing. And I'm just paying for it, I guess. I have been blessed by my deity, and for this I owe it my gratitude.
And another thing, we don't even need that.
And therefore I follow its biddings.
What does this deity say anything about me?
Well, do it. Get her
Does it ever
gifted.
speak about me, or
We're going
not
to
acknowledge my
maybe a Fitzgerald.
mannerisms, or even my deity? Does it know of mine? I don't know if I've asked that question already, but I've totally forgotten.
Yeah. One would assume so, but I don't get any information about you. I don't need to get any information about you. I've been on this path for a bit longer than you have, so I guess I have a better grasp on what is happening. But other than that,
This is just Wiglaf thinking in his head. Does she know about his turn undead ability, particularly of taking control of the undead, fight for him, or does she not know? Or I guess if she did know that I could do that, or is this like something that any priest can do?
who knows what priests can do?
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, Wiglaf is just super curious about like her deity, like her mission and everything. Like, why is it different than his? Like, even though they seem, why doesn't he have this aura around him? If there is some sort of aura, he's just a curious dwarf. It's really like being a bit chaotic right now, like probing into people's minds.
Is there
Yeah.
anything else you wanted to ask?
Where did you get that sword of yours? The one that was the obsidian sword.
She like touches the hilt of the sword and looks in the distance. She pulls the sword out and says, I got this as a gift.
Who gave it to you? A lover? Family member? Your deity? Your voice?
My deity.
Wiglaf feels a little left out. He didn't get a cool looking weapon. Just kidding. Yeah. immediately he feels a little demasculated, just a little bit. He's like, oh, my God. Anyway, he shakes the thought. You know, he probably doesn't feel demasculated. He probably doesn't feel anything at all because the aura thing is.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah.
An aura as well.
Yeah. The aura's off. Yeah.
She like shows you the sword and says, I assume this. And you can see like on the sword there's like some sort of scripture, but you
Mhm.
can't read it. And she says, I assume there's some old language, or maybe the language of the gods. Who knows?
Can I touch? Am I allowed to? I guess I ask her. I kind of put my hands up toward the sword just to see if anything happens. Can I touch the blade? Not the sharp end, obviously. Just the dull.
You can touch the blade. She doesn't like pull it back.
And I kind of slide my hand down toward the hilt. I'm like, may I? I am a soldier after all. I might know a little something about swords.
Oh yeah, she hands you the sword.
Is it weighty? Does it feel light? Does it feel heavy?
It's surprisingly light.
I'm gonna back up a little ways, swing it around a bit. Do a few drills that I remember from my academy days, and then hand it back to her. Hilt first.
Do you like a few swings and then you give it?
Yeah,
back,
just
or
like
do
a
you,
few, just a
swing
few
for
like
few
parrying
minutes?
swings. Probably what I learned during the barracks camp whenever I was a bit younger.
Okay, so you
Maybe.
just give a few swings and like judge the weight of the blade and then
Mhm.
give it back to her.
I don't think I have any. I don't think I can do anything to like read the runes or whatever it is. Like
You can
language
look
that
at it.
might be on. I guess I could look at it. Like I guess I could concentrate on it. I guess I'm gonna see if I recognize any of the symbols. Do any of them look like my obsidian little thing?
No,
Or is it more like in a language? Like you said,
this seems to be like a language.
gotcha. Can I put the? Can I test the balance of the sword? Can I put the? I think it's you put the hilt like the blade closer to the hilt, like on the tip of your finger or your finger, and see if it balances. Like I guess it's supposed to balance like right in the middle if it's like extremely balanced.
Oh, this seems to be a perfectly balanced sword.
Okay, yeah, I'll just hand it back to her hilt first. Obviously,
She
that's
takes it
a
back.
fine weapon you have there.
Yes, it has helped me on my quest. On my quest.
How many? Sorry, go ahead.
She just said on my quest
Oh,
questioning.
okay. How many undead have you slain with this sword of yours?
A few. You know, swords aren't the most effective weapon against skeletons, so. But then again, it's hard to say. How many undeads have you slain?
None, actually. I haven't met any, as far as I know. And if I did meet them, I wouldn't know because well, yeah, I wouldn't know. I have ways of knowing, but they've all failed. So the times that I've tried to find out who they were, whoever they were.
Well, I guess you will get your chance. Removing a few lost souls from this plane. Actually,
Did
like
I?
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say, did I show her my holy symbol?
Yeah, the first time you met her.
Did she show her hers? Show me
Yes.
hers. What was it that hers looked like? I know I saw the tree, the Christmas tree one. The guy back in the bay, but what was hers? What did hers look like?
Hers is like a shard of obsidian.
Okay. Okay, so it's
Has
just a
like
shard.
a
It's not like the
peculiar
bone and
form, but it's not like something easily recognizable.
okay. All right. I guess my questions are over, unless of course I'm just not picking up anything. That should be important.
No, she just kind of answers your questions, but doesn't seem interested in continuing the conversation.
Yeah. I get that a lot. I'll go back and take the fire.
Anything else the party wants to do, or are we heading into night?
Before going to sleep, Ruben probably not as tired as some of the rest of them as he used to traveling. So he lets out some steam by getting acquainted with a new sword, similarly to what Wiglaf was doing deep into the forest. Ruben's swinging around a new fancy sword.
Yeah, it's new, it's fancy, and it seems to be at least of the same quality as your swords have been.
Okay. It probably going to do some practice swings on some branches, some trees.
Yeah.
Does it cut well?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you would expect from a sword.
He probably just gets used to the weight of it and practices and
Yeah, like the balance is definitely different from your elven swords, right?
But yeah. So yeah, he tries to combine it into his moves and get used to fighting with it.
Yeah, great idea. Okay, then it's nighttime. How are you doing watches? Is it like the second the sun disappears behind the mountain, because it will disappear behind the mountain before it usually would get dark?
I'll watch.
And if we have a tent, we could even go sleep earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can go to sleep really early. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll watch first. That's how I usually do, unless
Yeah.
No, wait. Sorry. Oh yeah, because I can't even use the rock with our plan, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Actually, before we go to
What do
sleep,
you think the rock does?
yeah, before we go to sleep, I asked Corfin, have you ever tried infusing the rock with any magic just before sunrise?
I don't think so.
Right. Well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
I never gave you a real answer on what happened, right? We had this one experiment with Featherfall.
Yep.
Or Spider Climb or something.
Well, one experiment, yeah, it was Featherfall or Spider Climb, and then the Mount. But I've never tried to cast in the morning. But it doesn't matter because I'm not willing to take the risks. I'm gonna have to kind of waste a spell slot anyway. So we'll see.
Okay.
Are we still throwing 3 watches?
Yep, because we can go to sleep as early as possible, or as early as we want. So might as well just take the full rest.
So the wizards go to sleep as early as possible.
Yep.
I guess Ruben will as well, as he's back from his training, tired, sweaty.
So first watch is priest watch.
I sleep in this corner so that I can.
Yep. Guess I'll roll my watch. Okay, hold on. There we go. Let's go check. Perception. Oop, that's not perception. Yeah, I'll just roll it. Ooh.
Don't exist here, so whatever. The only thing you hear through the night, the rumbling seems to continue without end.
You said it was rhythmic before, right?
Melodic.
Melodic. Okay.
Very weird, like the sound of a. Think of the singing of a whale. It's kind of melodic, but in a very different form than our music is.
There aren't any. Okay. So it's very melodic. Yeah, I guess Wiglaf will just think about it, like as he's checking around. Like most, he's just kind of contemplating on like what exactly is it? You know, is this supposed to be dangerous? Is it supposed to be soothing? You know, he doesn't really know. So he's just gonna just keep looking around.
Yeah. Nothing else appears anywhere, so we can skip to second watch.
All right, I'll go wake up Reuben.
Yeah.
Duke. Yeah, kick you in the boot. The boot, not the butt. That's not. Hey, it's your turn. That weird melodic sound is still around, so just be careful. Be alert.
I see. Thank you. I shall keep it in mind.
Yeah, give me a perception check as well.
Cool. If I'm climbing to the top of the tree, does the aura still affect me?
Which tree?
Like the tallest tree near us of these three in our camp.
Any point in the square, in the alarm ring, will still be in the range.
Okay. So
then y-axis changed anything?
Slightly.
but if I was like on the branches here, I wouldn't be?
It's still too close.
Okay. Then I guess Reuben can only grumble and stay in this muted state for now.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe that's a spell. I feel so called out. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, our old perception 23.
Let's see.
Oh, do we have the fire on still?
Do you?
Did the others have it on?
I think Nia would have kept it on, yeah. Unless you told her to not.
I guess I'll probably Reuben will like somewhat like dampen it, so it's not a full on fire anymore.
Yeah. Okay. What did you roll? You rolled a 23. Kitty rolls less than a 23, I think. This does not work. Does Kitty roll? 21. Okay. Oh yeah, so both of you kind of hear this grumbling sound, and then also somewhere downwards from where you are, again, like the howling noise of wolves.
Reuben will go and like slightly sigh and slightly back up the fire again from the smoldering like embers it was before, and puts more wood on. But keeps on.
Okay. Any specific precautions you want to take? Like the sounds coming from the southeast, basically.
Okay. It moves, takes like a look, keeps a lookout on it. Maybe also is like the companion. Let's make sure that these dogs don't bother our friends. Let's keep an eye out.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll light up the fire once again. Maybe get ready some torches with it. This time even maybe that gets better. Do we have some like unused cloths?
What?
I guess not.
Unused what?
Like burning materials.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So where are you staying in the camp? Where you are right now?
Ooh. You said before, like if I go up, it probably doesn't help very much, but yeah, I'll stay here where I am currently, so I have a good view on this area, and then I'll trust Kitty to this area.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. There's a light, like call for Kitty to go by my side as I pick up some torches from this and go forward and do a hi, do some
Give me
shouts.
a second perception check.
Okay.
Good enough. You're pretty sure that this is the same wolf that sticked around last night and was very curious. As you like swing the torch, like he backs up a bit, but he keeps staying close. Also, like the wolf doesn't seem to be in the best of shapes.
Huh. As seeing this, Rumen's head kind of turns, and she slowly puts down the fire and takes a few steps forward, acting more less aggressive now and more like friendly, and showing like friendly gestures and trying to.
Yeah. Do you want to like read the wolf?
Yeah, if possible.
Yeah, you can always read natural animals, right? It's like you arrange a kit.
I think so, probably. Well, I don't have any kits. Kits are like
No, I mean like you have two possibilities with your animal empathy thing. The one is to assess the state of the animal, like what's its currently, like is it trying to attack me, is it frightened, is it trying to be friendly, and the second is to change its state. So you can always like use your animal empathy to find out whether or not the animal is trying to attack you or trying to not attack you, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Sadly, the wolf passed his saving throw.
Okay, that's fine. I think he doesn't.
But like description-wise, it's still like he has like his head low. He's like showing his teeth, but also he's not like attacking you, which is maybe giving up something for you. Seems to be not in the best shape. Kind of skinny.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I think then Ruben stays for now. It doesn't approach further, but he's kind of squats down and looks at him, keeping just having a staring at the wolf while the wolf stares at him.
If only there was a crazy dwarf that can make friends with him. Just kidding. I won't do with it. Yeah. I'll even grab the
At
dude.
some like random points in time, you also see like some of the other wolves like step in your vision range and disappear again. There seem to be more wolves around, but like this one, it's like getting surprisingly close and not attacking you.
Reuven is very intrigued by this. Will remain the status quo and won't do anything aggressive or bad. But also, I don't think he probably doesn't reach out any food or something. He just remains on, looking, as long as there doesn't appear any aggressive moves. And I'll talk to the cat as the cat approaches. And essentially describe what I'm seeing to the cat.
Yeah, a cat also says, "Doggy look hungry. Doggy not food. I think." Wolf like backs up when the cat comes closer. Also, like,
I wonder if you've seen my doggy now. Anyway. A little bit
Indeed, my companion. It seems they haven't eaten.
different.
What do we think we should do? What do you think we should do, my companion?
I like food.
Would you like to hunt some food for them?
Go hunt? No.
Or should we just give them some food? I don't know if we have enough food for all of them. There's many of them. As Reuben remains the stalemate with the wolves. They are poor creatures living in the lands of this griffin. Seems most of their food is taken from them. Or in this forest domain, DM, could I make my survival thingy and like try to ascertain if that is the reason for why these wolves would seem so hungry or so thin?
I mean, you saw very few animals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, birds. The cat caught a bird, but other than this, like, you have not seen any. Yeah, give me a survival check. See if you spotted anything else.
This is just with pure willpower for now.
Yeah, it's kind of like you picked up on the fact that there's not many larger animals around. Like, you didn't see any natural marks of, like, deer or anything. So these wolves are probably kind of fucked by being in the hunting grounds of the griffin. It's a possibility.
Is this but is this still like natural? Is like the griffin still a natural being? Do I consider it that, or do I think it's like being a obstruction to the natural way of life that should happen in this environment? Or is it the griffin just? Is this just how it's
Is it
going?
working ecosystem of the area is what you meant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so could I ascertain if the griffin would be like a obstruction of the ecosystem, or is the griffin just a part of the ecosystem? And this is just the way it works here. Like for me as a ranger,
griffins are a part of the ecosystems, but also griffins are pretty large.
Mhm.
So if they like hunt anything that is larger than a rabbit, so any creature that relies on getting larger creatures as food, it's probably fucked after a while.
Okay.
You haven't like dealt with griffins before, so there's not really much you know about them. Like, your first guess would be that like there's a good chance that these wolves are kind of fucked because of the griffins. Or maybe they got kicked out from the pack and now they have to hunt here where nobody else of the wolves wants to be. That's like hard to tell. If the griffin was here first and all the wolves were here first, who knows?
Yeah. Okay. I think this is now something that Ruin picks up on and marks on his head to see and definitely something he would like to inquire further about later, and see if which one of them came first, and what is the natural way.
So at some point, like Dim Wolf disappears again.
Ruben probably continues like talking with the cat about it and how it's some natural way of life. But maybe we can help them if we one day take care of the griffin. But we don't know yet if we want to do that.
Oh, that's the only thing that happens during your watch. You can wake up the wizards.
I shall do so.
Amen, brother.
I'm assuming we already were used to this. Reuven stands, like, goes out again and sits down again, waiting for you guys to get spells ready. He can't
Yep.
go to sleep yet.
Yeah.
Coffin wants to know if he should learn Featherfall and what else.
If you could keep a copy of Featherfall and enlarged, that would probably be good. Other than that, it's up to you. I just realized now that I'm not able to keep it all.
Okay. Coffin currently has Mount memorized for specific reasons, and
Oh, that's smart.
should he get rid of it and learn something else, or keep it?
Yeah, probably just get rid of it. I suggest you botch the
Yeah.
casting though. Don't let
Just
someone just...
has some horse hairs disappear in his fingers and then breaks the spell.
I throw some colored sand through the fireplace.
Burn a color spray.
Yeah. I guess I don't need Bouncer. Then I toss a detect magic on the rock and prepare my spells.
Okay. Alright. Coffin is done after 20 minutes.
It's gonna take me 30 minutes, 40 minutes, because I need to cast into the rock.
After Coffin is done, Reuven will like wave at him and go to sleep, or say of like, I have been quite tired of recent. Could hopefully you guys could give me an extra hour or so of sleep while we are in this situation. I should be ready to fight. Oh, tomorrow is possibly a dangerous time for us. And goes to sleep.
I think to myself, what time were we supposed to wake up? Like, what were we planning on? 6 a.m., 5 a.m.?
Something like this, yeah. You probably went to sleep at 7 p.m., so 10 hours from then, it's 3 a.m.
Okay, so I guess 4 a.m. would be the time that we wake up Reuben.
Yeah. So you can like have him sleep for a few more hours than necessary and still head out before sunup.
Yep.
Great. Give him a perception check.
Oh, also, I wanna, with the magic rock thing, I wanna kind of scan around the thing. So maybe I don't get a perception check. I'm kind of slow. Or how long does it take me to scan? Because I want to scan just some random area. I'll just scan one. No, I'll just scan for 1 minute, so I can still probably make my perception
I mean,
check.
with the rock, you can keep scanning whatever you want to.
Yeah. So I'll scan a 60-degree arc in front of me.
But it takes you 1 minute, so.
Yep.
There's nothing in front of you.
And then that's my perception after the minute.
Yeah. The low rumbling continues. You still hear it. Are you like trying to scan, like look at anything else with the detect magic on? Or?
I'm unsure if the rocks want to be scanned. I don't know if they care, maybe not, but I mean, I know they're magical. I don't need to risk it, so I just don't bother.
Okay. Nothing else of interest for you. Okay, just whatever. um. Let's see if Reuven didn't tell you about the wolves, right? So. No
I
reason-
totally
no
forgot
reason to
about
be
that. Yeah. So I guess Ruben totally forgot about it as well.
No reason to be worried. Luckily, they don't reappear. Maybe they don't reappear. Maybe they do, and you don't notice them. Yeah. So, do you have the rock in your hand, or do you put it back in your pouch?
Put it back in my pouch.
Okay. All right. So you can sit around for a few hours. Nothing interesting is happening. You can hear the singing of the rocks in the distance. At like some point it stops. But nothing else seems to happen.
Nice. Right. 5 a.m. ish. Probably pretty hard to tell.
Yeah, pretty hard.
There's
What I
no
feel-
moon, right?
But I try to play it on the safe side, so I give Ruben the rest that he asked for.
Yeah.
And then I
So-
go.
Probably the second you see like the horizon get a bit lighter, you can wake him up.
Wouldn't I wake him up earlier? This is just in real life. I don't know how it works, but I feel like probably want to wake him up earlier, right?
I mean, once the
Yeah, we got-
horizon starts to light up, you have 2 hours before the sun is really out.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, sure.
There's no light pollution of the sky, so you see it really early.
Yep. I consider doing the lightstone trick, but I don't want to agitate anyone now. Does Nier have the aura on?
Yes.
Okay, well then yeah, fuck it. I pull out my lightstone. It's
You
probably
put the lights
objectively
on,
the best way to wake everyone up.
you light up everything and wake the rest of the party. The priests have to memorize spells, which is in this case only Wiglaf, who takes a few more minutes to memorize spells. How many minutes, Wiglaf?
Oh, true. Could I have? Because I saw him cast some magic while we were waiting. Could I have woken up earlier?
It's hard to say when earlier is.
Oh, I guess yeah, sure.
So is it? I think it's 10 minutes per spell, so it's like 40 minutes.
Per spell level.
Oh, 40 minutes is a lot.
Oh, for first spell. Okay, that's 20, 40, 6. Wow, an hour.
No, wait. Can you? Is there any spells that you can skip?
Why would I want to skip spells?
But
I mean, I skip a lot.
Yeah.
I skip a lot of spells anyway.
sorry.
I skip a lot of spells that I don't cast anyway, so I figured I just use the ones that I use and put in another spell I wanted to use in that place.
But our whole plan is kind of to go early.
Do we know at what point is sunrise, or like even out of character? What time is sunrise?
2 hours from when you get woken up.
But like in like hours. Like we know we
Oh.
went to sleep at like 7 p.m. What time is sunrise?
7 a.m.
Okay, that's like 12 hours. I'd imagine like we'd wake before, or would you say we were tired enough? We'll sleep if not awake, then we'll sleep through the 12 hours.
No, you're getting
Oh,
woken
yeah.
up at 5 a.m.
Oh no, but Wiglaf should have woken up automatically earlier, right? Through like just having have slept long enough.
But he was on first watch.
Yeah.
I was
So-
on first watch, yeah,
so
so
at
I'd be
this point
sleeping
he
for
has slept for 3 hours. 4 hours.
Wait, what?
You know, like he usually like you sleep for 8 hours in D&D.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Oh yeah. You're right.
So yeah.
I don't know if we
he will
can.
wake. He goes to sleep at 10 p.m. So he wakes up at 6 a.m. from natural causes.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
But we'd wake
everybody
him
up
at 5.
at 5.
Oh, so
It's
you,
just-
if you wake me up an hour early, I don't get to get the
Yeah,
get
but
the
I
spell.
don't know when the hour earlier is.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But we can't. I don't. I mean, because the whole plan kind of revolves around going early. It
Yeah.
kind of feels
So
like
Well,
a
we
waste.
can
2
always-
hours before the sun starts appearing, and so probably 4 hours before the griffin leaves his nest.
I
think
thought
Can you what can you prepare with 30 minutes? Can you get
well,
good?
I thought the whole point was that we rested earlier so we could leave earlier. So
Exactly.
I think it's fine. I think we can find within 3 hours. We can find the spot. If
Okay.
by 3 hours we haven't found the dungeon, I bet we could find a place to escape from the eyes of the animal of the
Okay.
griffin. But I guess this is kind of out of character, or in character, I guess as well, because we're discussing this as we're waking.
I mean, I think in character we don't. I guess we've seen Wiglaf prepare spells a couple of times. I don't know how good of a concept we have of it in character.
It seems to be the same as yours. That's the concept you have.
Yeah, I guess.
With the difference that you need your book and you need to study, and he needs to sit and pray.
if we have to leave now, I could just shave off a few of my spells from that list, right?
I would rather Wiglaf is full strength
Okay.
than
Okay.
That's a strong word. uh, if we took like the hour, just an hour extra, like we just travel a whole hour, like we're still technically traveling earlier than we usually do, right? We just be
Yeah, just prepare spells. I think it's fine. Whatever. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I just thought that I was preparing my spells again while I was on watch, and then just sleeping through the rest of it, and then waking up and
No, because you took first watch.
yeah, like before everybody went to sleep, right?
Yeah, so you can prepare spells then during watch.
No, I mean, the reason why I could prepare spells whenever because I take the first watch. Whenever I wake up, I can prepare. Oh, I get it. You did. I get it. You didn't want me to prepare the spells when I woke up in the morning, right? Because I wouldn't. We were leaving earlier.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Oh, well
Just
then fuck
it's
me.
fine.
I guess I'm fucked. I'll just take.
No,
No,
it's
no,
fine, it's fine.
we already discussed it, Broken. You're
Okay,
learning
fine.
all your spells.
All right. All right.
How many spell levels do you take?
3 second level and 4 first. Oh wait, no. I only took 1, 2, 3, 4 spells.
Okay, so 1 hour.
2
Did
second
you
level.
cast that many spells?
Huh? I can cast up to 7 spells, but I have 3 first. I can have 3 second level and 4 first level.
But the day before, you only didn't. How many spells did you cast?
I casted the cure wounds. I'm sorry, cure light wounds, cure moderate wounds, and find
No, but
traps.
you prepared after that.
No, you only
There weren't-
casted find.
Find
Oh,
traps.
oh, I get it. Find traps.
Read mind.
Read mind.
Read mind. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that was it. Oh, that's right. So I'm just filling in the spell slots. If I get that's right.
So 40,
40
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah. All right.
Which is already pretty close to what Usma wanted. So
Yep.
All right. So spells
we
are
go.
prepared and you head out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lightstone out in the open or in my
Out
pouch,
in your pouch.
in my loose
Looking at
pouch.
Everything around you. Perfect vision for you. One thing the Lightstone does is it makes it hard for the people with infravision to see outside of the range of the Lightstone.
And how big is the range of the light zone?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Jesus.
Are we 65 feet away in front of the party?
So
Like
you're
roughly?
outside of the Lightstone range.
Like just out, yeah.
I don't think I can do that right on the door. So like if I was, I mean, if I was like outside of the lightstone thing.
I mean, we're all moving at the
I mean, I
same
guess it
speed.
won't matter if it's
Yeah.
if you can see and I can't, or I guess I could see it.
I mean, you could still see. You could just see at normal light.
Yeah, you can see.
You can see
better.
better in Lightstone.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that's not how torches work, right? Like if you can see as good as you can with the torch, but anything after that starts getting worse.
Infravision doesn't give you as good vision as daylight vision, and light vision gives you daylight vision.
I see. No, I meant like at night. I mean, obviously a light stone's going to give me better vision at night, but anything outside of that, like, it would just be anyway. It's fine. let's go. We're just gonna go.
Yeah. Okay. So you continue up the path. Nia kind of seems to be okay with the direction, and it's starting to get light outside, so you can put your lights on back in your bag.
You can re-zip it.
I think while we're on the road, we take a good hoof because Uzma was pretty worried, and I guess Ruben was as well about the griffin. So we like take a good hoof it up
Right.
the mountain.
Yeah. So you try to push yourself. No breaks in the morning. No second breakfast. And you continue on until Nia lets you know that you're getting. It's this direction, and the path seems to come to an end, so must be here somewhere.
Okay.
Oh, when you say here somewhere, do you mean like within like a couple of 100 meters, or like
Yeah.
like right now here?
Like Nia only has the direction, like she can tell you it's this
Okay.
direction. And
But if it's very close, she can do the thing of just like moving slightly away, and
Yep.
if it's very close,
yeah, this is how she notices that she's really close. Because
Yep.
the angle starts to move really quickly.
And when she notices this is as the sun is rising ish.
Shortly after the sun has risen.
What do you mean shortly after? Can I get minutes?
No. The sun has risen. You continue on. And as the sun is now clearly in the sky, she comes to this conclusion.
could you describe the area where we ended up at the end of this so-called road?
Yeah, so you are right now at the northeast side of the mountain, with a very good look over the fields. You can see Tarega in the distance.
Wow.
Probably can see the large forests. Like, you have a good vision over like the whole area here. This seems to be a very nice spot to be.
Beautiful.
All of you give me perception checks. Who's the most paranoid person who's trying to spot the griffin?
Probably
Ruben
me.
is pretty paranoid at the
Or
moment.
Ruben maybe. I don't know.
It's up to you as well. You can be.
No, you can be more paranoid than me. Any advantage for it only being one thing that we need to look at?
Oh, poor Uzma.
Because Ruben was already thinking of a plan how to. If when he didn't see any cover, it's just very flat. It's very like rocky, right? Not
Yeah,
very.
this is like the side of the mountain.
Okay. Ruben's already thinking of ideas how to get cover in this situation.
There's like some vegetation, some shrubbery, a lot of stones lying around. A lot of like there's some points where you had to climb over small rocks that are like boulders that are on your path. Must have fallen there. Nothing worth mentioning technically,
But nothing like cover sized.
maybe you could like press yourself against like the corner of one of these things and throw a tarp over it and be covered, maybe.
Okay.
There's probably some ways to hide yourself, but it's kind of open, which is the great thing, because since it's kind of open, you have this great vision. Yeah, you roll perception checks. Nia's completely oblivious to what's going on around her. She's really focused on where she has to go. Ruven, you... Let's see. No. You see nothing.
Okay, just keep an eye out. But we think we're getting close to like plus or minus an hour and a half, or like
Plus minus 15 minutes.
of the time where we think the Griffin would come?
Oh, the Griffin. No, the Griffin should come sometime now. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, we're
it's
close to our
prime
destination.
Griffin time from what you have seen the last few days.
It's prime
Yeah.
time.
The sun is
So I think-
clearly in the sky. Griffin's probably awake by now. So if he's out to hunt, he will be out sometime soon, is your assumption.
Oh boy.
I think Reuben's definitely more worried about that than finding the dungeon. So
I'm
he's looking around.
I'm recommending to everyone that's hug the wall, because as it flies outward, it's probably not gonna see us that well. It's when it flies back in is gonna be the bigger problem.
Uzmar, let us take out our tent. And maybe we can slightly cover it with rocks or dirt or something and make it next to the dirt, these rocks and rock wall and try to cover it up. And we
Um,
can get ourselves some cover with this.
I'm very uncomfortable moving any rocks here. I think that that's more dangerous than the Griffin itself. But we could use a tent as cover. I agree.
Does our tent's hue somewhat match the hue of this area, the rocks? Or what's
Probably not, right? It's
It's probably
more
like-
colored to the grassland.
probably, yeah.
Do
but there
birds
was-
even have color vision?
Most preying birds hunt by vision of movement.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think Ruin will try to find ignoring the apparent dungeon very near us, will attempt to find a good spot that's like between maybe one or two of the boulders or something, and then kind of just. I think we just set down some of our sleeping bags as like cushioning, and then just sit down or lay down and just cover ourselves with our tent as like a big
Probably
like top.
the easiest way to do this, yeah.
Yep.
So contingency plan is made. Now it's time to find out.
No.
what is-
Wait. That's not. I don't think that's the contingency plan. Isn't that just what we're doing now?
I think now we're I understood the same as Osma did.
Okay.
Yeah, we
so
just
you're
now
hiding
we just
now.
do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no Griffin to be seen, but you're hiding now.
Yep. If it's prime Griffin time,
I think we're ready to wait an hour and a half.
we could wait a fucking day. I don't give a fuck. I'm not getting fucking killed by a Griffin.
Okay. So it's time to hide. How long do you want to hide?
Until we see the Griffin, I think.
Yeah. At least an hour, 2 hours. Then we'll start like thinking about it.
Okay.
No, and while we're in the thing, while I'm just chilling, kind of bored, I'm gonna try the rock.
Mhm.
Does it still have detect magic on it?
Mhm.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh. Okay.
I think I have given you one wrong information in the past.
What was that?
about the spider climb thing or feather fall thing. I'm not 100% sure, but the mount was correct, and this is also correct.
Yes, the mount didn't. Reuven saw it. The mount didn't pop right as the sun was getting up. Right, it took a number of hours, or like a bit of time after the sun had come up.
But this is a bit of time after the sun's come up, right?
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Are you trying to scan anything while you're in the tent?
No, I just want to see if it works.
How would you know if it works?
I look at my spell books.
Oh yeah, shimmering spellbooks. one spellbook is shimmering. I think the other one is not enchanted, right?
What do you mean enchanted?
The reason why your original spellbook is shimmering is because it's protected against the elements.
Well, wouldn't this one be as well? Both of these spellbooks are crafted by me. And
Your first spellbook is not crafted by you.
it probably is, right? I was probably doing like I probably got my paper or my paper making and bookbinding proficiencies before I became a wizard.
Yeah,
I imagine
this
I was
is
helping
like
out with
your
shop stuff.
apprentice spellbook that you get from your master.
Yeah, and I think I did
is,
like labor work before I got my apprentice spellbook.
Well, then it's not enchanted.
What the fuck?
Because wizard spell books are different, right, than normal books.
No, like it's just a book, but usually you had the protection from elements, like they are enchanted with some weird spells.
Oh, I thought that's just the bookbinding proficiency check.
No,
You get +2 versus saves against everything.
they are like enchanted to be protected against fire and.
Maybe Reynard enchanted them. Or a local abjurer.
Yeah. You can have made the physical parts of the spellbook, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's an enchanted spellbook, and if you want to have an enchanted spellbook, you need to buy one and or find the enchantments to cast yourself.
Okay. Sure. But I imagine, yeah, sure. So I imagine I crafted the physical books myself, but
Yeah, that's fine.
someone else got enchanted by that.
Okay. Probably 1 hour passes, no griffin. Probably a second hour passes, no griffin. It's getting uncomfortably warm in the tent. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No. You're on the wrong side of the mountain. So
I think back to the area we think the griffin, like the nest is. If it started coming out from that wood, from our current position, could we have even seen it?
you would see it if it flies northwards. Definitely.
Okay.
If it flies
Do you think
in
it took a different
direction.
path?
What?
Do you think that it flew in a different path?
I mean, the only way you can see it would be if it's flying into the field northwards or
Yep.
northeastwards, because you're pressed against the mountain. You only can like look in one direction, basically, with the tent over you.
Sure.
Ruben,
This is
I
2
guess
hours
we're out.
after. This is 2 hours after prime griffin time,
Yeah.
so it's not prime griffin time anymore.
I guess we
Whatever
wouldn't
prime
know,
griffin
right?
time is, yeah. But
The
So we
times that it
dive
was roaming yesterday.
yeah, it's definitely later than that.
Should we just get moving? Assume that it took some other path this time.
I think we can, but we should also be very, very careful. All of us should stay low to the ground, maybe cover your metal armor with some sort of cloth to not make it shine, and everyone be very close to the ground, be ready to hide in case.
Oh, also during this time that we were hiding, we probably took our breakfast.
All right.
Like, do you guys want me to mark down?
Yep.
I thought Usmar had the food. That's why I haven't been marking any rations.
Yeah,
down.
no, I have the food. Yesterday we didn't have food as well, so I need to mark that as well. I marked down 5, right? A day? Okay, so I marked down 10.
4.5.
Does Nier not have her own
He
food?
has your own rations.
Okay.
4.5?
Yeah,
Ruben, do you
for
want-
humans and 1
Ruben.
kitty.
Yeah, and Kitty. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Sure. So 9 a day. 9 per 2 days.
4.5 rations a day, which is 9 pounds.
No, not. That's
9
Yes.
rations.
Yes. So for 2 days, I'm going to mark for yesterday and today. I'm marking down 9 instances of food.
Yeah, that's fine. Also, probably 1 water skin per person because you haven't found any water up the mountain.
We haven't. Okay. One
Oh,
water
okay.
skin.
Is it 1 water skin per person, or does 1 water skin get split by 2? Since that's 2 pounds of water.
I think for 1 day you need 2 pounds of water,
Okay.
Okay.
especially with
And
the dry
this
food.
was.
Corfin had a water skin, right?
Yeah.
I marked my own water skin.
Oh, okay. And so I'm marking for me and Wiglaf.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
But this was only the water only for this day. That were
For today we need to mark water down. Yesterday you were deep enough that you could have found some water somewhere.
okay. Yeah. So for the day that we went fully into the rocky area, this is the time we need water. Cool.
For 2 days, so because you're marking rations for today already now, so
Yes.
let's mark water as well.
Yes.
Okay. Water might also become a problem, by the way. Got 1 more day of water. I
So
think.
we've currently only had to mark down permanently 1 water.
Yes.
Then I'm good.
Wait, how many more waters do you have, Ruben?
1 extra. I have
Oh,
2
okay.
water skins.
Okay.
All right. So you are on the edge of the mountain. Nia tells you the direction she has to go is into the mountain.
Inside the
Obviously.
mountain. Okay.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
right here.
Somewhere around here there has to be an entrance of some kind.
I scan around with detect magic.
Detect magic does not pick up on anything. It would pick up on things if you look in the right direction, but where are you looking?
I'm looking at the mountain.
Okay.
At the floor.
No.
I think Reuven will take
The
Kitty
end of
and
the
will.
path is like 200 feet away from you, so.
Oh.
So I guess
well,
I'll start walking toward the 200, toward the toward the end of the path.
But the direction that Nia's magic is or like sense is pointing to is away from the path.
It's directly
Into the
in the mountain. Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously we can't go in the mountain without an entrance, so we'd have to find the entrance around the mountain, right?
Okay.
Right, just follow the path then, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah, that's the plan.
Yep.
We like keep up with our like tent arrangement, like have it ready, I guess, and be ready to like squat and like plant ourselves to the ground again if needed.
You said it's like 200 feet away, right? So we probably have enough time, right?
Sure, you can do whatever you want. You can try to sneak with the tent over your head in the direction, or you can.
I don't
just
think it
walk
needs to
there.
be that extreme. Yeah, we like hold it.
Yeah.
Like
So you have it prepared in case you want to quickly hide under it.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As you like continue and like this path ends in some sort of a plateau, and from there a very maybe at some point this looked like more, but for now this seems just to be a man-made cave entrance.
I look at
Seems
the
like we
entrance with.
found. Sorry, go ahead.
I look at the entrance with detect magic.
Nothing.
Okay.
What's the range of detect magic?
I think 60 feet. Let me check. Yep,
Ruben
60
will-
feet.
6 feet.
Level
Okay,
the
then you
spell.
spot nothing. All right.
Oh, that's detect spirit. Never mind. Oops.
Do we want to DM? Would it possible to take a break or like for about 1 minute, few minute break?
Yeah, we can take a few minutes break before we find out
Yeah.
what's going on here. It's fine.
Cool.
Okay. Be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Hello back. Somebody's getting framed.
Seems like it.
And it's not me.
Neither is it me. So
Unlucky. Unlucky.
Oh.
what does mulesma mean?
No, it's just because I was carrying a lot of stuff.
Uh-huh. I was imagining Usma like fused together with a mule, like
That's
in a
basically
fly.
that's me right now. I'm carrying 107 pounds.
I'm close, or not anymore. I dropped like 20 pounds with those 2 days of food.
Yep.
But yeah,
Oh, I think we're fucking dead.
well, to be fair, we're all full strength at the moment. So if we die, we've done the best we could.
Okay, I'm back.
It's
Situation-wise.
fine.
Did rocks fall and we all die?
Yep,
New character.
you got the gist of it.
Roll it up. I'm going for pounding this time, guys.
Alright. Is everybody ready?
Yep.
No.
you're ready.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I need to pray to my god real quick.
Was that the microwave?
Oh,
Yes, that was the microwave.
that was a microwave. I did. You know,
2 microwaves.
Okay. I have prayed.
Yeah, who microwaves?
that'd be me. I do not cook. I'm lazy.
I cook, but I cook once for like multiple meals.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Alright.
I can't hear you. You're super low. Is that just me?
I'll take you to
You-
the next level. I don't cook. I buy things that are already cooked, and then I cook them again.
Based.
Great
Okay, I
choice.
think. No, is Duck super low for anyone else? or is it
Yeah,
just-
Duck, you seem to be lower than you
Why?
were before break.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Is it better now?
Bro.
Yes.
Okay, I
Is it?
don't know. I don't think that Windows should be doing any stupid shit at the moment. Let's double check.
I guess I'll just take the acid teapot thing out
No,
of
it
my list.
didn't. So maybe I'm talking more silent at the moment.
Yeah,
Happens sometimes to me.
it's because
Maybe,
you
yeah.
you took your headset off for break, and then you got a similar, or you got used to the normal surrounding sounds instead of our loud voices.
Probably must be the reason.
Yep.
Alright. So here we are. Does anybody Wiglove,
Yep,
you are a dwarf.
I are. Yeah, I should have stone sense or whatever it's called.
This is
Like I would know.
perfect moment for you.
Haha, my time to shine. I'm in front.
What is no, not in front. Like you look at this
Oh.
outside of whatever you are at the moment.
Oh,
And
So that- go ahead.
you have like some weird abilities, right? Dwarves have some weird abilities.
I think it. I can detect when someone is dying, or like if they're like
Or this is
mortally.
like- I know what your priest
Oh,
abilities
sorry.
are.
I'm sorry. Yes. Well,
I'm
yes.
talking about dwarven abilities. They are weird.
I would. Yeah, I would know if we are deep in X amount of feet in a mountain. Like if, like the Z levels, I guess. Like, oh yeah, like if if I roll for the direction, like, oh yeah, we're about 100 feet under the ground or something, or we're like if we're in a mountain and we're traveling upwards, within the mountain. We're like X amount of feet up above ground level. That's real. It's a weird dwarven.
So give me just roll a d6 as you're checking out the entrance.
Okay, okay. That is a 4.
A 4. Okay, you notice that. What do you notice?
I played the dwarf in another 2e game.
No, the only thing you notice is that this is definitely a building. Like, this is not a natural cave. That seems to be man-made. This is a man-made cave that is old.
Like human-made or dwarf?
It's like the entrance is human-sized, so probably humans, maybe orcs, maybe hobgoblins. Who knows what exactly it is, but that's what you notice. Like, this is definitely something that has been built. There's no question about it. It's dark inside. How are you going to deal with light?
I should be able to see okay, right? Infravision?
I have a light stone.
That's also...
Everybody has infravision, right? So
I don't have infravision.
No, humans do not have it, right?
Yeah.
I think at first, though, before we even go closer to the cave, Ruben looks around, especially the near. You are the one that has the most experience with these things. What is normal to do here? What is the safest method?
I don't think anything is normal about what I'm doing. I don't know what's inside. I assume I am best equipped to deal with undead, and that's what I'm expecting.
Undead, did they usually... Is it good to sneak up on them, or are they...
There's no sneaking up on undead.
I see.
Unless
So
you have magical abilities to hide yourself from them.
Oh, if only there was a spell that I was told that I could use, and my god said no.
Look around the body. Do we have such magic?
Yes, I do. Well, out of character, yes, I absolutely do have something that can help, but he told me I probably shouldn't use it, so I didn't. Anyway, however, I will use this.
You did not get told you shouldn't use it.
You said my god said it would be a waste of time, so that's why I didn't use it.
Stop wasting my time asking for this spell.
But, okay.
That was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, anyway, I guess it doesn't matter now. I'm going to cast Detect Evil, and I'm going to look, and I guess I can just look around in the cave, right? With Detect Evil.
What's the range of Detect Evil?
10. I just did everything divination. 10 feet by 120 yards. Is this like one of those? Oh, is this that silly locate plants and animals? I have to like directly beam mine if I want to know where something is. I can't like look to the left or the right.
Yeah, you have to concentrate in a direction.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to concentrate. Okay, so I'm going to concentrate more at an angle, like because she said that the evil was right inside the mountain, and so I'm going to try and look in. Like we had already walked. We already walked like about 200 feet in the opposite direction of where her evil was, or her undead sense or whatever it is pointing.
No, her direction sense is like it's in here.
Oh, gotcha. I'm going. Okay, so I guess I'm going to look in the entrance.
All right. There is definitely evil down the entrance.
Lots of evil, little evil,
Do you say this?
It's not horrible evil, just like, I mean, that's the first time you ever detected anything with the spell, so there's evil down there.
Okay, so what? Oh, I gotcha. So like, is it a little bit of evil? Like it says the degree of evil.
not like one large pile of evil, but like
Yeah,
multiple
little
small
specks
piles
of evil.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I just love this. It sounds funny. The description of the spell. All right. Yeah, I'll just tell the guys. You know, like this place seems to be littered with evil, specks of evil, not large, overwhelming forces to speak. Sorry, I gotta clear myself. All right.
Nia kind of nods and says, "Yeah, that's to be expected."
At least you know the direction, sort of.
Yeah.
I guess it is good news that we know that they are there as we expected.
That's right. I meant like I thought I would know like I think I know where the evil is. I just don't know what the evil is.
Also, you
Like-
know
like
that it's multiple evils and not one big evil.
Well, right. And it's not like a huge, like massive evil. Like, yeah, it's like multiple evils in these little specks of this area, X amount of feet away. Is it within obviously it's 100, yeah, within 120 feet, right? That's the range. Is it like 100 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet?
Hard to tell.
Okay.
It's not
Okay.
not right after the entrance.
Okay.
Nia will say,
Ruben, you go.
you
Ruben had a question from Nia, going, do you know if they are listening? Like, if we start combat with one of them near the entrance, will all the others all across the cave start running in our direction?
once we get close enough, they will pick up on our life essence. That's what triggers them.
I see, but not noise and such things. So
They do
still,
not see, they do not hear. Most of them. I have not encountered anything that is different. Although vampires are technically undead and they do see and hear, but
are they not very powerful creatures?
yes.
Should we be ready to fight them? In here?
From what Wiglaf has given us this as description, I don't think so.
Okay, good. Seems it is safer. Well, how large is the cave, DM?
This is an entrance. Like, this seems to be double door sized entrance.
Oh, okay.
Well, if
And then there's a tunnel that heads into the mountain.
what should our order be of fighting? I assume Niar wants to be at front.
Yes,
Or
you
is
should
the
let
best
me go first. And
Me or Ruben, me.
she like
Smart.
drops the stuff that she doesn't need for fighting like on the ground.
I think I'll do the same.
Wait,
then.
does she drop the rope?
Yeah.
We're gonna need the rope. Or I don't know, we might not need it, but it would
I think I can. How weighty is the rope?
24 pounds.
24.
24. Okay, I can. I'm pretty sure I can drop.
By the way, I don't have an armor spell prepared for you.
My armor is up. Plus my armor is in my backpack. So, but I'm gonna drop my backpack probably here with stuff and. Yeah, I should be maybe capable of picking up the thing. I'm pretty sure, actually. Yeah.
Wait, how? Okay, I don't know. Wait.
Nia will say,
Oh.
maybe the safest bet is I will go on inside, see what comes at me, and see if I can deal with the immediate problems. And if not, I head back outside and we camp the entrance.
You do not want us to come with you?
This is a narrow path. If we have to run, multiple people in the same path makes it hard to run.
I make sure that my detect magic rock works and look at near with it.
Yeah, she shimmers magically. Do you want
I'm going to
specifics?
Do I get any schools? No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. You don't have to look it up.
You get intensities. It's like for schools you would have to roll, right? But intensities you get.
Okay.
The sword is the 4th level. I guess 5 levels, right?
Wait, what the fuck? I don't think it gives me level.
No, it's dim, faint, moderate, strong, intense, something like this. That's the
Yeah.
level what I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't know all the things.
Let's look up what detect magic gives you.
Dim, faint, moderate, strong, overwhelming.
Yeah, it's strong.
So it's overwhelming?
No, it's strong.
Okay.
And also her armor is magical.
Moderate or strong? Or
faint.
okay.
Wiglaf wants to look at Nier, and he's like, I would like to see how you fight these creatures, but I'll keep my distance from you and them. If
No
they come after.
offense, but you're the one with the short legs around here.
Okay, short jokes all around. I got you.
So you would have us stay here and wait for you?
I think this is the safest approach for you.
I do not want to. He doesn't even say that. Doesn't even want to say. He doesn't want to offend him. He's in the aura. When we first had our first combat, you tripped, and you, I believe, only killed maybe 3 men, 3 humans. It does not inspire me with confidence in your strength to say such things as
Fighting undead and fighting humans are 2 different things. For one, you need a sharp sword, and for the other, you need the proper abilities.
So you would say that to fight humans is more easy than to fight the undead?
For you, yes. For me, fighting undead is easier.
She rolls really low.
Especially the lower level undeads. If there's like something else down there, we can talk again, but I don't know if you have the equipment to deal with any stronger undead anyways.
But you do?
She looks at the sword in her hand and says, yes, I do.
Reuven looks down the sword in his waist, looks at Uzma. Is my sword the same as hers? Or like not doing the flying thingy, but against undead?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. Sounds
It's
like
faint.
she's.
His sword is
Oh.
radiating magic, but it's faint.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think her equipment is more specialized for this specific task.
So you would agree on letting her go herself?
I don't know. It seems to kind of be her shtick.
So we just stay at the entrance and she kills all of the undead?
Did I misunderstand something? Wasn't she just gonna like open the door on her own and
No,
go
she's
in
gonna
there a
go
little bit?
inside.
Head
Yeah,
inside, see what's inside, see
Yeah.
what she can blow up instantly, and everything else drag back outside. That's her plan.
Yeah, I think that's fine, right? We can still go in after it's cleared. We get all of the, you know.
She like reaches on the ground and picks up 3 pebbles, and
I say wait.
cast a spell. Just random.
Can I before that? Can I probably have time.
Yeah,
do
you
I-
see
do
her
they say-
picking up rocks from the ground.
Do I put my hand on my rock? Do that rocks radiate magic?
No.
Okay.
Then she obviously casts a spell. And now the rock radiates magic.
Yep.
And she hands you the 3 pebbles and says, I see you using slings.
Oh, thanks.
It's like bus
Keep
weapons.
these as backup for anything stronger than a skeleton.
Sure. Was it 3?
So you want us to wait here, and if we see you running down this corridor, we know there is something chasing you?
I will go inside. You will probably hear me shout, and then I will come back outside.
Okay.
And if you don't come back outside, but then do we just leave you here?
If you hear me shout and I don't come back outside, you can come check on me.
Oh, well, you know.
Could you shout with a certain voice or with a certain word? Do we know? We would know to come to help.
If I scream for help, you will know to come for help. Okay? Do we have all the questions asked?
Yep. Oh, by the way, as she goes on, out of my view, I'm just going to start walking. You know, in the entrance cave. I'm not going to be very quick about it though. I mean, I'm a dwarf, but even then, I'm going to slowly walk forward.
Give me a few seconds. I have missed one thing that I need to do. How did I fuck that up? I had a wrong spell, and I have to think about what else she would have taken.
But she like starts stepping in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will wait. Okay, until you decide.
Okay.
Maybe
No.
that-
Now
yeah.
she like turns around and touches her holy symbol and enters the cave in front of you. Maybe there was a door before. There's no door at the moment, so she enters.
Wait, what? Oh, never mind.
Oh, there never was a door, like you saw the entrance.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
I thought you meant like.
years ago there was a door or something, but there's none now.
Are there any is it just a flat hallway that goes down? Like,
Yeah.
Or is okay. I'm gonna wait until she's out of earshot for hearing me walking, and I'm just gonna walk in the entrance.
Well,
I'm not gonna like go with her. I'm just saying like I'm gonna keep my distance, but to make sure like she's
I
clearly
think
gonna be.
I think Wiglaf, my dear dwarven friend, I believe she intends to be able to run out with nothing in the way blocking her escape. I think that's the reason why she wants to go alone.
It's that narrow. Like she can't get split by a dwarf.
It's like 8 feet wide or 10 feet wide, so if you have to run, it's better if nothing is standing in the path.
I'm not 4 feet wide, am I?
Yes, but it just makes it unnecessarily complicated. It wasn't meant as an insult.
Oh, I was only. All right, forget it.
All right.
I also feel quite.
Why did the
But
music
let
stop?
us do as she asked us. We are only here to escort her, I guess. But I do have an idea. And he like picks up the rope here and goes to like the entrance area, like maybe looks around the entrance area slightly. And Rue would like to set up like one of those like trap type like
You need to
on
pull
one
the rope across the entrance.
yeah, but like have it so he can have it either taut or like let it out, so someone can walk away from it, like walk unobstructed, but then you can like pull it taut and have it like come up.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can try your best to do so.
I will attempt to.
As you attempt so, you hear shouting from inside. I have to roll something. What do I have to roll? I never remember this thing. Classes. Bum, bum, bum. What is the fucking roll? Wait. What's the roll
Wait,
to
what-
turn undead?
Turn undead. I don't know if Boybu does anything
2d6,
different.
Okay.
From these shouts, can we tell how far she got before she met some enemies?
It's echoing.
Okay.
Is anybody trying to pick up on what she's shouting?
Obviously, Wiglaf wants to. He wants to know what undead are. I mean, he knows what they are, but like he really just wants to see how she's fighting, so maybe he can get a better idea. But if he, since you
I
said
just want to hear if she's screaming for help.
Okay. So give me perception checks.
At +6.
It would, if anything, be at a minus.
Oh, I pass. -1.
oh boy, here we go. Oh,
Okay.
my perception sucks.
Oh, and how long is this after she went in?
A minute.
Okay.
I will just write in chat what you hear, basically.
I was gonna say, how long do battles usually last? Like a few minutes at a time, like 4 or 5.
Well,
What?
it,
How long do the average battles usually last? Like 4 or 5 minutes at a time, maybe more. So anything after that would be a little weird.
Take from this whatever you want to take from this.
Alright.
Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
did some of us have like pittance or something?
Nope.
You never
They're on the donkey. You guys told me not to
Oh.
break, so I didn't.
Did she say this in like a string of words, or were there like pauses in between?
This is one shouted sentence.
I see. I'm guessing it's in a language we don't. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So you hear her shouting, and then you hear someone running as she appears in your vision again.
So we are going
Okay.
to call the rope.
And
I mean,
says,
not trip her, but you know,
be ready for skeletons. And
we are ready. I'm
takes
ready
a
to.
defensive stance.
How is the Ruben plan coming along?
I ready a slingshot.
Give me a d20, Rufen.
Cool. 14.
14.
Hey,
Okay.
Maybe use X for like rope use.
Your plan is coming along swimmingly, and as she runs out, you pull the rope and are now held at the side of the cave. Where are the rest of the people positioning themselves? Nia is taking a stance on the left side of the entrance.
I'll be on the right side.
I'm gonna be like straight, but like far back.
You are on a platform, and the maximum you can be back is 30 feet. And then there's a cliff.
Okay, wait.
How big of a cliff?
I mean, it's going downhill from there.
Okay.
Wait.
It's
So
not like a cliff. It's like You step off the platform and then you're tumbling downhill.
But
Does
still,
this,
like,
does this
somewhat steep.
does this somewhat look like the area where in 4th generation Pokemon you catch the legendary Pokemon?
I have no idea what that area looks like.
Not it doesn't like look like it, but like shaped similarly. Wait. Um fuck, I can't find a good picture.
I just take what I'm saying. Like, you can step off the platform, but then you are on a steep hill and have to deal with hill problems.
It's like the plateau is like this, and it's on like a cave, and then we came from like down here where there was like a long thing, and then here it was like caving, and this was like 200 feet, right? And then here's like the door.
The door's on the left side. But
Yeah, I thought it was over here. Yeah,
Oh, the door is here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, but this is I'm envisioning this correct-ish,
More or less,
except for scales. And then
Yes.
Nier is positioning here.
yes.
Okay, I'll position like here
here.
then.
I think I was rough. You can place me where you want to, DM, unless you have a
are
map.
on the right side of the entrance, pulling a rope.
Like so here then.
I'm readying a
standing
slingshot
next to you. Coffin's also readying a slingshot.
with a normal bullet.
I guess we're kind of banking on him tripping the undead, right? As soon as he trips, I'm like, crack.
Nia has readied an action, and at this point, the first skeleton will appear in the entrance. 2 skeletons will appear in the entrance next to each other.
Would the slings go first because we have vision further in range?
I guess Ruben is.
It's bad because outside it's light, inside it's dark, so you can't really see them too early. But,
Okay.
So
I'd be able to see. Oh, I mean, are we? Oh, I get it.
basically,
Wouldn't Nier and I be able to see? Like if we're
yeah,
staring
you
directly
can
at the
see
entrance?
them.
So as soon as they get close enough, I can motion to Ruben, be like, now, and then he.
I think he just pulled the rope after Nia was out.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, like okay. Hopefully they aren't too intelligent.
Yeah, I think he assumed they weren't from Nier's earlier words.
No, that's stupid. Let's just grab all of you and put you here so we can roll for initiative.
Wait, can I not ready an attack?
Yeah, but then we have to roll for initiative at some point.
Oh, there it is.
I would have readied the I readied the attack when she was screaming for whatever the fuck, or when I heard her running.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought
you
it
have
was
ready
here.
attacks. That's fine.
Okay.
Ready to.
Wait, I don't
whack.
understand. Wouldn't the ready attack go off before I roll initiative?
I'm not saying we're rolling initiative. I'm saying we need this prepared for when we have to roll initiative.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So this is the point where your ready attacks go off.
Mhm.
And
Wait, I can't
then
remove my thing.
you can't remove what?
The dot where I want to be positioned. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry.
You
Fine.
firing at the left skeleton or the right skeleton?
I'm firing left. That's my hit. 15.
It's a hit.
Wait, is okay? I need to double check. Is sling bullets piercing or bludgeoning?
Bludgeoning.
Okay. 3.
Nice. You joink a skeleton in the head. It falls over backwards.
Nice.
Coffin's sling also goes off. He Also hits 4d6 damage and knocks over the other skeleton. And now it's time to roll initiative as the next group of skeletons approaches.
Oh, so I didn't get to hit the skeletons?
No,
I was prepared.
the first two skeletons got shot by the archers, by the sling man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can keep your readied action, your readied attack, or roll initiative, whatever you want to do.
No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. I mean, I'm just readying my action until the next skeletons pop up, I guess.
Does
That's what I mean.
Reuven have an initiative for like just holding something?
Holding the rope, unless you want to do something else.
No. What I want to do is like pat my back, the back of my neck, to like tell Kitty to stay and don't come out.
Okay. So Wiglaf, are you keeping your readied action, or are you rolling into initiative?
I mean, I thought I was readying for a skeleton to pop up or pop into view.
Yeah, so
That's what
you're
I'm-
not rolling into initiative, you're keeping your
No.
readied action.
Yeah, just I'm gonna bonk it. Yeah,
Alright.
whatever.
So, skeletons. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Dum, da-dum, dum, dum. Da-dum, dum, dum, da-dum. Da-dum, dum, dum, da-dum. Da-dum, dum, dum. First to act is one skeleton, which approaches from the right side of the entrance, so Wiglaf, your attack goes off.
Okay. Attack, strength, 2. Ooh. Wow, amazing, 17.
No, it's 4. Yeah, you sneak dev plus 13 in there somehow.
What? Never mind. No, you're right.
Almost got it broken.
Almost got it.
Almost.
But the skeleton approaching you claws in your direction.
What about the rope?
Yeah, that's what I was. I mean, I thought they were just tripping over the rope, and that's why I wanted to hit it.
If you can hit it, the skeleton can hit you. Are you
No.
standing far enough, back far
Well-
enough that the skeleton hits the rope first?
So I okay, this is my fault. I was under the impression that I was standing back far enough to where when the skeletons came out of the entrance, they would trip over the rope, and I smack it when it's on the ground.
Ah, okay. So then
I wasn't like standing right next to the rope because that would just be. I mean,
yeah,
okay.
I kind of
Can we do
forgot the
that?
rope, so. And then you said nothing, so here we are.
well,
Skeleton does not understand that there's a rope in the way and kicks against the rope.
so do I hit it
What
now?
does the skeleton do as it kicks the rope? Probably make a dex check. Which it fails and falls over the rope. But it also pulls on the rope, so strength check.
Yep, that's 29.
You can keep the rope taut. The skeleton tumbles to the ground. Your attack is still shit and you don't hit it. But the skeleton misses its attack as it stumbles over and has to stand up. As the next skeleton exits the cave and gets close enough to Nia that Nia can hit it. She does swing her
Nia-
sword. Dex check the skeleton.
Yeah, okay.
Fuck yes. These skeletons will fail against a rope. I already see it coming. What's 12 and 10? No, this skeleton notices the rope, or like it hits the rope with its foot, notices that there's something and steps over it. Getting close enough for Nia to use her attack. Fuck.
This is a skeleton POV.
Roll is natural one. Good job, Nia.
Oh,
Skeleton claws in her direction.
Uh,
With a natural one, okay. I think this die is changing to a different die. Nothing interesting happened. With these two skeletons stepping out and one being on the ground, there's also a third skeleton that can enter now. I can exit now. And we'll call
Rope?
it Wiglove.
Yeah.
Rope check. True. Rope.
It's always the rope.
So true. This skeleton also, it steps over the rope. Does the same thing as the other one. It rolled really good.
Oh my god.
And rolls a natural 20 to hit Wiglove.
Wow! What?
Should
What's
he
your
be full
AC,
HP by
Wiglove?
now?
My AC is 16.
Wait, should Wiglove be full HP by now?
No.
No.
He never
Okay.
did more than he had.
I used 3 spells and I didn't get all my.
Ta-dum. Let's double check if this is a crit or not.
It's gotta beat by 8 or 10.
By 5.
Oh, well, iffy.
What's your
I'm
AC?
not sure if skeletons have-
16.
Do they have +1 to attack?
They have +1. So
Oh.
the skeleton crits you.
What-
Lucky for you,
how
the
are they
skeleton
doing
doesn't have a weapon.
Ah,
This is really embarrassing.
So the skeleton just claws at you.
Man, we should have waited for that piece of armor. Son of a bitch.
Doesn't give a fuck about whether it has a weapon or not, as it always deals the same damage, I just realized. Hitting you for 4 damage, Wiglove.
Wow. That was.
What?
a lot
You have
scary.
so much HP, you're fine.
Oh, yeah.
You can also see a 4th skeleton, but it's kind of stuck behind the one that is fighting with Nier. And behind that Wiglove, you can see 2 more skeletons.
Lovely.
Yeah. And it's time for the slings to go off.
I sling the one that Nier is fighting.
Yep.
Uh,
It's a miss.
any pluses for being cramped? It can't really move.
You would need so many pluses.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Coffin, on the other hand, knocks another skeleton on the head. The one that just crit Wiglove, because this one's not on the ground and yoinks the head off of it. Good job.
Wait, you can just pull it.
It's time to roll initiative again.
Ooh.
could you describe? So currently there's one guy like here, and there's one guy here that's in prone.
There's one guy on the ground next to Wiglove, one skeleton just shot next to Wiglove, and one skeleton standing next to Nier, and one skeleton behind this one, not able to reach anything.
Okay.
And then there's more skeletons in the hallway, but you don't see them, so.
Okay, I don't see him.
Alright. You still keeping tugging on the thing?
If I don't see any other skeletons, I think I'm going to try to attack the guy that's prone. I think I'm going to attack him with my swords because he's prone. That's what.
You would have to move around Wiglove, right?
Do I? What I'm-
Wiglove's
what I
sitting
am right
between you and the skeletons.
Oh, Wiglaf's like here then. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can like squeeze past Wiglove.
Could I use an arrow? Or could I shoot an arrow like the guy attacking Nier?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Right. I have to re-roll combat.
Did I roll the right thing on my initiative? Hold on.
Fuck this one up.
Nice.
Bum, 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 bum,
No, it's a 6. That's the wrong number. That's I think it's a 12.
Yeah, just gonna switch you to 12. Okay, start again. And now we go. First skeleton is stuck behind the other skeleton. Will move over to attack Wiglove. And
Yay.
so. With
Was it
another natural 20. I switched the natural 1 die for the natural 20 die. Awesome.
You know, it's fine.
Okay, I'm
Dealing
having a bit
10
of
points
trouble.
of damage, Wiglaf.
10?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Wiglaf's going down again.
What's your HP?
2.
2? Still up?
Yep, still up.
Great.
Okay. DM, I'm having a bit of trouble imagining how this going. Could you like at least put some tokens on the map or something?
I can move the skeleton so you can.
I think there's a skeleton under my feet. There's a skeleton that went over the rope, which is right next to me, but over their buddy. And there are like 2 more skeletons behind them.
So this is the group of skeletons that's approaching. This one is in
Yeah, this
front
one should
of
be
Wiglaf.
Yep.
Like it fell over here and is stood up at the end of the round. So
Yeah,
this
there's
is
another
up for this round. This skeleton is at the moment hitting Wiglaf. This one is
Okay, so he's
stuck.
like standing
This
on
one is
top.
stuck, and this one is also inside still.
Okay, so like the guy that isn't prone, that this guy that's like currently standing on top of the guy that's prone, and now the guy that's on top critted Wiglaf.
No. So last round, this skeleton moved over here, fell over
Yep.
the rope, and
Yep.
fell on the ground here.
Okay.
And then one skeleton got murdered, and this skeleton took the place of the one that got murdered and is attacking Wiglaf.
Okay.
But this skeleton moved from it was here and moved there.
Okay.
Okay. The size is not working out perfectly, so that's why everything looks a bit funny.
I'll move myself slightly back, like here. I
Yeah.
think this is more appropriate then.
I think you would be like over here.
Okay.
So you can shoot Wiglaf would be more like this, so he's not blocking the entrance for the other guys. Bum. The next skeleton to go is this one stuck behind. This one, which will step over there to attack near. That's the only thing it can do. Roll. Okay, no, this is not believable if I say it's another
Did you
220.
crit again?
Big.
But
Wow.
it doesn't crit me.
Really?
No.
You wearing adamantium armor?
I mean,
Something.
You just need
Okay.
one better than chainmail.
whew.
If Wiglaf had one more AC, you wouldn't be crit by the skeleton.
Well, you know, making armor takes time, all right? I don't...
4 damage. And then it's time for skeleton on the ground. Still angry at Wiglaf, tries to hit Wiglaf.
Please, no.
It's gonna miss. There's no shot.
I'm going to roll this d20 here because you don't believe when I'm saying it's another.
I mean,
It's a 1. Okay, fine. It misses.
wow.
Good job.
Does it
Wiglaf,
hit
your
the
turn.
other skeleton?
No, it doesn't.
I can't do it. They have to be like, I mean, I guess dead again. Never mind. Oh fuck. Oh god. I'm just gonna. I already did the speed of my friggin' mace, so I'm gonna smack the one that's well, I guess the one that's next to me. D20 plus 2. It is plus 2, right? Fight a level 3, so plus 2. Alright, come on. Big numbers! Big That's fine. 16.
Big.
It's big enough. It's a hit.
Oh no. Oh, I just quickly-
Really? I thought that was easy a hit.
6 plus 1. Boom. And we go. Woo.
Which skeleton are you hitting? The one in front of you or the one beneath you?
The one in front of me.
In front of you?
I don't think it's one
Yoinked.
beneath me. I thought they stood up.
Easy yoinked.
Oh, it's that?
And at the same time, one of the other skeletons goes. Which one is this? Ah, that's the one in front of me. No, this is the one you just killed, but it gets its attack because you're going at the same time. Rolls a 17.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a hit. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it's fine. They're not gonna. They're gonna kill me. I'm done.
6 damage.
I mean, yeah, I'm done.
Is he down though? Is he down?
Well, okay.
Take the
Zero,
damage.
Negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4. I'm at negative 4.
Something, something. Ta-dum,
Actually-
ta-dum.
Wait, I went at the same time as Wiglaf as well.
You also got the same time, yeah.
Why is it doing that? What's going on?
I should have bow. I guess at this guy then.
Okay, forget it. Let's go back to 0. Okay.
What's
Can I shoot this guy, or is this guy who has less cover?
the one in front of Nier. The other one is behind
Okay.
Wiglaf.
Left one.
Wiglaf, from me 2d6, please.
Boop, 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 boop. 2d6. Whoop! We got. That's a 6.
That's a
Oh, I
six.
crit.
Uh,
maybe.
That's a crit, yeah.
Did you hit me? Oh no, you hit. Oh, sorry. I was like, he hit me again.
10 points of damage. Piercing
God.
damage only.
Nice.
That's piercing damage against a skeleton, which.
Do I-
As you shoot the skeleton with this perfect bow shot, exactly hitting like the spine beneath the head, you just completely destroy the skeleton.
But do I realize if my bow shots are bad or
No,
not?
you shot a skeleton and killed it with one shot. That's great, right?
No. It's fucking bad at all.
Wiglaf,
Yeah.
please put your HP at, let's just put you at -4 so we know what your HP is.
Oh, yeah. It's. I mean, I tried. It kept going to weird numbers. I put it on my sheet. Negative 4.
Okay.
Just to remind you, in case you wanted to know.
You are not falling unconscious. You feel like once again this weird rush. As you notice that you have been basically killed, but something is keeping you alive. Your wounds are not bleeding at the moment.
It's totally cool, guys.
Can I also take only like one step forward, not to interrupt my attacks, but just like extra step? Is that fine?
Yeah, you can like take 5 footsteps. That's fine. Next up is another skeleton. Bum, bum, bum. Which will step forward, and what can a skeleton do? It will step forward and try to attack Nier.
Oh, sorry, comes at the door and being very loud. Just figure out that.
I kind of forgot to roll initiative for, apparently. Alright. Just going at the end of the round. Skeleton rolls a 17, 18. Oh, that's close.
A close to hit. But doesn't hit.
I have to double check.
Hittar inte.
Her AC is. Oh, it hits.
Ah, almost expected to be her to be a badass with like 19 AC. No, not quite.
4 damage.
Ooh, this is the first time we're seeing her damaged. Check her HP bar. That's a lot.
No, she took damage twice already. This is the second time she took damage this third.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Chase, I got you your milk. And I didn't drop it.
Something is wrong, Brent. Let me
Yeah, there-
recalculate one thing.
Something is wrong. I feel it.
This place is cursed.
Does Wiglaf going down give me Thaco 19?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm not down, right? Come on.
Oh, I'm trying to open it.
I feel like
I mean,
I'm missing something. I don't know.
Define down. Under 0 HP?
Yes, I am under 0 HP, but I don't think I'm down. So I'll give it like -5 or something like that.
You're not dead.
No, not dead. No.
Yeah, that I agree on. Wait, is Wiglaf? You said that he's in like or he's in this weird state again. Is he standing still?
He's standing
Yeah.
still, yeah.
Oh, he's
I
standing.
guess you could say it's a weird undeath state. Nier's probably going to give me the side eye while she's, smacking all these other undead.
So this skeleton wasn't able to move because it was blocked before. Let's see what Nier's attack does. It's one off. Okay. Is it? That's two off. Is it?
Is it?
She's specialized, right?
She's a friggin' paladin. I knew it.
Pladesh, Palanore.
Expertise.
Never mind.
But she gets a second attack at
Yeah.
the end of the turn.
So do I, right?
Ruven, are you like trying to interpose before Wiglaf here?
Depends. Do I think Wiglaf should be dead at the moment? Is he like mortally wounded? I
Yeah.
see him like.
You saw the skeleton like claw at his throat, and he like
A
got
part
hit
of his
pretty head. At the same time, he smacked the skeleton over the head and like basically stumbled backwards, but didn't fall. And you kind of remember that this has happened before.
Yeah, but he's not super comfortable or familiar with it anyway. I think he'd still want to protect them.
Okay, so you're trying to interpose and push Wiglaf back.
Like with the few feet I had of slight movement, I
Okay.
did try to get closer.
So the skeleton instead will step in front of you and try to hit you. With a 14.
Miss.
Miss. Okay. Second attacks.
Wait, what about
Oh,
me and
wait,
Corbin?
Sorry, yeah. Coffin.
Jeez.
So I forgot that you exist.
Do we have a flank or
You have
back attack on?
Coffin shot on this. It's flanking.
Okay. Is flanking +1?
You can do it, Usmar.
Ease?
What?
Miss.
Oh,
This is on
geez.
the edge, so we don't count it. That's a 15, which hits and deletes the skeleton. Second attacks. Nia's second attack against her skeleton is enough to hit it. Good job, Nia. You did it. Where's the fucking D8 when you need it?
I shoot the guy with me.
Yeah.
Natural one. That's.
Oh, that's a miss, I would say.
I think it's been very, very up and down today. I've rolled both a nat 20 and a nat 1.
Nia knocks this one over the head and steps forward to get closer to this one. It's initiative time.
Wait, I got my second attack, don't
Yes, you get a second attack as well, true. I
I?
almost forgot.
Second every 2 rounds, I believe.
Yeah, this is the second round of combat. You get a second round attack as well.
Alright, here we go. On roll. I just rolled. D20 plus 2. Roll! Ha ha ha! 19. I mean,
It's
21
great.
to 21. Ooh!
Just to
Yeah,
have
here we
the
go.
full range of damage, give me 2d6 plus
2?
2 and multiplied by 2.
Times 2. Okay. How do I'll just roll the 2d6 times plus 2 and then
Yeah, you can bracket the 2d6 plus 2 and then multiply it.
I make 6 to 12.
6,
damage.
that's 12 damage, which is
Woo!
enough to kill the skeleton.
Kaboom! Haha!
Before I forget, I pick up my 2 arrows, like
Uh,
always.
The first arrow that shattered the skeleton is definitely gone. You can have the second one.
Cool.
I guess Wiglaf will just kind of, wait, is the fight over? Or do I see more dead coming? Or
There's no
coming?
more skeletons coming. You feel like your life energy is moving away from your body.
Great. I got some bad news, guys.
Wiglaf, are you okay? I turn.
I'm just spacing out at this moment. Probably not doing anything.
Osmar, your medicine.
I,
Help him as I hold you in my hands as you're limp slightly, a bit of time.
I rush to Wiglaf, start scanning for wounds to patch. Probably not finding anything, right?
I think I have a huge gash in my neck, don't I?
Wiglaf, quick, use your magics. Heal yourself before it's too late.
Can I cast aid? Would that do?
Nia steps over and touches you, healing you for 1 HP of magical healing, bringing you to
Yeah, good thing.
1 HP. But
Oh.
you still feel like your body is giving out from under you.
Huh. Well, I'll just
And
fall to my
you-
knees and then.
You have been here before. This is the same thing that happened in the pig fight.
Mhm.
You know that you're going to pass out pretty soon.
I'll just, put my mace on the ground and just kind of like hunker over, just fall over, just pass out.
But you are at 1 HP.
One. Oh, yeah.
How long did it? How long of a walk was it to get from the place where we stayed last night to here?
Few hours.
What do you mean by few? Like 2?
2, 3.
Okay.
Ruben looks up. Is he okay, Uzma? Like last time in the big battle?
And Nia speaks up and says, I'm surprised that he didn't get felled by those skeletons. But he will be fine. He will take some time, I guess, to...
Looks like I had a chance of death.
Was that everything that there was in this tomb, or whatever this is? Or is there more?
That's what was in the first room. I killed half of them before I came back outside.
So then we killed the rest. I mean, I'm out. Never mind. I shouldn't be talking.
Did it seem like it continued much further?
It seemed like it was a room.
Were there any doors or any hallways to
I
it?
hadn't time to check for doors. The skeletons were standing there.
Well, as it's cleared now, should we go check?
Well, there is a.
What
The
are you
problem
going to do,
is-
Wiglaf?
Yes.
I'm not saying we explore it. Just check the room. Because we have water for like 1 more day. We can survive tomorrow. And then we're gonna have to start to make some awkward trips to the past the mountain.
Well, but now is our problem. If we want to still continue on with this dungeon, but with Wiglaf like this, and we want to wait for Wiglaf to become well, it will take what? Even with your magic, at least 1 more day of rest for him. We'll quickly lose our food rations. We don't have.
Coffin
We have-
says, guys, stop the discussion. We have a problem. And points to the sky.
Uh-oh.
Run inside the tomb.
Here we go.
Stop dragging Wiglaf.
I
into
run inside the tomb.
Yeah.
It's tomb time. Yeah.
Yeah.
One griffin is in the sky and you flee inside.
We're running away from danger in
think-
more
Don't even look up. Just trusted the coffin and started dragging Wiglaf.
Yeah. So you head into the cave.
Oh
You
boy.
pull out your lightstone?
I guess I'm moving my body over here.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You enter the cave. This is like a narrow, like this 10 feet wide path continues for a bit before you enter a large circular-ish room. On the ground is a few skeletons.
Oh, what time of day is it right now? Or like, is it still midday-ish?
Yeah, it's still before high noon, so yeah. On the ground is a few skeletons. Also, the ground seems to be more or less completely shattered. Like this must have been some sort of tile floor, but it's destroyed. One thing you can still make out is these large golden and this large silver plate on the ground.
Plate?
Yeah, large circles.
Huh. Seemingly decoration? Or like...
The people in the party who have been to temples before will notice that this seems to be normal temple ground.
Am I like passed out, or am I just
You are phasing in and out of consciousness. You are
Okay.
useless at this point in time.
wanted to double check? I don't know. Let me know when I'm allowed to speak.
The next day you are allowed to speak again.
Joke's on you.
Can I look where the third ring is supposed to be?
Yeah, so there's also the place where the third ring would be. So the third ring would be where you entered from.
Okay.
It's also shattered, but you still see like what must have been the parts of it. But there the gemstones you would expect to be in the ground as well are missing.
And was the entrance that we entered from, is this the Leonam side?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I look to the Cascatar side. Is there an exit there?
Yes, on both sides are exits. One is going to the left, triangle left, and one is going triangle right. The completely outer circle of the room is shattered.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, I totally zoned out.
There's two exits. There's the place you came from, the entrance, and then this is pointing in the one direction of the triangle, and then in the other directions of the triangle, so also exits from this room.
On the other, so every god has an exit?
Yes.
Okay, and in normal temples, there's only two exits, right? Or two
Yes.
entrances. And looking down, is it like a long hallway, or like does it turn soon, or what does it look like?
These actually still have doors in them.
Okay. I give the whole room a look over with the detect magic rock. First, I check if it still works.
It still works.
Okay, I give the whole room a look around.
You
Takes me probably. How long does it take me?
a while.
6 minutes.
Yeah. The thing that's you pick up is that around the two circles on the ground, there seems to be. They don't seem to be magical, but the area around them seems to be have some lingering magical effect. Like, there was some magic cast around this place.
I asked Nir, did you cast something right here?
No.
Do I get the strength and school?
This is extremely faint. Like, this is just like residual magic, not like
Okay.
an active effect.
do you want to say that there are others that have been here before that have cast magic at these things?
I'm not sure. There's some residual magic here, and I point to the area of the two circles. Not on either of them specifically, but in this area. It's very faint though.
But if there had been others here casting magics like us, they would have surely killed all the skeletons, would they have not? Those things were weird, very weird. I've never seen such creatures before.
I look to Nier. Do you have any ideas what this could be?
The skeletons or the magic?
The magic. Is this related to the skeletons?
I don't think so. I think it's related to how this place was created.
Have you been in like a desecrated temple like this before?
One, yes.
Did it also have 3 exits or 3 entrances?
No.
Hmm. We have water for 1 more day.
Can we heal Wiglaf up after?
He will
How long
take
does
a
it
day
take?
to recover.
Yeah.
How much
we
rest does he need to be able to heal magically?
Again?
I before when he used his healing magic, I assume you can do that as well, Nyar.
Not to
you-
the extent he seems to be able to.
Before he needed to rest for amount of days. Remember Usmar when he went down the first time, when some of us have gone down, they needed to rest before they needed to use magical healing.
I think I don't remember how long it took for him to be able to heal himself up. Was it 1 day? Was he able to revitalize himself the next day?
I would think so.
Okay.
Then we can wait here for 1 day. Do you think it is safe in this room?
As you talk about being safe in this room, a rock flies across the room, hitting the wall.
Can I see where they came from?
No,
Do I see the rock?
it's one of the rocks that are now on the ground.
If I touch my detect magic thing, does it radiate magic?
No.
It seems this place kind of shocked through and like, I guess this place is not safe.
You see as Nia turns around. I've seen this before.
What is this?
A spirit. A restless spirit bound to this place. Unable to hurt us, but very much able to annoy us.
No, so it can't throw the rock at us?
Even if it does, it would just feel like somebody tossed a rock at you.
Well, you could die from enough rock tossing.
Not from these creatures.
Well, I don't think
The
it's.
ghost?
I don't think this is going to be a suitable environment if you want to prepare skip spells for on the morrow. I
Do we
don't
have
know what
any? Do you have any ability to make invisible things visible?
I can see magical things, but that's about it.
I look back to my hood and my companion. Can you see magical? Can you see invisible things?
Sometimes bird think invisible, but I can see.
Aha. Understood. Then like looks back. Would be disappointed probably if he wasn't in the aura, but he's just gonna blank faced.
You see that Nia's like very concentrated, like she has some garbage in her hands. I think. Seems like she has a spell at the ready.
At the
Okay.
ready?
At the ready, yeah.
What does that even mean?
That she has the spell component in hand and is waiting for a reason to cast the spell.
Okay.
Ruben, I guess, will draw his magic, both his swords, I guess, but get his magical sword out.
So let's see if she spots where the next rock is coming from.
I'll try to do it as well, to just see where it comes from, with just my pure eyes.
Give me a perception check at disadvantage. Ooh, 16 and 14. That's good enough.
What's take lowest TL?
Yeah. Or keep
Nope.
lowest KL.
It's not wrong. Nope, that's not
You did the same thing again. KL.
Nope.
No?
I just rolled 2d20s. Very good. 16.
Yeah. You and Nia both spot as once again a rock starts hovering from the ground. She takes this as the moment to cast her spell.
Whoosh! Ruben just throws his magic sword.
You throw your magic sword in the direction.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Nia and me are doing it like at the same time.
Yeah, she's casting a spell. You throwing your sword. Whatever creature is throwing a rock, everything's happening at the same time. Yeah, give me a attack roll at -4 and disadvantage.
Cool. Okay. Do I get my arming saw proficiency on this? As it's like a long saw proficiency, or
No, let's just go with proficiency. Also doesn't. What do you mean? Get the proficiency?
like I mean like is it?
Don't get additional
counting
negatives.
yeah, is this counting as me being? Do I add some stuff?
There's
Or do
nothing to add. Just your fighter Thaco.
Okay, I do think as an elf I just get a +1 on longswords.
Yeah, but you're not attacking with the sword. You're just throwing
Okay.
it.
So it's just Thaco +2. But minus.
-4 and disadvantage.
Okay, I'll just roll the 2d20s.
Yeah.
No.
No, okay. The spell goes off and enlightens the outline of something. Seems to be a humanoid.
Is it initiative time?
Reuben's darting towards it. Or darting towards where he clumsily threw his sword.
Yeah, it's initiative time. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh my.
What do you people want to do?
Sling with the magic rock.
Sling with the magic rock. That's a good idea.
Can I pick up my weapon and attack at the same time?
No.
Okay.
Didn't Nier say that the spirit was, not violent?
So I'm just rolling for a 3 for picking up my weapon.
Dum-dum-dum-dum. And something, aka in this time I'm going to use Wiglov as a something. Nia goes first and runs in the direction where she just enlightened something, rolls to hit. Rolls a natural 14. And I think just ends the problem here. Can she roll so bad that she doesn't kill? She can. Oh.
She did?
No. I checked HP for the mob.
Oh boy.
Which means she no longer can roll so bad that she doesn't kill it, so whatever.
Wow.
She like slashes at the outlined humanoid shape and the shape disappears.
Is there any? Does it disperse into like dust on the ground? Is there any material to gather from it?
No. It just disappears.
Reuben, after picking up his swords and running back to Nia, is like, I guess you are quite good at dealing with the undead. It is impressive.
Well, I think I got lucky that I caught it.
Are we to expect more of them?
Maybe? It's hard to tell. I could tell you more if we find whatever restless, whatever body this restless soul came from.
What should we do just in case so that we know? What should we do if we find this body?
Nothing.
Nothing.
The soul has stuck around. It should be free now.
Just slashing it with your sword frees the soul?
Maybe.
I thought some ritual had to be done to the body.
I guess Wiglov could tell us more about rituals. From my experience, the undead only undead ones.
Ah.
Unless you find new souls to stuff into them.
Very weird indeed. Well then, shall we stay here to rest then? I look back to the tunnel. The other way doesn't seem very enticing either.
I think during the night the other way should be fine as well. Or we could at least. I don't know.
I think we are stuck between a rock and a hard place. We don't know what lies in front of us. We don't know if we can escape from here at the moment.
I would say we can stay here. Maybe even stay at inside the corridor that connects with the plateau and this room, and barricade ourselves in as we best as we can, and sleep for the night here. If things start to travel from inside, we could try to run. We cannot run, and
Oh, is there like is there like pottery or like things inside of the place where we are?
No.
Is there like any? Is there like? Is there like anything that could like make noise if knocked or pushed or something?
I mean, there's shattered ground, so you can always try to create stacks of rocks and have them get knocked over.
Yeah, I think I'll try to sweep them into maybe use well no, because I detect magic earlier. Wait, the detect magic? No, because it was because if they're like floor parts, it should be chill. Corfin, you have a shovel, right?
Yes.
Let's move some of the scrap onto the doorways so that if any undead come running, they could, make more noise.
Okay. You can like place rocks in front of the doors.
Yep, and I also set up the twine there as well.
oh yeah, we can set up the twine thingies with the rope, the bells. Ruben's
To be
gonna go.
fair, you fled into the cave. Nobody said that they picked up their bags.
I never placed my bag down.
Okay. Who
I
placed their
did.
bags down?
I did.
Nia's bag is outside. The rope is outside.
Oh, we can go get the shit.
Yeah. Ruben's gonna go. Ruben's gonna do the thing, do his ranger things. Hide in shadows, move silently.
Okay. In a unnatural place. So
It's like 30 feet. Just peek through the thing and then
I'm,
sprint.
I'm gonna peek. I'm gonna be safe, but I'm still gonna use the abilities
yeah.
after,
Oh, and actually, I don't think I have my backpack. I didn't say that I dropped it, but I probably would have dropped it, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
So there's 3 backpacks. How many of them have food inside?
Mine does.
I think mine does as well. But they're dry rations, so they shouldn't be like super noticed.
Yeah, Roof, when you check the entrance, you can see up in the sky circling a griffin.
Okay. I look down to. Do I see any bags?
Yeah, all the bags are still there.
Where are they?
One bag is 25 feet to your right. One bag is 10 feet to your left. That's where you placed your bag. And then where would have Usma dropped his bag?
I walked in like this. I casted magic, detect magic here. It's either like here or here.
Okay. So
2 wizards are here.
Probably this one because I was standing there.
Okay, so the 2 wizard ones are both here, and mine's here.
yeah.
Do I know? Do either of your backpacks have food? Do I know that?
Mine does. I'll tell you.
Nia's
Is that right?
backpack also has food.
Also, my backpack has water.
Ah. Okay. How close to the ground is the circling griffin?
It's quite a distance in the sky.
Okay, I think I could make a run for it and grab the packs and get away.
You think so, yeah?
He's gonna take the chance.
Alright.
Actually,
give me
yeah.
a dex check.
One thing, if possible,
Mhm.
could I? Is the rope reachable from like just the entrance? Could I
You
like?
have must have fastened the rope somewhere on the left side of the entrance.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
strung it to the right side. So yeah.
Okay. So could I gather the rope beforehand and give them and tie the rope around myself and give the other end of the rope to the party? So in case I do get picked up, I'll at least have some tiny chance of survival.
Sure.
Sure. That sounds great. Okay. As I'm like a sacrificial pawn sent into the deep. I run out with the rope in my hand and try to gather the 3 packs, doing like this type of maneuver.
Yeah, give me a dex check.
That's uh, 24.
You dart out of the cave, grab the bags, and dart back inside of the cave.
Didn't need it. I count the bags, 3 bags.
3
Okay.
bags, yeah.
Whew. Okay.
Turning around, you see the griffin still circling in the sky. Almost as if I rolled a natural one on his perception check once again. So now I have to bad die back.
Nope, nobody here.
Nobody's here.
So
Back in the cave.
yeah.
With the bags.
Ruben gives a thumbs up to the rest of the party.
I'm alive. I don't know what the problem was.
Using his learned human culture.
Nice.
Stuck in this cave, more or less.
Yeah.
And are just going to sit around, or are you trying to explore?
There's only the 2 extra doors, right?
Hmm.
No other exits.
Nia will let you know that we have cleared out the skeletons, but something is still keeping me here.
We've already walked into the room, and you before said that most undead only use life force to look at things. Does that mean that if we already went there, that means all of the other undead are too far away to detect us? Which means it should be safe.
Or they are stuck somewhere. Or
I guess if we want to be
I
safe,
don't
we
really
can.
know. Not every undead is out there just to kill you. Some of them are just stuck souls in a loop, repeating things. Some of them just haunt the place, like the one we just dispatched of. I don't know what it is, but there's still something here that I have to remove.
Ruben nods. I guess we can make up our camp inside the corridor itself, and then set up the twine with bells on both ends. And if we hear it, we can at least get a warning.
I don't think
that is true.
I think we should move forward or try to move backwards, but don't get stuck in between.
I guess Ruben looks to the rest of the party.
Like now?
If we want to go back, it would be very, very difficult to get Wiglaf somewhere. We would have to leave most of our gear, and I don't know even how we would transport him, even if we dropped most of our stuff.
Mm.
We had such problems before, and I think you, Usmar, said it would be bad for people's health to be moved.
But do we just? Okay. So
But I guess we can if you see a way to move him.
wait, sorry, I might have misunderstood. What is the plan you're suggesting?
What Niar said is we either go back or we either go forward. We shouldn't stay here for the night. And I am saying the going back might be very difficult. As
Yeah, but wouldn't we have to move Wiglaf in either case?
well, if we know that all the undead are dealt with, would this place become safe? So look at Niar.
That's what I think. We either wait to be ambushed in here, or we try to get out of here. No, resting in here while we know that there's danger around just means we are waiting to get ambushed.
So what of Wiglaf when we go hunt for this danger?
I don't know.
We can leave someone to guard him, and we can stay. We can go. But I guess that is out of character. That's a bit,
I think both out of and in character. I don't like the idea of someone guarding Wiglaf and then only 3 people going forward. That sounds like it's even higher of a risk.
Well, I guess I could leave the cat here with him.
I don't know, the cat's pretty strong. Maybe Corfin? Corfin, what spells do you have prepared?
Coffin has Featherfall and Large and Magic Missile.
Pretty good stuff.
The reason I'm thinking of Corfin is because if we need to turn, heal, and run, Corfin's the only one who kind of might fuck that up.
Well, even if we run, we're not going to be able to run far anyway, because we're not going to be able to run and pick up Wiglaf.
Yeah, but we could run here and then fight them at a choke point.
Niar, you said that you have been in these before. Is the rooms usually very big? Are there more such long corridors, or is it just room after room here?
I have been in a destroyed temple before. It was just a temple. This seems to be something else. Maybe a tomb? The third entrance is weird.
But even if Coffin only has movement rate 6, he can still with a full run move what? 6,
60 feet.
60 feet. As just but like what's the like full run action? That's like minuses to AC and stuff.
Oh, he can out of combat run for 60 yards.
Which is 180 feet.
Yep.
It's quite a bit. Like how far away is the like, how big is the tunnel from here to the platform, to the plateau?
60, 80 feet.
Okay, so even if the tunnels are even bigger than these ones, they aren't gonna. Yeah, I feel like your fear is slightly unwarranted, Osmar. Tough.
Sure.
But yeah, do we want to even play with Broken not being able to come with us?
I don't know if there's another
I mean,
option.
out of character, I'm out, so I can't say anything. So whatever you guys want to do, I mean, you either do it with me or do it without me. But you're always, but I'll still be unconscious whether I'm with you or not.
Yeah, but I guess the other option would be to take our stuff and maybe hold you in a tent and just walk out of here and come back.
Nia speaks up again, trying to restate kind of what she said before. The reason why I do not want to rest in this place is the undead. Most of them are more active in the night. I think we either try to find out what's going on in here while the sun is still up, or we try to get out of this place and recuperate outside.
While we were traveling here, the 2-3 hours, we didn't find any type of alcoves or.
No, it's like very just rocky terrain.
I mean, one option here is that during nighttime we carry Wiglaf across the thing and then rest where we did last night. If we do that during nighttime, the Griffin shouldn't attack us. It should be asleep.
Does that mean do you want to wait until nighttime, or do you want to go forward?
I don't know. That's just an option. I don't feel comfortable
Okay,
with
that seems like smart. It means we're not going to be disturbed by the thingy, and we'll go away before hopefully the undead start to rouse in the night.
Yeah. The only problem is that then we're going to have like one more potential tie of getting caught by the Griffin.
What do you mean?
Then we'd have to make our way back and hope to not get caught by the Griffin again.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we're maybe a bit more familiar with the road, we can do something similar what we did beforehand, but now just run into the cave.
Yeah, sure.
I think it does mean we might have to stock up on some rations or somehow, like go hunting.
How many rations do you have on you?
7 plus 4, so 11. That's roughly
I have
2.5 days of food.
I have 6, which is 1 day of food.
Nia has 4.
For herself. Okay. I think all put
She has
together
4
we
rations.
Yeah, so we have like 3 to 4 days.
yeah.
And we need to make our way back. We can't just finish the mountain and then be done. We have to make it back to
So just for clarification, for Wiglaf to heal to full health with magic, he has to rest for a full 24 hours.
He has to have 1 full night of sleep.
Out of sleep.
At which point he is eligible to receive magical healing again and can probably heal himself up to full.
Okay. So what we could do is, because currently like still noonish, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So currently, Sandal is, do we wait for night just in this room and go back and heal for a day and then come back, or do we go right now with the rest of the party?
There's a part of me that thinks that just going now is better.
I'd agree, but Broken, how do you feel as a player? Would you?
I,
We can just.
I don't like to chime in whenever I'm not around, but like whether it's you and the cat, like Ruben and the cat, or Usmar and his dad, or Usmar and Corp. I don't like to be like, oh, say this, or oh, think of that. I'm trying to stay out of it. Like if I was up, I'd tell you exactly what I want to do. I'd tell you exactly where I want to go, so on and so forth. But until then, it's up to you guys.
He's knocked out at the moment, so
Yeah.
you kind of have to make the decision without him.
Okay. But you, as Broken the player, would you be okay with us going forward?
Absolutely. If it means that we get saved, or if it means that we can find a safer place to be, absolutely. Even if you have to drag me there.
But does go
I wouldn't want to stay in this rankedy ass tomb full of undead things.
But going forward means that we need to leave Wigloff's body probably unattended here.
I'll leave the cat. The cat's probably not going to do magical damage.
Okay.
Besides, I like to leave the cat safe at least. So.
Okay.
But yeah, also as a DM, is that okay, or would you rather us players have being together, Duck? Because
I think this is the classical situation where you have to make one of the two bad choices, and I'm fine
Yeah.
with both of
Good
them.
choice, but one choice. At least you can survive with one of them, right? So, or you might actually die in both of them. But Dan,
This
could
is
you?
the classical Witcher dilemma.
I think this is the classical run it down mid dilemma.
That's also a good one. Which direction is mid? Left or
I
right?
say we just run it down mid.
Run it down.
You have two options to mid. you
There's
taking
Al Ale
the-
and Cascatar.
There's only two choices, and they're both bad. You got to pick one.
Al Ale or Cascatar. Is there a reason why we'd expect there to be bad stuff in destruction or upkeep?
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
I feel like since. Sorry.
I think this is a philosophical question you can ponder.
No, we don't got time to fucking ponder.
Yeah, that's why I
Need to-
think just decide which side you want to take.
I think I vote for. Oh, Nier.
Yes.
There's a. I think you mentioned earlier
I'm
that
back.
there's a certain spot in temples where you prefer to pray.
Yes.
Where is that? Can you show me here?
She looks around and then heads. I need to look at the other map.
I remember where I'm pray because she prays in the exact opposite position of me in the temple.
No,
I think.
no, you're thinking of somebody else. You
Oh
never
no, I'm thinking of
saw-
the other priest. You're right. No, you're right. It's the Christmas tree one.
He prays one over from you.
Yeah.
Which would be
Where are we doing this?
the entrance.
Is
One to
it
the right.
closer to? Sorry.
One to the right from
This one. Like I pray
Alright,
over here.
let's go to Kaskatar then. I feel like your god must have a closer affinity to that, and if there's a mission that you're sent on by your holy deity, it makes sense that this is the area that's most defiled.
Kaskatar is on the opposite side.
Sorry? Oh, is one right from the entrance?
Yeah.
Okay, so
When
from
you go inside, you turn to the right, and then the first corner. This would be the
okay,
place.
so from Leonam's side, one to the right.
What are you guys looking at? Are you guys looking at the circle down here on the mountain?
I just drag you to the temple.
Yeah, mine's right here.
So
You're
hers is
standing
like-
on yours.
Hers is here then.
Oh, wait, I thought I was here.
No.
Oh, here. Oh,
No, I think we still go Kaskatar because her god was asking Wiglaf to come join. But I don't think this is knowledge that I have in game.
So basically, you come into the area we are now, right? You come in from this direction. Join.
Oh, we're coming from there?
Yeah.
I thought we were coming from here.
No.
Okay.
You're coming from there. She's pointing to this one. This is her spot.
Oh,
And then
okay.
you can go either left.
Okay,
this
this is
on
easy.
this
We
map,
go
right,
we
or
go
right,
we go
which is
Kaskatar. We go Kaskatar. This is easy.
Okay,
Kaskatar, so you
out of
also
character.
left.
Sorry?
What do you want to say?
You said
No,
out
what
of
did-
character. So
Okay, yeah. So one final thing, out of character. If we're gonna go and go without Wiglaf, I think we should do it today, like this session.
I agree.
If we do it next week's session, I think we need to have Broken playing with us as well. So if we're gonna do it, we should just do the dungeon or do as much as dungeon we can before going away.
I mean,
Right
it's
now.
pretty cool.
I may wake up and you'll be somewhere else in the dungeon, and I'll just be able to find you somewhere. Or I won't wake up at all.
It's fine.
I'm not really upset about it. Really, I'm not. Like,
Do we want to go?
Yep.
we got ourselves in this fight, and I knew the risks going into this undead place.
Okay, so we are continuing.
Is this one Kaskatar? Am I mixing these up?
The silver one is Kaskatar, the golden one is Ayale.
Why do I feel like I remember entering from the right and then exiting from the left?
I don't know.
Am I crazy?
You entered the first time you entered the temple was from the right.
But isn't there like a tradition where you're supposed to enter from the right and leave from the left? But I thought it was enter from or leave from Kaskatar.
There's a tradition where entering from one side means something specific, but like nobody really cares.
The
It's
fuck?
like a weird tradition.
Okay, well we go to the one with the gods that are closer to Wiglaf and
Okay.
Yeah, mine.
This is Ayale's side. Weirdly enough.
yeah,
So
we go
you
to-
guys come in here, and then if you just go this way, that would be.
Okay, so you go right
Yep.
first.
Yep.
There's a door. It's slightly off its hinges. You have to break this open somehow.
Alright, I'm gonna touch my magic rock to see if there's something magical on it first.
How thick of metal can you see through with your magic rock?
I think it's only 1 foot. I'll double check.
Oh, foot. That's a thick ass door.
No, solid metal of 1 inch.
1 inch.
Oh, that makes better
Okay,
sense.
so you don't see anything.
Okay.
Damn.
Corfin has the pole, right?
Coffin has what?
Corfin has a pole.
A pole. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
a 10 foot. Yeah.
Give it to Nier and have her poke it open.
That's like the door's stuck. You will have to strength check this open somehow. Or find
Okay.
a different way to do it. Or go the other way.
I think just using the shovels and the pole, we just try to force it open with like.
Okay. Who wants to do the open doors check?
I can do it. I just don't remember what it is. Is it a 1d100?
It's open doors is a D20, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, D20. Your open doors is. I have my list up here.
I
you
try
under
and I
that
think I
number.
fail. Is it
Mm,
roll under?
Let's check.
Yeah.
Your open door is 8, so you have to roll less than 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no.
I think we should start going down the line. I'll go next. My
No,
op-
this is like one person rolls and like we stack together the best abilities. Let's just
Okay.
not go
Okay.
brute force it. Like think about it. You have some a pole, a shovel, some swords. Is there anything else you have?
I was gonna bring my crowbar, but everyone told me not.
I have some rope.
I was gonna bring all sorts of shit. I'm like, dude, we're
Alright,
going to a
then.
mountain. We're going to the tomb. We gotta get. Anyway, sorry. I gotta stop talking. Never mind.
I think that's it.
Who has the highest strength?
Me, I think, or near.
Nia has 17 strength.
Okay, she has highest then.
Damn.
So her check is a 10. Adding some things will give you like 18 something probably. I think we have 3 things to help her, right? So
Sorry?
go up 3 spots, so this would be 18, 1, 18.
Maybe the cat also has some strength. Let me look at its strength.
A 13, so roll me another d20 and roll 13 or less.
Me?
Someone.
Do it.
Okay, you fail
No.
again. So checking open the door doesn't work.
Shall we try the other way?
Is this a metal door? Sorry, I didn't.
It's
No.
broken.
Come on, come on. I can't talk. I'm just like, I want to be here. Oh, well.
I guess we'll try the other door then.
Alright.
Unless you're a magical mean, Uzma.
Nope, I don't got shit.
Guess we'll try the other door.
You try the other door. The other door isn't as broken down, so you can just brute force it open with some shovel tricks and enter the room. And do you all enter the room?
I detect magic before.
You detect magic. You
60
see.
feet.
Like this is like a corridor, and then the corridor is like 30 feet long. Then it opens into a room. And you spot at the end of the room is a. Oh, you can see this. Like you have 60 feet, no, 30 feet light. What's the radius of your light?
Lightstone?
Yeah.
I think it's 60 feet.
Isn't it 30 feet radius?
Continue. Continual light has 60 feet radius.
60 feet radius. Okay, so you can see to the end of the area and see shimmering at the end of. There seems to be like a sarcophagus, and on top of the sarcophagus is something that's shimmering magic.
I make note of that to Nier. There's some magical shit on top of that sarcophagus.
She nods and then starts moving forward. Are you following?
Oh, yeah, I'm giving her some distance in between. Like, what does this mean?
What does what mean?
Oh, you seem pretty determined.
I want to know if there's something in this room that is going to come after us.
Okay. I look to Reuben.
Reuven just nods, if a bit unwillingly, but will have his arrows ready to support her, and will be, like maximum 30 feet, depending on like 20 to 30 feet from her.
She has
Behind.
a sword out as well. Steps forward. Continues walking like halfway into the room and then stops moving.
I think I stopped moving also after a couple more
Yeah.
steps.
Still says the same, like roughly 25 feet from her.
Yeah, I'm probably pretty close to Reuben.
Cat stayed behind.
Yeah. She's not moving.
Nyar? Can you hear us? Nyar? I shout slightly louder.
There's no reaction.
I look slightly at Uzma.
I hold on to my detect magic rock. Do I see some other magic on her that I haven't seen before?
You see some like it almost looks like a portal, a magical
What?
portal in front of you.
In front of me?
Yeah, like
Oh,
between you and Nier.
I make note of this to Reuben. There's a portal in between us.
A portal. I take like a piece of cracked stone from the floor and throw it into the room.
Yeah.
Through the supposed portal.
Yeah.
I point out
Flies
where
through
it
the room.
is.
What does it do?
It flies through the room.
I chuck a rock through the portal.
It flies through the portal. It flies through the room. Doesn't interact with the magical portal thing in the air.
I look at Uzma. And Coffin, I guess. I guess all we can do is go inside as well. Not leave her alone. Or
I guess. I look around. Is there anything else?
Yeah. As you enter the room and look around a bit, you see the like close to where you can magically see this like portal. On the ground is a body. Lies a bit off to the side. Also, further down the hallway, there is a second body.
Wait, sorry. Further down the hallway?
Further down the room, like 15 feet, no, like 10 feet into the room, there's a body on the left, lying on the ground on the left side. And then 20 feet down the room, there's a body against the right wall. Near's in between both of them.
and there's like a small portal where she is?
Something magical that almost looks like a portal.
But is it like covering the room? Or is it just...
No, it's like it. In the middle of the room, like there's like you don't see it, like Ozma sees it. A magical like break in the air. Like it's hard to describe. Like a rift.
Okay.
But I still see Nier in the physical or in our world.
Yeah. She
But
just
she's
is
like
not moving at the moment.
completely motionless.
I'll throw a rock at Nia. Like not strongly do damage, but like move her?
You
Or like-
throw a rock at her, she doesn't fall over.
Does she move? I try to, because I know
She's
where
not, like, she's not set in stone. Like,
the.
you
Okay.
hit her at the head, you see like her clothes are moving, but she doesn't react to getting hit by a rock.
Uzmar, you said there was another magical thing in this room beside this portal and her
Wait, did I?
on top of the sarcophagus.
Oh. And that's further down in the room, right?
It's hard to see now because it's behind this other magical aura in the middle of the room.
Yeah, there's something on that sarcophagus.
I'll look without the magic auras obscuring my vision. Do I see an item?
Yeah, on top of the sarcophagus is a large shield.
You see Reuven draws arrow. I'll shoot the item, the shield, on top of the sarcophagus. Okay?
Sure.
The arrow goes against for the shield.
Give me
I
a
try
roll
to-
hit.
I also
Uh,
give Corfin the magic rock so that he can also see what's happening.
What did you say, DM?
Give me a roll to hit. Also, it's at -2.
Okay, from what?
Your normal roll to hit -2.
Okay.
Yeah, you try to shoot at this shield on top of the sarcophagus. You kind of misjudge, hit the sarcophagus.
Okay. Anything happen? What's the sarcophagus made out of?
Stone. At this
Phone
moment,
is
you see
active
Nia like move her head backwards and take a step backwards as well. 2 steps backwards, looking slightly startled.
What did you do?
Yeah.
Get back here, quick.
I go back to where Osmar is. Shouting at his
Yeah,
near
she moves
near
backwards.
here.
Like, yes. That was. I saw something. She looks around. She's now noticing the bodies in the room as well.
There is a magic portal where you are, or was, or where you were.
I guess so. I saw how they died.
Oh, how did they die?
She points to the person down the room and says, "He stabbed him in the back." And then she looks. There's a trap.
Where?
Somewhere around there. Like, do you still have this pole with you?
Can I? Corfin probably has it. I look at where she pointed at the trap with the rock.
You see nothing with the rock.
Okay.
Also, the portal rift in the room is gone.
Oh.
She like pokes forward with the stick on the ground and hits some pressure plate or something, and you see a large block come from the side, swinging down and swinging through the room.
I assume everyone's prepared and we dodge it.
Oh, she's poking forward and like triggering the trap when everybody's in a safe distance. This block pokes down. You see this aligns with the body at the wall. Like, this guy must have been hit from this trap and smacked against the wall.
Did you when you saw them dead? Was the was this room in a similar condition? Did it look like these guys were killed nearby in time?
She like thinks about it. I think so, yes.
Were they dungeoneering like us? Were they adventurers then?
Adventurers stabbing their friends in the back. I would guess they are bandits or grave robbers.
Do you know anything about that shield?
No. It was there as well in this other space.
And you said that the person in the sarcophagus killed one of these guys?
No.
And the other one?
This
Oh.
one, she points to the guy thrown against the wall, stabbed the other guy in the back.
Oh, okay.
They entered this room together, then one killed the other, ran into the trap. I think someone got greedy.
There could still be more traps.
Well, if I've ever listened to stories from my uncles in my clan, I bet that the shield is a magical artifact or something, is valuable. But if you take it, it'll probably do something.
Maybe.
Maybe it'll awaken the great undead bastard in the sarcophagus. Is that possible?
Anything is possible. But she like closes her eye and starts chanting some words. Opens her eyes, shakes her head, and says, I think I would know if there's something locked in here.
Well, then could be other traps, like the one that killed the other man, the human. Those both look like humans, right?
Yeah.
Actually, how these are corpses, right? How like rotted are they? If I look at a distance.
Not particularly rotten.
Everyone frowns. Is it possible that these grave robbers then or bandits were here recently? You look at their bodies; they are not. If at all becoming bad, they aren't rotting.
I think this area also doesn't allow for a quick rotting of the bodies.
How weird.
Naturally, I mean.
Oh. Are we planning on taking the shield?
I have no use for it.
Neither do I. But I mean, it's a magical item.
I think
You said it was a large.
also-
How large is it?
It's an Aspis shield.
Okay.
Maybe if there was some fighter who used a shield. Sorry.
I think
Okay.
Riglaf uses a shield, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I'll mute myself again. I just thought it was funny.
Wait, doesn't Wiglaf use like a smaller shield? Wasn't there something where Wiglaf couldn't use a larger shield?
Yeah, I couldn't have. If I use a larger shield, it gets in the way of my spell casting. So I have
Mm.
yet. I haven't
So
asked.
we can't really use an Aspis shield, right?
I can use that one. That's the smaller one, right? Is that it?
The Aspis shield is the big one.
Oh, never mind then. Okay.
So
I mean,
you could use it, but not use it and spellcast.
yeah. So I mean, we can still sell it.
Yeah, true.
I mean, really gotta doing some great
Oh.
right.
You know, exchange it for other magic items probably instead.
Of course, we can
think,
give it the Museum of Natural History.
Even if it's not the shield that we want, whatever the foul spirit or whatever it is that you're sent here after might reveal itself when the shield is removed from the sarcophagus. Maybe I've been reading too many children's stories.
Who knows?
Yes, I feel like this room could trap itself and then poison gas would fill the room or something.
You've been reading too many ghost stories. You're in one. I've been doing Pirates of the Caribbean, you know.
Should we go back? Well, I don't really have any need for this shield either, but seems like
Near casts another spell. Her
Guess we
eyes
look-
turning color. She looks around the room and says, "Oh, this was the only trap in here. I'm confident."
Nice.
so. Should we go?
I take a couple steps forward, looking if others would follow.
Would you like us to follow, Usmar? Should we go and pick up the shield, or see if the sarcophagus has anything more on it or in it?
Can I do it some grave right?
Probably, I think so. Maybe take the pole and knock the shield off the sarcophagus. Just have some range on it in case it like bursts open or something. Or maybe pull it towards us. I try to like awkwardly throw a rope around the shield and pull it.
Okay.
Wait, are you making a lasso? Do you have?
No,
rope?
not a lasso. Like
Okay, go, puppy.
Yeah, you could just, send a.
Yeah, if it's so there's like a 2-dimension. If this is the sarcophagus here, and there's a shield like this, I want to throw the and I'm like over here. I want to throw the rope like this, so that
Yeah,
this
you
falls
try
under,
to-
and then I just pull it.
So you try this a bit and you manage to pull the shield off the sarcophagus. Falls to the ground. This is a brass shield, so it makes a lot of noise as it falls to the ground. Bronze shield, brass shield,
Yep.
I don't know, like this type of metal. Also, you see, now that you can see it better, that there's a small elephant, like as an emblem on the shield.
Okay, I pull the shield towards myself.
Yeah.
I touch it.
Yeah, you touch it.
Are cursed magic items? I have heard of legends from my uncles of
I'm not exactly sure.
evil items.
I place the shield on the ground or something. What does the sarcophagus lid look like? Could I push it open with the quarterstaff or with Corfin's
No.
pole?
This is like a very well-made sarcophagus. Are you getting close enough to look at it?
Nope.
No, okay, then you just see that it's a well-made sarcophagus.
I asked Nier, would you like to open the sarcophagus? Do you sense something in it?
No, I don't think there's any undead hiding in the sarcophagus.
All right, I walk up. I open that shit. First, I detect magic on it. Now that the shit has been removed.
Yeah. Oh, there's no magic radiating from the sarcophagus.
All right, I run it down mid.
You run it down mid. Okay. You try to open the sarcophagus. It's way too heavy.
Go for a first down. There we go.
Really?
I mean, I guess he's like.
It's a solid stone sarcophagus.
Ooh.
You probably
Oh.
need like 4 people to lift the lid off it. Lift the lid
Come
up.
on, everybody, heave!
I look towards near Corfin and Reuven. Any help,
Yes.
please?
You're gonna open this thing up and spraying out poison.
I feel like Rain Nier is already as strong as 2 people, so the 3 of us should be enough even. Without
So you're
coughing.
trying to get the party together to open the sarcophagus.
Yes, if it's a ancient wizard with a spell book.
All right.
I'll be right
so
back.
every single one of the party.
Wait.
surrounds
The
The sarcophagus.
Coffin also need to help us? I'll help you.
He's getting
Oh,
summoned to help. So
Yes, we're all running it down mid right
Sure.
now.
Amazing.
everybody is standing around the sarcophagus as you
Our support is not buying wards.
as you try to lift the lid up from it. And You-
I don't think we lift it, right? You push
you
it.
kind of have to lift it
Yeah.
and then move it a bit.
Right, I'm back.
Oh, okay. It's like a mechanism. Okay.
So you try to open this thing and you somewhat succeed in opening it. Some
Wow, that was a good roll.
dust moves out of it.
Dust.
It probably smells horrible.
Put it to the side.
Doesn't
What's
smell.
in it?
You can put it to the side. You either have to throw it off, or
Yeah,
leave
that's
it
what
on
we're
and
doing.
just open it a bit so you can see inside.
Throwing it off.
Oh,
I think
very disrespectful.
neither Nia nor Coffin will throw it off. So
3 against 1 here, Usma.
but as you have
Okay.
magical light, so you open it up, and the moment the magical light can come inside of the sarcophagus, it lights up, and you see that there is some mummified remains of someone inside.
Great.
Are there any items?
No. There's no items inside.
Okay. I say
Probably
it's-
some. Maybe if you like unwrap the.
No,
the
I'm not
mummy,
gonna do that. Nice meme.
We're going all in. Just kidding.
Did-
Close the sarcophagus back up.
Yep. Doesn't seem like there's anything interesting.
Did you check for stuff, Usmar? Magics? Is this thing magic?
Oh yeah. Once it's open, before we close it, I want to see if there's any magic radiating from inside.
No, you don't see any.
Nope. Doesn't seem like there's any magic here. And there's no. This room only had the one entrance. It doesn't have any other halls.
None that you can see,
Why would you say that?
because the world is complicated and you don't always see hidden doors and things like this.
Wait, don't I have an ability for that?
You do have
Well,
a
find
ability.
secret door? What?
You also have a passive ability to find hidden doors.
Yeah, some elven thing, right?
Yeah. So
There's no
I
hidden doors.
probably yeah. I have a
Find
You
the
want to
mummy.
look?
yes. As you mention it, I guess Reuven does.
Give me a d6.
2.
You don't find any hidden doors in this room.
That you know of.
I give the I look at the roof. Anything crazy on the roof?
Probably like some remains of something that maybe was painted up there.
Okay. Good enough. Corfin, you still have that one reduce spell, right?
Yes.
That could be a trick for the door. On
Maybe.
the other thing.
I'll be right back. This one, I gotta pee.
Could work. We can try it.
I've seen it work before.
true.
Right?
The one time you became a robber in a small town, I remember.
Yeah, I remember that as well. It's very
I
funny.
was practicing for this.
All right. You head back to the door, and Coffin throws down his.
I think we're ready attacks in case something pops
Yeah.
up.
His reduce spell, as the door rolls a saving throw versus crushing blow.
And is it -1 because specialist?
I don't think they get this.
Or maybe we did some damage
I
to
thought
it earlier.
every specialist gets it.
No, not every.
Maybe it's slightly weakened because we damaged it earlier.
Oh, you see, like the door, kind of trying to shrink. But it does not like break anything. Coffin is kind of.
Orphan.
As Kitty speaks up, Reuven, and says, "Wizard, bad wizard. No, no. Good.
No,
I know,
no,
I know, trick. Mine much better. Mine much better.
Oh.
Can you do the same thing?
Mhm.
Okay,
Much better.
or when you become larger?
That is
Yes, of course it is. It's
No.
much better.
Also smaller.
You can do that.
Mhm.
Can you do it on this door?
Mhm.
Would you be willing to do so, my companion?
Can also do on wizard.
Maybe next time when we play some games, when we play catch mouse.
I
Well-
can make wizard small, then wizard can go through door.
I'm sure Kitty's talking about. Yeah, I'm not here. Never mind.
But
Reuven,
also can make door small. And Kitty
Reuven
like
didn't
jumps out from your cape and walks up to the door, looks at it somewhat weirdly. The rest of the party, you have no idea what's going on. Coffin is like looking at the kitty, slightly confused, slightly. I hope Reuven has this beast under control. As
I'm pretty sure Coffin speaks Elven.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He heard the makes wizard small thing.
Oh yeah. Okay, calm yourself.
Also, Nier speaks Elven. The only person who doesn't understand what's going on is Usma. And the door completely shrinks to half its size. No, half its size, crushing the edge of everything, ripping off the strips from the wall. Falls over backwards
Detect-
into the room. Kitty
No
turns around
spell.
and says to Reuven, "See? Much better."
Reuven's mouth is open in surprise. He's like, that is very, very impressive, my companion. I didn't know you could do such things.
Let me mute myself. Sorry.
I first make sure nothing's jumping at us from the door.
Nothing's jumping at you, but seeing that there's magical light and you can see down the corridor anyways, you see standing. This is like another 30 feet corridor with a 30 feet room behind it. In the middle of the room is a robed figure.
Reuven's face gets serious. He's like, my companion, get back. As he like draws his bow and looks to the others.
Okay, I'm back.
Any magical vision at the moment?
Yeah, I'm touching the rock.
You can see that this figure seems to be radiating magic in
How
its
strong?
entirety, and also on its chest is a very strong magical source.
Alright. I make note of that. This seems like a extremely powerful thing. Is it like strong or overwhelming?
The aura of the creature is moderate. The aura of the thing on its chest is strong.
I relay that to the party.
Reuven has his bow up and is like looking squintily back and forth of the creature and the rest of the party. Finally, looking at Nia to see what she wants to do.
She kind of looks somewhat weirded out at the creature that's just standing there. And says, I've never seen something like this before.
Is it facing towards us or?
Yeah. I mean, you can't really tell, but the guess is it's facing your direction. Like it has a hood over its head, and the opening of the hood is in your direction.
Okay. It's magically lit though, right?
Yeah.
I can't see its face at all.
You can probably see like the lower part of its skull, which is indeed a skull.
Okay. I make note of that. It is an undead. There's no flesh on its bones.
Yeah.
Should
Horny right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Should I shoot it with my arrows?
Near?
I don't know. It's not doing anything.
I mean, it's undead, isn't that like a crime already?
I guess Reuven's gonna try shouting. And
Hmm.
shout at it.
You shout, there's no reaction.
I attempt to disbelieve it.
Oh,
Saving
I
throw
think
with a spell.
Pass?
Bloop, 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 bloop. It's still there.
Do you think it's reasonable to shoot near?
I don't know.
I mean, it's undead and a undead crypt.
Maybe there's something more to it than just shooting it.
Do you have any ideas?
I guess we could go talk to it, get closer.
I keep my distance at least. I'm not going.
There's no escaping from the undead, so if it wants to hunt us, it will. If it doesn't, it won't.
Yep. Well, do you want to give it even footing, or do we want to start shooting it first?
I think if it wanted to kill us, it would already have done so. Or attempted to do so.
Would you do the pleasures of breaking the ice then?
Yeah, like Neo walks forward, has a sword drawn, and as she enters the room, you hear a voice speaking in a language you do not understand.
I cast Comprehend Languages.
The voice seems to come from the creature, and the creature, like, it had its arms in front of its body, and as it speaks, it moves one hand and points to the ground, and then puts the hand back to the other hand, returning to not moving.
And this is just as Nier walked into the corridor.
Into the room.
Oh, there's no corridor.
There's a corridor, and then as she enters the room, the creature speaks.
Okay. How big is the corridor?
The same as the last one.
Oh, never mind. I
30
don't
feet.
cast Comprehend Languages. I need to touch for this. Never mind.
You need what? What kind of?
Yeah, I was like 20, 25 feet as a normal back from
Mhm.
her. And continue to let Nier do as she wants.
Nia standing there and looking at the ground.
Oh dear. Usmar, I think it happened again.
I think it happened again.
Nier, can you
Does
hear
he seem
us?
stuck?
Yes, what?
Oh, okay. Thank nature is did not happen. Are you?
What is it?
I think the creature was telling us something,
What was it
and
telling?
she points to the ground and says, "There's a line on the ground."
I walk up to inspect the line.
Yeah, there's a golden colored line inlaid into the ground.
Is it just a straight line?
Yeah, a straight line across the room. 6, 7 feet into the room.
When I enter the room, does the uh, undead thing speak to me as well?
No.
Can I walk closer to it? Does it do the same animation?
How close do you want to walk?
As close as Nier went.
Okay. You can walk as close as near does. The creature does not react.
Fuck. I look around the room.
Behind the creature is another sarcophagus.
I touch the rock.
Same as before.
Some magical item on top of it. If I look at it, is it a shield also?
No, there's no magical item on top of the sarcophagus.
Okay.
There's the magical creature and something magical on the chest of the creature. Let me double check that I'm not missing something.
Is the sarcophagus the same build and look as the other one?
Oh yeah, seems to be the same. Oh,
Ruben
sorry.
makes sure.
Sorry. I missed something in the last tomb.
Uh-oh.
I think this is in this one as well. In the sarcophagus, there would have been a scroll case.
Oh,
Ooh.
I take that
That
shit.
have magic?
Yoink!
It would have radiated magic, so you can pick this one up.
Amen.
Just, just a little Grey Robin.
That was
If I-
all it took. That's all it needed to be Grey Robbers.
Yeah, that's all it needed. Totally not going to piss off anything at all.
Can I identify like a scroll of what spell it is without consuming the scroll?
Yeah, if you can read the spell, you can. You have to read magic, the scroll.
Yeah, I have read magic
Uh,
on the rock. So I read it.
you have detect magic on the rock.
Oh right, true. Fuck.
The scroll is magical, so it's a magical scroll. It's not a normal piece of paper.
Yeah. I wave it in front of the weird dude.
The scroll
Yeah.
doesn't react.
Reuven makes sure not to go past the golden line on the ground.
Have I gone past it?
If you have only gone as far as near, then you haven't.
Okay.
Which is what I assume you're doing.
Yep.
How did the rest of the room look like?
Like the
Just
other room,
Okay.
probably something was painted at the ceiling before.
Can we see if there's any traps in here as I look at Nier?
I think her spell has run out.
No shot. Didn't it last for like 5
turns,
years?
30 minutes. Oh no,
Hey,
she still
man.
has it on. She's these, no traps. No traps.
And this thing is also not magical. I'm looking at the line on the ground.
I look at it with the rock.
No, not magical. But also there's the same residual magic as in the temple room.
And the other room didn't have this, right?
No. Or you didn't see it. One of the two things.
Should we look at what this thing is? As Reuben draws one of his swords to like gesturing to like take off its hood and then questioningly looking at the others to see if they agree.
The creature is standing in the middle of the room. The line is halfway
In
between the entrance and the creature.
How many feet is that?
7.5.
So within
creature-
10 feet pole.
With a
Right.
10-foot pole, you could poke the creature. Yeah.
I don't think Corfin has a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
No,
let's
he
poke
doesn't.
Oh, what? How many feet is it?
The pole?
Yeah.
5.
Ah,
I wonder if the pointing at the line was like, oh, there's a line that you shouldn't cross. If that's all it was.
I'll start throwing a rock out the other side of the room.
Alright,
A
What-
rock at what?
Stop me if anyone wants to stop me, but
I'm sorry. I'm just like I have so many questions, so many things I want to say. Like mention it. I just
Throwing a
can't
rock
do it.
at what? At the creature?
no, just at the other side of the line. But
Okay.
like, I do it slowly, so if anyone wants to stop me, they can.
I want to grab a beer. I'll be right back.
But if no one stops me, Reuben throws a rock like through the line, like through the invisible line, in the air.
Throw a rock through the room. Lands on the other side of the line on the ground. No reaction.
Okay, I'm back.
Reuben tries to think of ways he'd be able to move the creature without.
I wasn't kidding.
Line.
This is intense, and I'm not even doing anything.
I'll throw a rock at the slowly still, so anyone can stop me. But I'm very much aiming a rock at the creature.
Oh God.
If no one stops him,
Just run it down mid. Fucking based.
It's down.
a pebble at the creature.
Are you trying
Go.
to hurt the creature?
First down.
Like gently at his like.
So you're chucking a rock at the creature.
I make
Yeah.
sure that I'm behind everyone.
The rock dings the creature on the head and falls to the ground.
Ooh, does it sound like it hit bone?
Yes.
Did it rustle his cloak in his hood in any way?
A tiny bit.
Okay. But it didn't like. He's also not like frozen there in any way because that light force would have pushed him on the ground.
The creature did not move at all, but you saw that the hood of the robe moved when it got hit by the rock.
Okay.
Oh, and the shield that we took had an elephant on it.
Do we want? What color was the shield again? Golden.
Bronze, I think.
Bronze.
That's close to golden.
It's close to go.
Close, yeah.
What if we? Ruben looks up. Could you use the same technique you used on the shield to pull in this creature?
If you want to do that, I can give you the rope, but I don't think I have the willpower to do that myself. And I give Reuven the rope.
Okay. Who as he like shakes there a bit, like considering his options. Does Reuven doesn't have rope use, so he can't really know to make a lasso. But Reuven will like open up the rope and like throw it, so it's again like on the other side of it, and then slightly pull it out. Not fully pulling it, but like gathering the rope. So it's against the skeleton.
Yeah.
And then ever so slowly begin to like get to like where the tunnel is behind him, so he can start running if something is needed. He'll like look back to all the other party members in the room, and then one half step try to pull on the skeleton. Actually, he'll have, as he's holding, he'll have the magic sword in his hand. Yeah.
I'm just watching the stream.
And pull on the creature.
Do you pull on the creature? How hard do you pull?
Slightly. I start with not a lot of force. Like
There's
just
no movement.
starting. What?
It just feels like you're pulling on a statue.
Okay, that's fine. Does it feel like the statue would be anchored to the ground, or is it like just on the ground?
It's not moving as you pull lightly on it.
I slightly go more on it to see if it would be a statue, would it be anchored to the ground or not? Attempt to ascertain that.
You start pulling a bit stronger, and you see the creature slightly moving, releasing the rope from under its feet.
Ooh.
I very much. I move back like a good 30 feet.
Yeah, you have your rope with you. Creature standing in the middle of the room.
Yeah. That was very creepy. As Reuven like moves 50 feet out of the
He's gone. He's like,
out of the like aura, he's like stammering there at the edge of the aura, like that was it appears it is alive. She just gathers the rope again in a bundle, puts it down.
Going back inside of the room?
But staying outside for a couple of minutes.
Ask Nier. So I'm not sure if I quite understood your thing. So you're not like entirely opposed to undead. Is that true?
I am, but I also like to live.
That's a good point.
Okay. I mean, you were previously acting so, I don't know, inconsiderate of your own life. Just rushing into the crypt without knowing what's in it. But why are you now so cautious?
An idea of what is in it. A group of lowly radiating creatures. This one. If the reading had brought back something like this, I wouldn't have run into the tomb all by myself.
If only there was a priest that could speak to her. Sorry. just walk back to Wiggler, just smack him in the face, wake him up. Get the fuck. Anyway,
I think this creature is protecting something.
Yep, seems like it.
I think once we cross this line, things will be difficult. Reuven, let me know when you go back into the room.
Yeah, I now start going back into the room.
Okay. As Reuven enters the room, the creature speaks again, slightly moving up his head so you can see a red light coming from its eye sockets, speaking its words, once again pointing to the line on the ground and returning to its motionless state.
Reuven is like frozen there.
I think. Oh, fuck! I can't. Fucking. Sorry. I'm sorry. Ugh.
I look back to the party. Did anyone understand what that meant?
Probably that you shouldn't cross that line.
Give
think
me
I think I know exactly what's going on.
Cosma in check.
It is to remember that Wiglaf has invisibility to undead.
No.
But well, no, I don't. Oh,
Do I recognize the creature?
No, but you have this feeling that the language that the creature is speaking and the language that Nia was using when she screamed in the tomb is the same language.
Yeah.
The
oh, that dirty, dirty.
pronunciation is kind of the same.
Nia, could you translate for us?
I have no idea what the creatures say.
Wait, when I heard the screams earlier, the screams were of Niers, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak that language?
No. Why would
No.
I?
I don't know. When you cast spells, it kind of sounds like that.
Oh. You mean the spell I used when I entered the tomb the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a spell. That's a channeling of my deity. And to be honest, I just know how to do it. I don't know what I'm saying. It came to me in a dream.
Did it sound like it was speaking the same language, or did it sound like it gave out the same phrase?
Same language, different phrase.
You want to try talking to it back? Can you channel your deity for? Maybe, I don't know. Is that a smart idea?
I can, but I would expect us to start a fight.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same as well. The skeletons that we saw, they didn't have red glowing eyes, right?
No.
That's probably some high level shit.
Yes, I believe that as well. It is high level shit. Do you know have not any either of you wizards have any magical means to?
I look at the walls and ceiling. Do they have the? Does the line follow the walls and ceiling as well?
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'd have a spider climb, but I'm not sure if this creature likes would
Trying to
care.
cheat on technicalities.
Yeah, I don't know if the creature enjoys or sees that positively. Might be the same. Wanna give it a shot?
I think it would be as good as just stepping over the line. And
Nia and Coffin nod their heads. I think we either give up or just throw all we have at it. Get a surprise.
Probably true.
Reuben lets them know the amount of strength he put into it at the creature, and roughly how it felt like an actual fully stone statue, and relays that to the party of how what kind of physique this creature has.
Mm,
I mean, once you pulled a bit stronger, then slightly the creature moved out of the way.
well, what do you guys say?
Well, at least they know that there is. If something were to attack us, it would be this. I would think. There's one thing bothering me. You came here looking at half-elf companion.
Mhm.
You came to us because of Viglaf, because he could somehow help you, correct?
I
You
got
did.
pointed in his direction. I think the reason why is because I do not have to be afraid of revealing who I really am to him.
I see.
I don't know if it has to do with specifics of him more than the fact that he is a priest as well.
I see. My thought was that maybe this thing here required him or his power somehow, but your thoughts are also make sense.
I think he could very well be useful.
The things you did before of doing the channeling of your god, very much like eye rolls from Ruben at that. That is something you can do more. That seems something very effective on these types of creatures.
It
If
is
they
very
kill
effective against the not so strong of them. I don't know if I could turn this one. Most definitely couldn't destroy it.
I see. So I guess we have a choice to make. Do we, like Nia said, do we attack right now with everything we have? Do we wait for Viglaf? Maybe if Viglaf was awake, he could even use that shield, and it could be helpful. It seemed very much like that shield was there either as a trap, a red herring, or it is actually would be. It was left here, so this other room could be easier for any people who tried it, who attempt this trial. And we do not even know what trial it would be. We do not know what it speaks. And already asked. There's nothing else in this room. I look over with my elven senses to see if there's any trapdoors just in the other room. I
Give me a
tend to
D6.
go to the other room. Sorry, what?
Give me a d6.
Ooh, not good.
See nothing.
But it does look identical to the other room, more or less.
Except for the creature and the line on the ground, and there's no dead bodies around.
Uh huh. So, still not quite the same. It would appear that maybe this reward for defeating or doing this thing's trial would be the magic stuff on it. The strong magic you picked up on his neck.
I don't know if this is a trial. I think this is just a guardian. A weird one.
Very weird indeed.
And there's some the undeads are calm in nature, but still, the fact that it's not attacking us makes me believe that it is indeed a strong foe.
Well, then maybe it would be wise to step back here and come back with all of you magic users taking magic that is very good against single enemies and
Yep.
not against traps and stuff, but you would be able to.
That might be the best choice.
I think I'm in agreement as well.
Considering that there seems to be no more creatures around other than this one, and this one doesn't seem to be leaving its guardian post, I think the tomb might be safe for now.
But we should, during the night, we should make our travels to, back to where we rested last night.
Why?
We only have water for one more day, and I don't think we can sleep in this tomb.
That is true.
We can push through it for the night. We might have to rest for a bit. Maybe we can get those. Maybe we could catch those wolves and eat them. Put up a fire and cook some wolf meat.
Or we could travel, leave some of our heavier equipment here, and travel back to where we fought those bandits. Pick up the rest of the food. They probably had water skins as well, each of them.
And we can just fill our water skins from natural water sources.
I would just say I think the rations of the bandits would still be edible for multiple months.
Yep, if they're still there.
It'd probably be the most convenient way to find food as well. Unless it's already been eaten by wild animals, which I guess could happen.
If we take Wiglaf to if we go sleep where we slept last night, we could use the vantage point to see, at least in the morning, we could check if we could see any bandits. If we still see their corpses down, we could go get. We could presume that the Russians are still
But
there.
then maybe we want to still wait for Wiglaf for a bit until he wakes enough that he can walk on his own 2 feet.
Sure, I agree, but don't you think it would be wise to carry Wiglaf to to where we slept last night, or do you feel comfortable sleeping here?
If Nier said that it would most likely be fine, I also think it is. From how this creature is reacting now, of course, Rubens calmed down within the aura. It seems it will not. At least we can say for sure during the day it won't attack. There is a chance it could act. Some of its restraints are released during the night, but I would also doubt it. Though I'm not very familiar with such things.
Where was the place that we hid from? We hid from the Griffin only like 15 minutes away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that was just like a random spot on the road between some big rocks.
Yeah, but wasn't there some big rocks for cover?
No, you just put yourself on the ground and laid the tents over you, trying to cover yourself. You don't even know if the griffin saw you. Like, you never saw the griffin at this point.
So where do we want to sleep?
We could either sleep here, like in the tunnel, or the other option will be traveling back the 3 hours to our original campsite, or like somewhere in the forest.
But then you have to carry the glove to get there.
If we could strip him from his armor so he'd be actually carryable.
Is that even possible, DM?
Sure.
Or would it like open his wounds or something, make him?
His wounds are magically healed over.
Hmm.
I feel like I think that must be our best option. Am I crazy?
What do you mean?
I don't know if I want to spend the night here with whatever this is being active. Without a change in behavior, that unpredictability brings a big risk.
Nia speaks up and says, there's one thing I could try now that this place is safe.
Yes.
That is.
I could.
Let's go and talk in the other room.
Yeah.
I do not want
to
to stay here any longer. So look at.
There's a spell I have that helps you to sleep in a short amount of time. It might help Wiglaf to overcome his fatigue and get him on his feet quicker. So
That would be good.
we wouldn't have to carry him at least.
That could be good.
Yeah, then we could go back to the forest and rest for a night, get some more food, water, and you all would get better magic.
Just so, if I do this, he will be suspended for 1 hour.
I think he already was quite unconscious before.
Yes, that's true. So,
I think we have a plan then.
okay. She walks over to Big Love and slaps him with a spell. I'm pretty sure that this works.
I'm pretty sure it. I think I know what you're gonna hit me with. Is this it? Hold on, I'm not gonna tell anybody.
I was thinking if it doesn't work, it would be better to nap me, and then I could make 2 tensors floating discs.
No, it works. This is
Okay, good.
giving him a night of restful sleep, which is exactly what he needs to come back from the.
Can you just
the
prep
brink
heals
of
and heal
death.
himself?
Technically, yes.
Well, then ease.
1 hour after Wiglaf has been removed from the world of the living for sleeping purposes, he backs up and. Wiglaf, you have a grace period of 1 hour if you want to memorize spells and try to
Okay,
heal yourself.
Okay, I got the spells. Don't you worry. I'm just gonna.
What spells do you want to learn? You can learn 2 second level and 1 first level spell, or 5 first level spells. And cast them and then learn some more spells if you want to.
In that
Or
case,
just learn the most thing that you need right now and then do the other things some other time.
We'll
Yeah.
fill you in very quickly on what has happened.
I knew exactly.
If you want to fill him in, then he will be losing possibility to learn spells.
Oh, okay. I guess Uzma will probably stop me from doing that.
I grabbed the.
No context to how learning magic works.
Yep, I'll hold them back.
The 2 spells are this one that I just typed to you, and the first level spell is. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's a first level spell. I just looked
Why
at
did
it.
you type things to me?
I'm typing it in Discord. Oh, unless you want me to type somewhere else. Unless you
No,
want me to just tell you.
you haven't typed anything to me.
Duck? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Woo, 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 woo.
Reminder that you're at 1 HP.
Those are the 3 spells I want to do right now, and I'm going to cast one of them
Okay.
on.
You
Yeah.
can want to do this. Iron Visual is a solo cast. You can only cast it on yourself.
Oh, it.
And
Oh.
Speak to Astral Traveler does something completely different than you think it does.
Oh. Well,
All of
oops.
these spells are wasted time. I'm just warning you
So
before you try to do it. If you want to, you can, but
Well, I think.
I think you should just learn healing spells, heal yourself back up, and then learn some other things.
Yeah, oh, fuck it. Yeah, I guess I will. I'll learn 2 cure moderate wounds spells.
Wait. Can he learn spells if he prepped spells earlier today?
I don't know why I'm
because
typing
he's
that.
been
Yeah, I'll cast. I'll learn
because
2
he has
cure
been
moderate
napped,
wounds.
that's why he can learn spells.
But I thought even if you get napped, you can't prepare twice in 1 day.
Yes, you can. That's just some weird thing that happens with getting napped and then going to sleep later.
Okay.
You can sleep quickly after you napped.
Okay.
It's 1d10 plus 1 for the cure moderate wounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the first one. Amazing.
You get 2 HP.
1. Here's the second one.
You get 3 HP.
Cool. I
And
feel.
1 Cure Light Wounds.
Huh?
You can cast 1 Cure Light Wounds as well and then learn your full arrangement of spells.
Okay.
So give me 1d8.
What's this one be like? The. Wow.
4 more HP.
Okay.
It's 9 HP.
Not too bad. Okay, so that's that. And.
Nia also gives you 2 more HP.
Oh, she does. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, thoughtful of her. Can get that on my sheet.
And now you can learn your full 7 spells if the party is cool with sitting around for.
A while.
I think we are.
We're gonna go
2 hours.
because we have to move during the night anyway if we want to go.
So you have to sit around for 3 hours until Wiglaf is done with his prep after having napped, which puts time at like 5, 6 p.m.
Close to nightfall.
Yep.
Try this one more time.
Oh,
Okay. I'm just gonna tell you what I'm gonna learn. First spell, invisibility to undead.
Still the same answer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
Stop bothering me with the spell.
Stop
You can use
bothering
it anyways.
But hold on. So this, okay, stop bothering me with the spell, but you can use it anyway.
No, you can use it anyways.
Okay, cool beans. I feel like this would be pretty good. Second level spell is aid. and then 3 other. And then the I had the other ones. They're gonna have to do like protection guardian stuff. Aha! I can't use Iron Vigil on myself. Or can I use Iron Vigil on myself?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what we need to do. So Iron Vigil.
Does that,
So say it again.
does that mean that you don't need rations?
Yeah, for 1 week plus 1 day per level.
Oh, big.
Yeah, so like if I cast it on myself today, I can cast it again on someone else tomorrow, and then again on someone else tomorrow, and we can have like
I think you can only cast on yourself.
I
Say-
would
say that
wish
again.
this only cast on yourself.
oh wait oh yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Damn it.
It's still big.
It's still very big. Yeah, really saving us on. But yeah, that's 25. That's 20% extra.
Yep.
Ration.
And you can take watches.
What's the sanctify? I wanted to use that to help. Is it sort of like protect us? Is that a thing we could do? I can do that with Nier.
Sanctify?
Sanctify. Yeah, it's a guardian. I think it's a guardian spell. Guardian. Where's that? I just saw it. I was gonna put it in. Was it creation? No, it's ward. That's it. Wards. Sanctify. Really? Am I dumb?
Sanctify is a spell specific to your church or to
Oh,
your
no. Oh.
followers of your deity. It doesn't work on followers of any other deity.
Oh, I thought it gave +1 to different deity. I know it's a +2.
Same
like
alignment, different faiths. That's a bit weird.
Fuck. Oh, okay. I can't find out where the hell it is. I can't find it.
Anyway, I think I'm assuming we're gonna start stopping soon, right? It's very late right now. And we're not gonna combat. One thing is,
What-
do we take the shield or not? Is I think a question before we leave.
I mean, we're gonna come back and pick everything up anyway, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I was honestly considering even leaving some of our own gear here.
That's actually a good idea. I might as well. I might leave a couple of things.
Okay, can I do one thing before we go? Just one thing. I'm gonna cast Idea right now because I don't know. I'm sure I've forgotten something.
Wait,
Or
do you need
maybe-
to sacrifice something for idea, or am I thinking of a different spell?
It's thought. It's I don't see any material cost. Material component is a gold coin. So yeah, I have a gold coin.
Oh.
So I can use it. If that's okay with everybody else, I figured I could have some information that I could use maybe while we're in here, but I don't know what it is. This isn't like a get out of jail free card. I really think that I could do something, but I just don't know what it is. Like Wiglaf would know he could do something, but I personally don't know if he could do something in here. I feel like there's something I could do to like just make this problem less of a problem, but I don't know what. Anyway, I cast Iron Vigil on myself. Boop. I'll keep and then I cast. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna cast Invisibility to Undead on myself, and you said I can do it 3 times, right? Myself, I'm gonna cast it on Usmar, and I'm gonna cast it on Reuven. So if we have to stay in the tomb, at least we will be invisible to
You
undead.
can cast it 2 times without
Okay.
learning it.
But in that case, myself, and then who's like, okay, cast on me and cast on Usmar. So if we have to stay in the tomb, I think we could. We would just be in the tomb sleeping, and we should be okay as long as we don't attack anything. Or at least that's the way I've read the spell.
I think we're still going away right now. We still need water and stuff.
Oh, it's only for 6 rounds. Well, forget that. Never mind. It's only.
Also, do
you guys tell me of this thing that you guys have been having an issue with?
not before you prepare spells, we can't bother you.
Oh, I figured like if I cast it invisibly to undead, we could just walk into the room, cross the gold line or something. If this thing is undead.
Yeah. Well, out of character, I'm not sure if that thing is low enough level for it to work. I think your thing doesn't work once they're high enough level.
It's like I guess it'd be certain hit die, right?
Yeah.
The spell
But
counts. affect
In
undead.
character,
City.
we can't
Uh,
interrupt your praying, so we can't tell you.
wounds augur your chance. It's not in the ward. The priest holy symbol. Okay, that's it. Undead of 4 or fewer hit die are automatically affected, and anything over that they have to
Guys,
save it.
yeah. I think it's like 2:30 for
Yep.
you other twos. We've been going for a long time.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I think
That's
we
fine.
will not do anything more today, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty solid plan.
Yeah. How about we call it here, and Wiglaf, you can think about which spells you want to pick over the week.
Okay.
I think that's easier than doing this now.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll just get rid of
people
them all.
falling half asleep already.
Yeah. All right. See ya. Take care. It was fun.